Hey everyone! I'm going to be trading spots with Sekhie whenever she feels like it.
Let me finish my breakfast.
You go right ahead. We'll be taking a second here.
Yeah, that's my fault. We would have been ready, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, she didn't snort coffee all over herself.
Hey everyone.
It wasn't deliberate, but like, I don't know, man. Ow! Peachy! Fuck. But I literally took my coffee cup and I went to drink a bunch of it, and then all of a sudden just fucking snorted the entire cup. All down my hair, my front, the floor, the cutting board.
Pretty sure it went straight into her bloodstream.
It was extremely unpleasant. Hi, Stray Meridak. Hi, Fluffler. But yeah, it was very unpleasant, and so we were like 10 minutes behind because I had to go get cleaned up and changed.
I'll have that pre-prepped for you, and then you can just slide it when you're good to go.
Yeah. Any guesses for who our first servant is going to be, y'all? I know I saw some guesses in the community post.
Yes, Jacob Foti. Advanced coffee consumption.
It was not as bad as that time in high school where I took that drink of coffee. I was sitting in the quad. I took a drink of coffee, immediately snorted it up and out my nose onto the ground. Like 2 perfect streams.
Is there a reason you're all over me today in particular?
She's mad at me.
What did you do to her?
I found a flea hiding spot under her ears and spent 2 hours last night aggressively flea combing her all over. So she should be pretty much flea free at this point.
That's good to know.
No, Peachy, not the garlic bread. Knick-knack, knick-knack. Put her on the floor. Peachy, out. Out, out, out. Out, honey. Okay, get out of my chair.
Banish the cat.
Yep, and banish the knick-knack. Don't eat all of that. I'm gonna want some more.
Oh, I wasn't going to eat another piece. I've been trying not to eat as much during the morning.
Oh, then that's fine by me. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, Jens, that one's... how many videos are we ahead right now, Knick-Knack? Can you count up how many off reacts we are? Because the hint that came out at the end of the video that was just published is not for this stream.
The stuff on this stream isn't going to come out for a long time.
Yeah.
So we're in May right now, right?
Yeah. So how many do we have already recorded?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
10.
We're 10 ahead before this. This will be 11, 12, 13 today.
Yeah, 11, 12, 13.
So if you want a timeline for how long it'll take for these to actually become available to y'all.
Actually, the timeline's a little wonky, because remember, Fate Week.
Yes, there are like special things, like for NA Anniversary, you're going to see a bunch go up for that month.
Yeah.
So it's not
we're
like...
probably, like 3 months ahead-ish?
Yeah, this isn't for December.
Yeah. This is pretty new.
Whew.
Alright, I'm gonna... Where's my phone?
Here, playing the stream. There's actually some audio, and you might want to mute that.
Jesus. God, I'm a... Yeah, 10 ahead, I know. We've been kind of mainlining them a little bit like cocaine. Well, because we don't know yet if my laptop would hold up to an online recording from like a continent away. So we don't know if when I'm in Europe this summer working, I'd actually be able to record like as we go. So we either have to do them in advance or just not do them for 3 months. And not doing them for 3 months would severely fuck up the schedule that we created, because we're actually scheduled, till 2025, technically? And some of that shifts, but the amount and, approximately who we're doing when doesn't really shift too much, unless Knick Knack tells me, oh, someone's coming out as, a special event, and it would be good to do them at this point. And even then, we typically just switch them.
It's rare I actually get that kind of foresight, though.
Yeah. So, it's one of those things. Oh, audio crackle. I don't know why there... Is there audio crackle?
Give me a minute. I'll do some audio checking.
Yeah, Knick Knack's going to check audio before I get started, because I'd rather there not be audio crackle. My settings were the same as the stream. My settings right now are the same as the stream the other night, so it should be...
Oh yeah, I'm hearing that.
Can you double check the plug-in of Discord?
Where's that plugged in at?
Unplug the capture card, and then check the tightness of this plug-in.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, please don't drop my capture card.
Yeah.
It's tight enough. I'll wait for a second and see if it comes.
Sometimes it's a power draw issue. I have so many things plugged into my computer. So we'll see if that fixes it at all. I'll also check the properties of the mic to make sure it's using the correct inputs. Should be. Let me know if it's any better.
I'm still hearing the audio crackle. Let me unplug my camera and plug it in where the capture card was, because we didn't have this problem during the last stream, but the camera is plugged in nearby. So
yeah.
There.
I love that. Yeah, Jens, I started playing via Roll20 for Discord, so that works with Discord and Roll20, but it's more so that when I'm in Europe, I don't necessarily have Wi-Fi at all times. I buy an eSIM for my phone, and so the only way I can get okay, so it was that. Audio should be fixed. The only way I can get Wi-Fi on my computer is if wherever I'm staying has really good Wi-Fi, and that's not always the case. Sometimes it's pretty bad, so.
I think I'm coming on a little quiet now, though. For some reason, it quieted down when I unplugged the capture card.
I can fix that.
And replugged the camera.
I can fix that.
Cool.
But yeah, so crackling should be fixed. And I upped the gain a little bit, so I should come in a little bit louder now. But yeah, no, there's no guarantee that we'd actually be, because we can't exactly test it by me flying to Europe right now for a day. So we wanted to get it done in advance, that way you guys don't see.
It would be easier if we could record it natively on my end and just drive up what she's editing, and I can edit some stuff too.
Yeah, because I can edit. I know I can edit from Europe. I've done it before, but it's more that the capture would have to go to my computer right now, not Knick Knack's. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, while my PC can do a lot, I'm not sure it could handle the full capturing of everything. I'm not sure it could handle Audacity, potentially OBS and Discord, or Zoom, as well as Filmora or OBS or whatever I'm using. There's just no guarantee, because I've never had to use that much stuff on it. And already one of my ports has a power draw issue on my laptop, and I kind of don't want to pay to fix it. And I think it's past warranty, and I just... Whew, goodness. But yeah. Alright, so if the crackle's fixed and I'm coming in okay, then I will reveal to you that which you have already guessed. And that being who we're doing today first.
Rejoice, everyone. We're back with another Sekhie Reacts to Fate.
We may not respond to any chat messages frequently while we're going through this, because I'm not going to interrupt the middle of a history section to...
We'll come back and look through chat later, but your message won't be on screen for the duration of the recording.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty traditional recording. I still have coffee in my nose.
Good, that'll keep you fueled.
I don't know if I like it. Anyways, so, Yang Guifei, also known as one of the 4 great beauties of ancient China.
I think she was actually mentioned in Elmaloy alongside
Because I mentioned all of the four great beauties when I was talking about...
And because it was mentioned in like that one book.
Yep.
They brought up all four of them.
Yep. So yeah, no, she was. Also, it's an interesting period for us to do a servant for Fate in China, because thus far we haven't done a whole lot of servants from this specific era. So it's new to us, not new to me historically, but new to us in the channel. So Guifei is actually a title. Her name is Yang Guifei, and Guifei is a title given to imperial consorts. She originally had the name Yang Guifei when she was married to the emperor's son, and then obviously we'll get into it, but he makes her into a nun so that he can then marry her and elevate her to Yang Guifei. So that's fun. A little bit of a Henry VIII-esque fuckery going on there. But I do want to talk a little bit about...
We've done one contemporary servant to this channel. Literally just prior to Yang Guifei. Wu Zetian.
Oh, yeah. Wu Zetian. I always forget about Wu Zetian.
It's funny, it's like, Yang Guifei is basically, I believe she comes right after Wu Zetian, and some of the political stuff from Wu Zetian carries over to Yang Guifei. Yeah.
Well, it's something I sometimes forget that, I sometimes forget the imperial connections between certain emperors, because I'm like, yes, they're from the same place, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a ton connecting them. So yeah. You've got me all out of order now. Because I was going to talk about Emperor Xuanzong in a little bit. and the An Lushan rebellion, because that's all important here. I'm going to try to do a little bit of situating all of our servants today in Chinese history and the larger context of what was happening politically, just because it's an interesting period in Chinese. All of today's servants are in an interesting period in Chinese history, although the periods are all different. And I did have to double check that because I saw some names I recognized and I was like, let me just follow that family line back like 200 years or forward 200 years and see if I'm correct. So as far as we know, based on the textual sources available to us, Yang was born around the year 719 during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong. She was the granddaughter, or great-great-granddaughter, of a court official during the Sui dynasty, and right around the fall of that time, her grandfather was killed by Tang forces. And remember, we have Sui, Tang, and Song in terms of the dynastic lineage. So her father was a census official during his time and apparently had no sons, but he did have 4 daughters, which I'm sure he was not super happy about. And as a result, because her mother died and her father died, she was raised by her uncle Yang Zhuanzhao, who was an official in the Hainan province in modern-day Luoyang. So when she was 14, she was married to Li Mao, who was the Prince of Shou, son of Emperor Xuanzong and his consort Wu. When she entered into this marriage, she carried the name Princess of Shou, and this is when I believe she got the title Guifei, so she was Yang Guifei. In 737, consort Wu died, and Xuanzong was very sad because he was going through the death of his then favorite concubine and all sorts of stuff like that. And at some point, Xuanzong saw Yang and was enamored with her. He thought that she was really interesting. And so he started planning and plotting a la Henry VIII. I'm going to make that comparison. He wanted her as his consort rather than his son's. So he arranged for her to be made a Taoist nun under the name Taizhen, so that he wouldn't get criticism for marrying his son's wife immediately. So she stays in the palace itself as a Taoist nun named Taishen. And then he gives a new wife to his son, the daughter of the general Wei Zhaoshun, is given to his son as a new wife. And after his son remarries, he then brings Taizhen into his court and makes her the imperial consort with the rank of Guifei. At this point, he also gave posthumous honor to her family and named her mother a lady of Liang, and gave higher offices to her uncle and cousins. Starting in around 745, she was essentially treated as the empress, and all had to bow to her as the most powerful woman in the land. Everyone called her lady, using the honorific that was typically used for Chinese empresses, or Nyangji. And all of her older sisters were given the rank ladies of Han, Guo, and Qin, so that whenever noble women were summoned to the imperial gatherings, even Emperor Xuanzong's sister couldn't take a seat more honorable than her sisters, which is really interesting because she marries in. Theoretically, Xuanzong's sister would be of higher importance than her sisters, but no, not in this case. Xuanzong also gave his favorite daughter, Princess T.H.E, who was born to his former wife, consort of Yu, to Yang Qi, her cousin, in marriage. So the households created here, Yang Qian, Yang Qi, and Han, Guo, and Qin, the ladies, were all really rich and given a ton of honors, and essentially became the people that officials would seek to bribe and flatter for the next portion of the king's reign. So essentially, Emperor Xuanzong gave her and her family so much favor that they became the real power during his reign. Like, he was no longer the most powerful and catered to person, essentially. If you wanted favors, or if you wanted a higher position or money or anything like that, you went to her cousin, her older sisters, her uncle, and you talked to one of them, and they could get you places. Which is a dangerous precedent to set as an emperor. Obviously, this was not a choice made with the brain up here. Because you would not make that choice if you were using the brain up here. We've seen this go wrong several times throughout history by doing this. So, Yang also introduced her second cousin, Yang Zhuo, to Emperor Xuanzong, and he quickly rose through the ranks by flattering the emperor and becoming very favored in his forces. Consort Yang was at this point so popular with the emperor that when she rode a horse, she had a special eunuch to attend her, and there were hundreds of people who were literally conscripted to sew special fabrics that only she could use. She would be given tributes by officials and generals, and at one point in 746, she actually angered the emperor by being jealous and rude, and he had her sent to her cousin's mansion, but literally later in that day, the story goes that he was in such bad a mood, he wouldn't eat, and he would abuse his servants. And then the eunuch, Gao, the one who was assigned to her, knew that he missed Consort Yang so much that he requested the treasures in her palace be sent to her, as well as imperial meals, and that literally later that night, Gao requested that he welcome her back into the palace, which he immediately agreed to. So they had a fight, and he literally could not stay mad for longer than 12 hours. Which is kind of, I mean, man, you really had him around your pinky. You know, like wrapped tight. That's cutting off circulation at this point. In 747, the governor An Lushan came to the capital of Chang'an to meet with Emperor Xuanzong. He was highly favored by Xuanzong, and he was asked to honor Consort Yang as his mother, and Yang's cousins would be his sisters and brothers. A few years later, she would offend the emperor again, probably because of jealousy and issues, and he sent her back to her clan. But one of his own officials told him that he overreacted, and he regretted his actions, sent her imperial meals, and she cut off a little bit of her hair, and then she was escorted back to the palace with an even greater love in his heart for her.
You could tell they really loved each other.
She when she was eating the imperial meals brought to her by the eunuch, she literally cried that she felt that her offense deserved death, and that it's fortunate that he did not kill her, but instead returned her to his household, because,
like, if this ain't the best you can hope for in a marriage.
I mean, I don't know. This seems a little one-sided. I'm gonna be real. Yang Guifei is getting everything here, and the Emperor's really not getting a whole lot. If he's the one having to apologize and beg after her, and it's a little one-sided. Good for her, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. You go, but I would not be happy if I were the Emperor and I were in this situation. I would not want to be beholden to a woman, or to not to a woman, but to my partner who does not share the same power as me, theoretically, because at this point she kind of does. I mean, she says something and it's going to happen. An Lushan visited Chang'an several more times. He was rewarded with treasures, clothing, and food. We're going to actually talk about An Lushan in a second, because that's important to kind of the greater story of the Tang. Let's see. At one point, there's a funny story where An was summoned to the palace, and to make Emperor Xuanzong laugh, Consort Yang wrapped him in a giant children's swaddling cloth and presented him to the Emperor, saying that this was her baby. And the Emperor was really amused by that. So An was actually granted even greater favor because of participating in this. So he was allowed to come into the palace as he wanted. And there were even rumors that he and Yang had an affair, but the Emperor didn't care. At the time, one of Consort Yang's cousins, Guozhong, had served as commander of a circuit located in modern-day Chengdu, Sichuan. And following some incursions against them, the chancellor at the time wanted to send him to personally supervise defenses, but Consort Yang refused because she did not want him to die. Which was really funny, because then the chancellor who wanted to send him died, and he became chancellor. What a fun coincidence, I say. I have no, I don't have an opinion on whether or not that was a coincidence or not. I just think it's really funny that that's how that played out. However, her cousin, Yang Guozhong and An Lushan ended up in conflict. So Guozhong acted provocatively many times and had arrested and executed members of staff from An's mansion in Chang'an. And in 755, An Lushan rebelled, marching his troops on the capital. At the time, Emperor Xuanzong wanted to placate the people, and he was going to pass his throne to his crown prince, Li Heng. But Guozhong was not on good terms with him and persuaded Yang and her sisters to speak against it, meaning that Xuanzong chose not to abdicate the throne. In 756, Yang Guozhong forced General Ge Shuhan to engage with An Lushan, partially because he didn't want to. I think he thought he didn't want to be seen as someone who was going to, usurp the throne. And unfortunately, his forces were defeated at the Tong Pass, with the last major imperial defenses falling to An Lushan's forces in this battle. At this time, Guozhong wanted to flee to Chengdu, and Xuanzong, along with Consort Yang and all of their immediate clan and family members, secretly left Chang'an, heading for Chengdu, followed by Yang Guozhong, Chancellor.
Oh, my camera's frozen. It doesn't matter at all right now. I just noticed that.
Oh. It's probably frozen because you moved it. I'll have to...
Yeah. Well, we'll work it out later.
Yeah. So the whole group of them who were leaving reached the Mawei station. And at this point, the Imperial Guards were not super happy with Yang Guozhong. And so the Tibetan emissaries who were also following the emperor were also complaining to him because they haven't been fed, things hadn't been taken care of. And so it was said that Yang Guozhong's actions provoked the disaster. And General Chen Zhuanli wanted to report to Li Heng to accuse Yang Guozhong of creating the problems that were happening. Soldiers of the guard declared that Guozhong was planning treason in collaboration with the Tibetan emissaries. They would kill Yang Guozhong and his son Yang Xuan, as well as Yang's sisters, the ladies of Han Anjin and Wei Fangjin, who had been with them. The soldiers then surrounded Emperor Xuanzong's pavilion and refused to leave even after he ordered them to disperse. So he sent the eunuch, Gao, to ask General Chen Xuanli for advice, but Chen Xuanli told the emperor put consort Yang to death. The emperor refused, and the conflict continued, obviously. Like, they weren't going to back down. So Gao Lishi spoke to Chen, and eventually the emperor would agree to take Yang and put her to death. So she was taken to a Buddhist shrine, and essentially they forced her into suicide because it was considered more dignified than execution. Her body was shown to Chen, the soldiers dispersed and prepared to bury the journey. Yang was buried here at Maowei without a coffin, but in purple blankets covered in fragrance. In 757, Li Heng, had taken the throne as Emperor Suzong, recaptured Chang'an, welcomed T.H.E, or the retired Emperor Xuanzong, back to the capital. And as they traveled back through Maowei on the way back to Chang'an, he wanted to find her body and rebury it with honor, but one of his officials spoke out against it, saying that the Imperial Guard might mutiny. However, regardless, he did secretly send eunuchs to rebury her in a coffin. What's reported is when they found her body, it had decomposed, but the fragrance bag was still fresh. So they brought it to Emperor Xuanzong, and he wept bitterly over it. He also, upon returning to Chang'an, had a painter create a picture of her and installed it in a secondary palace that belonged to him, and he would often just go there to admire the portrait for the rest of his life. Yang herself was pretty well known for having a larger figure, according to Chinese historical records. We're getting into her herself. And that's somewhat interesting because in the modern day, some sources have associated this description of a slightly larger body with adjectives like obese and such, even though that that was not the case from what we're aware of. It's just a case of her being larger and more full of figure than normally, and when compared against other historical figures who were considered slender. Why is your face doing that?
Nothing.
She has a idiom ascribed to her that was created because of her comparison with Empress Zhao Fei Yan, who's known for being slender. It's Huan Fei Yan Shou, meaning plump Huan, slender Yan, and is describing the difference between the two of them. Modern day depictions of her differ greatly, but typically she's kind of traditionally drawn with a little bit of a more rounded figure, although modern Chinese beauty standards would have all of the four Chinese beauties drawn with much slenderer figures than they might have potentially had. You have to think, 1400 years ago, it would have been popular to have a woman who had maybe a little bit more weight on her because it meant that she could afford that food and that she could kind of afford to carry that extra weight. It also meant that she was healthier and better able to carry children. So beauty standards have changed. We now revere a much more slender figure, but back then that might not have been the case. According to stories told about her, lychee was her favorite fruit. I disagree. Lychee is disgusting, and I do not like it. But apparently, she would force the imperial couriers' horses to take shifts literally day and night to bring them to the capital from the southern regions of China. Literally all the way from either Guangdong or Sichuan to the capital in Chang'an. There is still a carved outline of her right hand in the Xi'an Palace, and it's said that she was allowed to use the Huaqing pool, which had been the private pool of the previous Tang emperors. She's also credited with inventing the Heiji, which is an ancient Chinese bodice, and her story has been retold literally hundreds of times by different people through the years. One of the most popular in a generation following her was the Song of Everlasting Sorrow, written by the poet Bai Juyi, which described the Emperor Xuanzong's love for her and the grief at her loss, becoming a classic. The story of Yang also served as part of the inspiration for the tale of Genji, which we've heard about before. There are no plays about her. There's several novels written about her life. And she is very commonly portrayed in film, media, and television, especially today. However, she doesn't have that many video game appearances, which is really interesting, because I check the cultural representations tab, like, often I go looking. She doesn't have a lot of video game appearances, which is kind of interesting, but I think that's maybe partially because her character isn't one that's necessarily super video gameable, per se. Like, I can see how it works in Fate, but I'm not surprised that it doesn't work in, you know, in another context.
I will bring up, since we are technically live streaming this to the chat has rebelled against you in regards to lychee.
Y'all are wrong. I don't like lychee. It's gross. I don't like the flavor. To be fair, though, I don't think I've ever had fresh lychee. I've only ever had lychee flavored things and like lychee in drinks, and I don't like it there. The flavor to me is not appealing. It just tastes gross. Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like it. Check something real quick. Let's see. So, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang actually had a pretty long reign. He reigned for 44 years, which was actually the longest period where one ruler was in control during the entirety of the Tang dynasty. He survived through 2 palace coups, seizing the throne and inheriting an empire that was still in its golden age. However, under him, the emperor devolved into near collapse through political missteps and eventually the ending of the golden age through the An Lushan rebellion. I personally would credit a fair number of his political missteps to his overemphasis on Yang Guifei and her family's importance. Just because I think this is sort of one of those things where you put a bunch of people in power with an extreme amount of power, and then you didn't really have a way to monitor or watch them, and so they create alliances and political dealings, and then it doesn't go well because most of the issues in the latter part of the reign leading up to the rebellion of An Lushan have directly to do with Yang Guifei.
Good husband, bad emperor.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about Emperor Xuanzong is that his father was Emperor Ruizhang. Ruizhang was the son of, well, not the son of Empress Dowager Wu, but I think the son of one of the fellow consorts. And she, God damn it, she basically had him yield the throne to her as Empress Regnant. She reigned for a pretty extensive amount of time. We've talked about her before. And then Ruizhang would have a son who became Xuanzong. So he was born into kind of the reign of Wu Zetian. And then even after that, Empress Wei was in political power during Emperor Xuanzong. So that's great. I think it's a little funny that like this man was born under Wu Zetian, right? Then had to deal with the Dowager Empress, what was it, Wei, right? And then when Ruizhang was actually reigning, Princess Taiping, who was his favorite, who held political power, and then he, as an emperor, did kind of the same thing by giving the primary political power to Yang Guifei. Like, my man, did you not learn from your father and grandfather who were just absolutely manipulated and dominated by their wives?
That's just the values of the family. The family was very matriarchal, apparently.
Tang Dynasty, great for women.
I mean, is that disputable?
Gaslit, gatekeep, girl boss, ladies. If you're a woman of the Tang Dynasty, I salute you. Y'all did great there for like 50 years. Like 50 to 100 years. Y'all were like absolutely powering through. It's actually pretty impressive, I will say. That's one of those things where I just think is really amusing. So, An Lushan would attempt to take the regnal name, by the way, of Emperor Xiongwu, but as we know, eventually the rebellion would have been quashed by a little bit down the line. So, Unfortunately, he actually died after An Lushan died after assuming the imperial titles, meaning that he did not, in fact, get to start, his own line of succession, per se. Which is, probably deserved. Don't do that shit. So, I went through and read the Song of Everlasting Sorrow. It's actually really sweet. It's very flowery, as most traditional Eastern Asian poetry is. But it really does speak to the grief and the sorrow that the emperor apparently felt. And it's from kind of an outsider's perspective, so it's obviously the writings of Bai Juyi describing this grief and sorrow based on this great love.
I mean, I didn't even listen to the song. I just read the actual story of what happened here, and I was like, oh man, this sucks.
Yeah, because here's that. Our spirits belong together like these precious fragments. Sometimes, in earth or heaven, we shall meet again. And she sent these words by the Taoist to remind him of their midnight vow, secret between them. On that 7th night of the herd boy and the weaver, in the silent palace, we declared our dream was to fly together in the sky, 2 birds on the same wing, to grow together on the earth, 2 branches of one tree. Earth fades, heaven fades at the end of days, but everlasting sorrow endures always. I mean, that's pretty fucking profound. Like, goddamn, I could not. But moving on from that, Yang Guifei's had a pretty interesting reception over the centuries. So she is kind of our classic femme fatale. There have been scholars who have associated her with characters like Helen of Troy and Cleopatra, where you start with this innocent young character who becomes slightly corrupt and powerful eventually, becoming a diva who would sow the seeds of the downfall of the Tang dynasty with a figure attributed to doomed love and tragic death, right? So she, depending on the people writing her story, she's shown as a multitude of different things over the years, but not any more so than a character like Helen of Troy or Cleopatra, There's multiple different portrayals over the years. Some would call her the downfall of Tang. Some would call her story a great love story, and some would call her a manipulative cunt. That is all up to each person's individual kind of interpretation of her story. One of the most important poets of the Tang dynasty, Li Bai, actually published a lot of poetry about Xuanzong and her. He published a ton of stuff because he wrote over 300 Tang poems. It was an anthology that collected all of his poems that we had. And during his early years, he was writing during that golden age before the rebellion of An Lushan, meaning that he was writing his poetry during the time when Yang Guifei and Xuanzong were together, which means that he could actually see what was happening. Like, Bai Juyi wrote a generation later, but Li Bai wrote during the same time, which makes it even more interesting. And then, because this is our Lovecraft month servant, right? Cthugga.
I have a tab pulled up for that.
You do have a tab for me for Cthugga. Yay! So, we're back to Cthulhu mythos.
Fire testicle. You can't unsee it now.
I hate you so much. I hate you so much. So, he's first mentioned in a short story by August Derleth, The House on Curwen Street, which I haven't read, but he did appear in 1944, a year later, in the story Dweller in the Darkness, which I have read. Cthugga is representative of a giant ball of fire, typically, and he's considered to be possibly the progenitor of a race of fire vampires, and also Afumza, who is one of his other progeny. Cthugga is considered one of the great old ones and the elder gods. However, he's an elemental spirit of fire rather than something of mystery and darkness. In The Dweller in the Darkness, which I've read, the point of the story is that the protagonist attempts to summon him to drive an avatar of Nyarlathotep out of a forest in northern Wisconsin. And we remember Gnarly. We love him. So he's, as you can see from The Dweller in the Darkness, Cthulhu mythos, these characters were not all in concert with one another, but essentially Cthugga is a great fire spirit that can be summoned, and has been opposed to other forces of the Cthulhu mythos before. Now I really want you to tell me how that combines with one of China's 4 great beauties.
Well, why don't we get into it? Like, pull up the design here.
Aww. Yeah. Oh, she's so cute. She reminds me of Wu. Is that intentional?
It's probably the same artist.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because she has a similar face.
We could check, but I'd imagine the same artist.
Well, that's certainly a... Oh my goodness. Look at it. What's up with... you're going to tell me what's up with her eyes, I'm sure.
That actually, I can't tell from this angle. That might be Cthugga in her eye.
Oh. Interesting. I love that. Would you load? Yeah, that feels like Wu's artist. Not to be that person, but yeah, that feels like Wu's artist. I like that they've gone with blue fire, I think, because they could have gone with like traditional red fire.
But they went with the really striking blue fire here.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
So Yang Guifei is one of my favorite servants to use in FGO, so I've been really looking forward to this one. Yang here is a lot like traditional, or like a lot of traditional foreigners, is based around the scenario of a mystery of her death. In this case, I presume the mystery surrounds her body, the decomposing of her body.
But the stuff's still smelling fresh.
Yeah. Now, we know in reality it was decomposition that got her, but her body was never returned to the Emperor, so she is a case of the body going missing. That's usually,
well,
not missing, but it was the bags that got returned to her, not the body.
But obviously, to find the bag, they had to find the body, but the body was decomposed.
Yeah. And so, that's where a lot of the foreigner lore slots in. Yang as a person is a bit of a multifaceted character, to say the least. You'll have to forgive me, because I'm going mostly off memory of the Imaginary Scramble event and her interlude, because the Type Moon Wiki didn't contain a lot of information on her, so I'm going off my own memory here, more or less. In her debut story appearance, she is shown to be caring and manipulative at the same time. She is near relentless in her manipulations to see her emperor again, which is what she calls her emperor, is a delusional perception. The reality is that what she's doing is not bringing forth the emperor, but rather the outer god Cthugga to try to descend into the real world.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little hard to say with her which side is real, as the foreigners get a bit spooky as they as the whole outer god thing starts to come out more. But appearances where she doesn't tap so much into the foreigner bits has her behave much kinder, but also much more airheaded, often making not even simple but rather ridiculous needless mistakes. Like, hearing Chaldea was interested in a hot spring, so she heard that Chaldea was interested in a hot spring, so she drilled a hole in the middle of base somewhere below Consort Wu's room. She was put in charge of ordering food for the kitchen and accidentally ordered or added extra zeros to her lychee order, causing the fridge to not be shuttable and forcing Emiya to get very creative in his recipes for a while. If you're curious, lychee curry, fried lychee hamburgers, lychee stir fry, and finally lychee pizza.
Oh, no. Lychee on pizza to me sounds even worse than pineapple on pizza, and you already know that I find that to be an actual war crime worthy of Geneva Convention punishments. Like that, I would break the Geneva Convention to punish someone who put lychee on a pizza.
So after enough fuck-ups, Wu decides to try disciplining Yang Guifei, where she proceeds to flee and eventually finds herself hiding in a closet with Jing Ke, where the two get to proceed to get absolutely hammered, like piss drunk, blackout bad. And it's here where we discover that when she's drunk, she's visited by an imaginary Li Bai, the Chinese poet, who gives her sage advice while she's drunk.
Respectfully, what the fuck?
Needless to say, what we have here is not just a typical manipulative foreigner. It's also a servant who has absolutely zero common sense.
Also, my question has been answered. It's the same artist as Abby and Hokusai, which is why it looked familiar.
Okay.
Because it looks like Hokusai. Yeah.
So,
respectfully, I just opened relationships. Have you seen this?
Yeah, let's get going.
All right, the first is with Wu Zetian. Ha! I was mercilessly tortured after I accidentally called her Nightless Nai Nai. She said, did I hear wrong? Shouldn't it be Nightless Jie? So scary. Saws are scary. Fuya Jie is my great emperor's esteemed grandmother. Even though we are not blood related, I believe we are a proper family. She works very hard and even managed to become the emperor. When she's angry, she's really scary and makes you fear for your life. But that can be quite addictive too. No. Yu will also work hard from now on, so she will approve of me. It feels like a older sister relationship. Is that JJ is older sister?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think it is. All right. Qin Shi Huang.
We don't have Warren here yet to answer that.
That's true. Yeah. It's the great Qin Shi Huang. They are truly the emperors of all emperor. I think you mean emperor of all emperors. To think that the great first emperor who built a hot spring retreat after frolicking with a goddess. Come again? The Great Wall? What's that? I wonder if we could have a hot spring here too. The emperor among emperors. Though I say that, I feel ashamed of myself since I do not know everything about that reign of his. The legend that Huaqing Pool, a famous complex of hot springs that I loved, was created by the great Qin Shi Huang to flirt with a celestial maiden, is quite famous. Unexpectedly, we had a connection through hot springs. It was a good thing I mentioned the Huaqing Pool. Xuanzong. The great Xuanzong. Yes, I know her. She's the great monk who traveled all the way to India to bring back a ton of sutras to fill up the southern tower in Chang'an, right? The previous Imperial Highness thought highly of her, and she is the venerable person who elevated the capital of Chang'an's prestige, as well as becoming the cornerstone for bringing peace to the Tang dynasty. But then, I ended up ruining the nation. Yeah, you really did. Li Bai-san was a complete drunkard, but he was also an amazing poet and a somewhat elusive personage. It's about time I ask for his forgiveness for materializing him as imaginary Li Bai-san when I'm dead drunk.
You might want to click into that if you want to see Li Bai. I believe there's actually something of a design.
Oh, it's not a... This is a Wikipedia.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah,
then.
no. Just kidding. Please at least make it clear whether you resent me for the case where you got banished from the Imperial Court or you're just having fun teasing me. Abe no Nakamaru. The envoy sent to Tang. Abe no Nakamaru-kun is Li Bai-san's drinking buddy. Everything I know about Japan was taught to me by Abe-kun. I see. Even though he worked so hard, he couldn't return to his birthplace. I pray that at least his soul managed to return to Japan. The Kukai Daishi, who visited Tang, is a very famous personage in Japan known as Kobo Daishi, right? He is the number one servant this Yu would want to come to Chaldea. After all, he is an expert when it comes to opening hot springs. Daishi-sama is an existence that has attained immortality, so he might not be a heroic spirit? No way! Tamama no Mai. Ever since we've met, you've been giving me strange glances. Yes, I completely understand. I understand that I'm never to mention the word daiji. And as we both carry the same type of sins... Huh? Now you're shaking your head. Are you trembling with excitement? What could that mean? You're not trying to twist the truth so that you can convince people that Yang Guifei was actually the daiji, are you?
More Tomoko.
Could it be that I'm suspected of being Daiji-san's reincarnation, or that I'm someone related to her? It's true that we share the intense common feature of being country ruiners. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Bibi Pele. Master. Oh, no, that person is bad news. I'm talking about that Lulu How... Thank you. I'm talking about that Luluhawa Bibi who keeps saying aloha. Whether she's the real deal or she's borrowing someone else's form is beside the point. Just don't ask any questions. If Master's not careful, your son will no longer be able to end this world. But rest assured, worst case, I will personally burn her up. I'll go ahead and burn up all of Chaldea on trash day. Leave it to me.
So I'll comment on that one. Remember, Bibi Pele has Gnarly in her.
Yes, I do remember that.
And Cthugga,
yep, the Dweller in the Deep. Yeah. Bibi-san is a curious being. My instincts tell me we need to burn her to a crisp with high-calorie, genuinely strong flames. Such a sense of purpose is driving me. But, I wonder what's this gnarly sensation. It's different from when I want to pester Fuya Jiji. Could it be a heartfelt feeling of sentiment for a friend? There's some cases where I laugh a little bit when we're talking about servants because I feel like if you were going based on Fate lore, certain servants who I would not associate together would be together, right? Like in paired videos. But we don't do that because we go on historical associations over anything.
Sometimes I do Fate stuff if it's like really big.
But mostly when it's a Fate-ism sort of thing, you know? It's not typically the characters that like historically make sense to go, like that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Okay. There's something bothering me, Master. This artist, Katsushika Hokusai, who keeps following me around. She always keeps a certain distance while she grinds ink. In the morning, at night, when I'm in the cafeteria, at the bath, and even when I'm in the She wants to build a relationship with me because we're both foreigners? I honestly doubt that. She's probably like Li Bai, thinking she can do anything at all as long as it's in the name of her art. Miss Abby. Yes, she's taught me a lot about Chaldea. You're asking if she's acting like a bossy sister-in-law? Not at all. She's very endearing to me. Her golden hair and blue eyes remind me of that Persian maidservant who served me when I was in the inner palace. The girl was also brazen like Abby, and she would never mince her words. She often ridiculed and kicked me around, calling me chubby. I'm one of the 3 great beauties of the world. That's quite the honor, but I feel bad for the other 2 being associated with a country bumpkin like me. Oh, but maybe I should consider myself lucky. I'm going to use this golden opportunity to exchange information on beauty with the great Queen Cleopatra. Yes, that's right. Pearls are a drink. And for those of you who saw our stream 2 nights ago, I have Cleopatra in FGO finally! Thank you, Nick Nack. The credit goes to you.
My luck is strong.
Mine was not. Ah, it was great. That was such a wonderful ensemble. I joined in a trio that consisted of a piano, violin, and my pipa. I can now rest in peace. Please go ahead and kill me while I'm still floating in this wonderful bliss. What? I can play again tomorrow? That's wonderful. Then would you care to join me, Master? How about you be the vocalist? That was to Mozart and Salieri.
Yep.
Who just came out?
Yeah.
Hey!
What timing?
I know, right? You have abilities for me now.
So Yang primarily fights by playing instruments that call forth the fires of Cthugga. Mm-hmm. In combat, her body also channels this power, making it dangerous to the touch. And she uses these fires to also summon little flame spirits that she calls the fire vampires, which can attack her enemies. What we have here is a blue fire bending via musical instrument.
That's pretty cool. Sorry. I don't know why I took another bite. Fuck.
Chew and swallow, Sekhie. Chew and swallow.
Okay. Alright. I remember existence outside the domain, because we've seen that in Hokusai and Abby. Divinity, that makes sense. Affection for 3001, the Emperor's love lavished on the 3000 beauties received by Yang Guifei alone. Okay. Consort of devastating beauty. Femme fatale of calamity who ruined a nation. I love that. Son of a calamitous star. Indestructible aspect. Okay. So noble phantasm is marital vows of rainbow skirts and feather robes?
Yes, so that's her noble phantasm. Yang recites a passage from a Chinese poem by the name of Song of Everlasting Regret by Bao Zhuyi.
Bai Zhuyi.
Bai Zhuyi. Sorry, I must have been autocorrect. The song, when sung by her, cannot be heard by the ears of mortals, and instead it will burn away at their minds and bodies.
I love that. I also want you all to know that Nick Nack did not tell me that I needed to look up Bai Zhuyi. I figured that out on my own.
I can't remember what I did or didn't. This was all done, like, I need to get this done in the next couple weeks. The same way Abby's NP creates a psychotic interpretation in the victim's minds, I believe that's what Yang is doing as well. Mm-hmm. I'll also mention, because chat would not forgive me if I didn't mention it, that Yang's NP in specific is one of the most elaborate in FGO Mobile, leading to a situation where at launch in JP, if your phone wasn't strong enough, it led to the NP lagging the phone out or even crashing the game.
Oh dear.
Kind of hilarious that her NP had real world effects as well.
It's a little funny. I've almost collected all of this character designer's servants. I'm only missing Jacques de Molay.
I think you also might be missing...
The other... Oh, now. I didn't even see that because it was just one name.
Oh, was Van Gogh not part of their lineup?
No. Katsushika Hokusai, Onao, Abigail Williams, Yang Guifei, and Jacques de Molay.
Oh, never mind then.
Yep. Alright. NP. I'm gonna...
Her animations are very different between forms.
Oh, okay. So we just sit and watch. I'm fine with that. No, I love watching her hit things with a musical instrument. That's great. That was nice.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me a little bit of how with Tristan you get some like music playing during his animations because of the harp.
Now, if only our like Mozart and Salieri did a little bit more of that. You get a little bit. Not with Mozart.
Well, yeah, but you know. I will say it is a little bit funny to just watch her like fucking lute smash.
Just
You know, like it's like slamming someone in the face with a guitar, and I love it. But like it's cello sized. Imagine slamming someone
Like,
in the
that
face with a
actually would
cello.
hurt. The more impressive thing is that she's lifting it enough to do that.
Right. It's the Cthugga in her.
Oh, hang on. I feel a need to immediately.
Hey, Hayashi one.
Thank you for the $2.
Wait, why do we not mention Tristan? I'm so confused.
We don't mention Tristan because I don't mention Tristan.
Why? Why do you not mention Tristan? Ooh. Oh yeah, the eyes are all funky.
Can you see how that one might have crashed phones for a bit there?
Yeah, I can see. Why don't we mention Tristan?
Animation update.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love this. She's so elaborate, like her
Yeah.
sprite. There's so many like moving parts. I like that a lot. I think it looks really nice. Hopefully the stream will survive Jen's. Yeah, her attacks are a lot different in her third ascension form. I mean, I'm totally fine with it. I think it looks great. But like, there was another character recently who had really different attacks between first and third form. And I was like, I like that because if you're gonna give like a whole new, like a really different look, you know.
It's the best thing they can do, barring just making a second servant.
Exactly.
For a later form.
Yeah. And I like that a lot. I don't know, man. I might like to roll for her at some point.
I'll let you know if I see a banner for her. Actually, there should be one coming up relatively soon.
No. Not that I have courts to roll for
No.
anyone right now.
You better be logging in if you want her.
Speaking of, I should log in today. Interesting. She seems like she's having fun, because I think she just yelled out, I think I'm having fun. Or, this is fun. Because I feel like I know that phrase at this point. I've watched too much anime. Interesting. Oh, she's so sparkly. I love that. Oh, they're like little... Oh, I didn't even realize till just now when it zoomed in on her, but she's surrounded by like little koi fishes made of blue fire. Oh shit, whoever filmed this, their phone lagged out for a second.
Yeah.
I saw the pause. Like, I literally saw the phone, like, pause as the fucking thing was rising.
Love that.
Love that. Okay. Alright, let me... Okay, there's a fair amount of extra stuff, so let me... Grail League. Oh my god, she's so cute. I love her. Aww. Oh, they made her a little chubby. Aww. Oh my god, that's the cutest thing ever.
So I don't think we caught this. I caught this while I was doing my research on this servant, but I don't think we caught this when we were scrolling through. There is a little trivia from the artist that when designing her, he was I think it's a he or she, I think it's a he, was
Yeah, I read the little artist trivia at the bottom.
Yeah.
I just didn't read it out loud. I never do, but I read it when you're still going through abilities. I usually scroll a little bit further down and read it. So I did read it, but oh my god, she's just so cute. Oh, she has a different design in China. For 2, 3, and 4, I think. 2, 3. I'm gonna be honest, I actually like the Chinese design more. It's not a huge change, but it's just like a little bit more conservative, and I kind of like it, you know? But I think maybe I just like it because it looks more like a traditional Chinese, like, dress. So, you know. I think it looks nice, though. Alright. I do want to get a closer look. Oh, because there's the pipes. Yeah. Yeah, they're floating fish. I did not notice they were fishes at first because they're moving and they're a little hard to see. Oh. Let's see. Clicked into the wrong one. I love my computer. Oh. She has a lot of expressions.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a command code. The Heavenly Emperor's Consort. We got a foot pick. Foot pick video when knick-knack.
Well, I gotta have that PowerPoint making energy.
I know. She does have a bunch of extra art, so. Aww. With Abby. With Abby. Let's see. I think I saw. Yeah. Okay. No, there were just a few extra pieces. All right. Not too many, but there's some. Yeah. All right. Purple jade flute. Oh, that's really detailed. Look at that. There's the moon rabbit and everything depicted on the flute. Interesting. Okay. An elegant flute made from purple jade. It is one of the instruments that Yang Guifei was versed in playing along with the pipa. It is said that the instrument was gifted to her by the Chinese goddess of the moon, Chang'e. The two of us trying to play this single flute together, even a playful attempt that will surely yield a melodic tune. I love that. That's very nice. All right. Huaqing Palace Confectionery Hot Springs Mantou. Well, they look very decorative. Special chocolate-flavored hot spring manju from Yang Guifei. Dried lychee are the secret ingredient. The big one was made by Yang Guifei herself. The rest were made by her fire sprite attendants. The big manju seems more on the simplistic side. A nice dip in the bath while enjoying sweets is the best remedy when you're tired. Let's eat the manju while we soak ourselves in the hot springs together. Come again? That's not what a hot spring manju means? Well, I'm going to put a positive spin on this. The possibilities for these sweets are endless. Lychee.
Lychee.
Honey Lake. Okay. The lake sparkles as it gets enveloped in gentle sunlight. Its pale surface creates a cooling sound as the wind ripples through. It's as if the world is being painted to a brilliant color with just the noble consort nearby.
You actually got this CE last stream.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, that's the one I was
Didn't
like, this is
even
a
notice.
really good CE.
Oh, I did not notice. Ooh, Heroic Spirit. Actually, I like that. Look at the little fire sprites. They're so... Aw, there's like one sleeping down. There's a bunch sleeping down at her feet. I'm like hiding behind her. She's on the Great Wall of China, by the way. I don't even need to scroll down to check where she is. She's on the Great Wall of China. 6th anniversary.
Here's the full artwork.
Oh, yeah, but it's got other servants in it. So, let's see. It's Maeve and Miss Crane.
Okay,
are the other two.
You don't know one of them, so.
I'll just ignore that one. Because
okay.
I do know Maeve, so... Yeah, because I remember this. Just ignoring that third person. See, Great Wall of China. Did I need to check that? No, I did not. I do like that the Heroic Spirit Tours often have multiple servants in like a single location. Kind of so you can see them individually but also all together. Alright. Jade Hairpin. Oh, I've seen this. This is Cleopatra. But where's... Oh, I see it. There. Maybe? Well, because that's the red hair, white hair, white hair, white...
I can't get a good enough frontal view.
I just noticed something new. There's a little fat rubber ducky wearing the laurel that Caesar wears. Oh, I see her! I see the back of her head and her hair. I'm not going to read that because we've already...
That is not a her seat.
No. Alright. Sweat blood. Oh, there's Wu. And someone I don't know. Okay. You work hard every day. How about a luxurious refreshment time once in a while? Put your heavy luggage in the basket for now. Put aside what needs to be done. Then give a reward to your tired legs. Unwind and warm them well. May your steps tomorrow be lighter. It's interesting that they put, she's got her feet in like a bath with like rose petals. Because it reminds me of like the perfumed sachet. Okay. Heroic Spirit event attire. Oh my goodness, look. There's Katsushika and Abby with little like notes over here. That's so cute. She looks adorable. Awesome. I mean, I know it's just an anniversary, but... the setting is Rio Carnival, so I know which one this was. This was the one where they were set during different festivals. So it's got all the by the same artist. Yeah. Nice. That was beautiful.
So yeah, that was Yang Guifei.
I like Yang. She's adorable. Super cute. Did you just knock something over?
Probably.
You did. Yeah. I'm going to switch us back to the talk zone.
All right.
I'm going to see if... Hang on.
You might like go into the properties on the camera.
Yeah, let me... Well, I'm going to switch this as soon as I...
Try switching it to a different camera and then switching it back.
Okay.
Hey, there I am.
All right. Okay. Swap back. All right.
Back into frame a little bit here.
Yeah, entertain people, knick-knack. What the fuck?
Trying to get some shadow puppets, but I don't have enough of a background.
Hang on a sec, I'm gonna... God!
So, if you're just joining us now, we just finished up the first Sekhie Reacts. The next one will be at 11 a.m. So, about 52 minutes from now.
Yeah, so we've got some spare time. Oh, yeah, because we can't really start early because we announced when they were going to be.
Yep.
Ah, well, y'all get to hang out with us for hella long.
Let's go back. Outside of a couple comments, we did have to ignore comments there for a fair bit.
Yeah.
So
okay. Let me
come back
scroll
through
back
and
up.
read some comments.
Yeah. All right. Where did I start? I started. Yeah. Giant Fate Nard. Oh, yeah. So Jen says, interesting mythos section. I mean, I think I probably could have done more for the mythos section, but a lot of the stories about her are highly dependent on each individual person, how they read kind of her as a historical figure and as a character in some ways. And so, I personally fall down the line of seeing her kind of like a ruiner of a dynasty, you know? But I'm not unique in that, but I do see that there are some people who would kind of fall down the more innocent beauty sort of route and probably blame a lot of that other stuff on her family, you know? Because it's not like she was alone in having all this power.
And it's not like she was the specific one spurring her family into active war with the Emperor.
Exactly. So it kind of makes sense. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, the phone breaking Sun. I mean, it didn't break my computer, but it broke whoever was recording its phone. Because I did see it pause for that second.
There's one stream I did once because I have her in my NA account and she's one of my better servants on that account.
Yeah.
Where I use her, I'm like, my stream's lagging out already. Let's see if we can crash it. So I pulled up her NP. It did not crash it somehow.
Oh,
actually,
dang.
It ran smoother than any other NP, I think.
Yeah, Jens, I can definitely see that Guifei and Empress Wu have a pretty interesting relationship because it does seem like it's kind of older sister, younger sister with like a fair amount of like admiration. And I can absolutely see that. Like Wu Zetian was a powerful woman. Like, if you're gonna choose a woman to be a role model, Wu Zetian is a great choice. Let's see. Not even gonna. Alright. Let's see. Huanzhou. Let's see. Wodan's Black says, I think one of them will be Huanzhou. I mean, historically relevant is... That doesn't necessarily mean that the character is historical, but, like, when you look back at historical texts, or even... historical literary texts are still important to history, right? So having a literary or mythological character can still make them historically relevant, even though they might not have been involved in, like, day-to-day politics or something like an actual emperor. There's still a level of historical relevancy in stories and myths because people believed in those things. And if we still know them today, they believed in them a lot. So when I say historically relevant, it doesn't necessarily mean that all the servants have to be historical figures exclusively. I don't know. That's kind of my take on it, but, you know. Phone killer NP. It's not a stream killer. Lucky, yeah. I will slander the lychee. I hate lychee. Yeah, I think Jens is right. If there were more historical dating sims, we'd probably see a lot more Yang Guifei, but she's not really a... kind of an action-y character.
Mm-hmm. I mean, fate had to merge her with an eldritch god.
My brain just lagged out for a second because I was like, wait, you didn't tell me what class she was. And then I thought about it, and it took me like a good 5 to 10 seconds to remember Foreigner is a class.
Sorry, my bad. Normally I remember to do that.
Well, no, because we knew she was a foreigner.
Yeah.
So, like, you didn't have to tell me the class. I knew she was a
foreigner. The only
foreigner.
time that's ever come when it's not been a foreigner was BB Pele.
Yeah, I just forget that foreigner is a class, per se. Yeah, Frostshard, Cleo! The ball. Yeah. Vampires, one could say. I like that one.
Mods ban Nuxar Boy.
No, I like that one. I like that one a lot. Flame Gremlin. Okay, so all of the Lovecraft servants except B.B. Summer are made by the same artist. But Van Gogh's a foreigner, and isn't he a...
Van Gogh gets weird, but I thought Van Gogh would have been done by the same artist, because a lot of lore is going to come up there, but maybe not.
That makes sense. Oh, San as insanity, End as in endure. Okay, that makes more sense, Noxar Boy. I was, you know. Yeah, Arc Road, Cleo flexing! What the fuck? I cannot wait till we do more on Fate Strange Fake. Nah.
I mean, we can pretty much read more of those books at any time.
We really need to. We really do.
Like, that is one of the most persistent translations in the community.
Let's see. Yeah. Ladies in waiting. Okay. NP's famous for killing frame rate. Alright, that makes sense. Hair for days. Absolutely. Oh, so does the community call her How How?
She says How.
Oh, okay. So it's
How.
become like a nickname?
It's just like... There's a couple other people know, it's just the verbal tics that people identify. Like, people identify Nero by Umu, which you probably saw during Septim how much she was saying Umu.
Jen says, mentioning Chang, when will fate tackle Ho Yi?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know the mind of Nasu.
Bao Banshee out there with the little Sir Nunos plushie. Was that in one of the CEs? I just missed
It might have been.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Alright. Okay, there's a Carmilla in the background of one of them. Alright. Something got echoey. Oh dear. Is it still echoey?
Where did it get echoey?
Oh! Hold on. No?
Hang on, I'll check the stream right now.
Yeah, let me know if it's still echoey. I didn't catch that as it was coming up, but...
I didn't hear it earlier, so...
No, it literally was mentioned a little while ago by a couple of people. Audio bug again. Damn. 11 a.m. No, we're just in a different time zone. What is Black?
Oh, yeah. We're Pacific time. Like I mentioned in the community post, I didn't mention that.
Yeah, PST.
Yeah, in about 45 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, I'm hearing the echo we hear.
What is happening? Wait.
It's coming
specifically
Found
from
it.
you.
Found it. When we re-added the camera, it activated the camera audio.
So it didn't affect Yang, thankfully. Just disable the camera audio.
Yeah, I did. It's fixed now, or it should be. Interesting. Oh, I am so sorry, Arc Rogue. It is 1:11 in the morning where you are. God.
Ugh.
I mean, not that I haven't stayed up till 1:11 in the morning, but oof.
Okay, but like
I have finally caught up to chat. Just Sekhie, not because the camera is more facing me, or it would have been picking me up.
The audio's picking up better from you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I thought. We have there's so many audios listed down here that I just completely.
Sometimes things get turned on that you don't even catch.
Yeah. All right, it's fixed now. Oh man, what was the hint you gave for the next servant, by the way?
A servant of heavenly descent.
Oh, that's an interesting hint. Yeah, it's an interesting choice.
I thought about giving another hint at the end of the last reacts, but we went into talk zone, so.
That makes sense. Let's see. Oh yeah. Kellyanne, there's a cat water bowl in my room that's currently partially out of water, so it's making an interesting water dribbling noise. I could probably fix it if I had Knick-Knack go and get like a cup full of water and like pour it in there, and it wouldn't make that noise. But
it's actually not running out. It's just the steady trickle. Like it's steady. It's not like
no, it won't do that if it has more water in it. Yeah, it's running low right now. I haven't filled it in a week or so because it can go like a week or so without being filled. So that's me. Yeah, I don't know what's up with I never use the camera audios, but they're real fucking bad, which is why I don't use them. They're just not worth trying to use. But now we know that happens. So if Knick-Knack freezes again, I'll remember to mute the camera when I add him back in. Or we'll just leave him blank. There will be no Knick-Knack. That would be pretty funny. Oh, but yeah. Oh dear.
What up?
Check my messages later and deal with something. I mean, yeah, I don't know why you scheduled 2 hours for this reacts.
To be safe and to give us some extra downtime so we weren't going right out of one and into the other.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd scheduled an hour, we would have been going directly into the next one. I also said
that if we had some extra time and we had the energy, there was the opportunity for us to do off the shelves, but I wasn't promising any.
Oh, that's fair. Trying to think of what I gave you for off the shelves. What you gave back to me. We could maybe do one.
You have a solo leveling art pulled up already. Did we do a solo leveling?
Oh, I think we had one recently.
Let me look at our schedule and see what we haven't recorded yet.
Hang on. I gotta get the pile.
I think we already recorded the solo leveling though.
Oh. Whew. It's so heavy. Did we record Fire and Dead?
I'm just gonna look and see what the next one that needs to be recorded.
I do have a solo leveling 8 down here. In the pile of books.
Did you put together that transmigration PowerPoint yet?
Not yet. And it would take longer than 45 minutes to get through.
You can tell me if this is not something that we want to be broadcasting out on stream what it is, but what is podcast FTGMG 1, Sekhie?
Fairy Tale Grand Magic Games 1.
Thank you.
Speaking of, that's coming out next week, y'all. They're starting the first part of Grand Magic Games. Oh, are we that far ahead on those? Goddamn. Sorry. I was really confused. I was like, I thought, okay, no. Makes sense. This was the third of the this was the third of the Lovecraftian Foreigners. Because we did Abby, we did Hokusai. Every August, I think we try to do a Lovecraftian servant because H.P. Lovecraft's birthday is in August. So I try to schedule it for us to do one foreigner a year because I know there aren't that many. So it was
sometimes
only...
we squeeze in an extra one here and there.
Yeah.
Normally we try to
because
every August grab one.
Gnarly was extra.
Yeah.
But yeah, that way we kind of keep a steady stream of them for as long as we have them.
So, technically speaking, our next off the shelf is the second part of not the next one coming out, but the next one we need to record is the second part of the Mihoyo.
I don't have that done.
Didn't think so.
No. I don't have that done.
Get her done.
No. I'm working on finals. I don't have time for that shit. Oof, Jens. That's fair. At least you're getting some RPG time.
This is the next one that goes up that's not been recorded yet.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay. What about after that? Is Solo Leveling 8 recorded or not?
Let me take a look back through everything.
Yeah. Look through. Let's see. The Knights of the Round Table was a behemoth of a video, but the Paladins of Charlemagne is shorter, so I think we were planning on doing them together. Mm-hmm. Because there's no point in doing them separately. Their stories are so intertwined.
It's highlighted red, like we've recorded it, so we have recorded it already.
Highlighted red?
On the... Oh. I have our schedule pulled up.
I know, but nothing's highlighted in red unless it's blank.
Then what is the highlight? Is that green?
I'll change that to a different color.
No, as long as it's just black and whatever color that is,
it's black.
It's fine.
My indications are black, green, and red. Green for recorded, red for not done, and black for not done.
I didn't even realize that was a different color. I see the blank now listed as red.
Yeah, so the stuff that's colored then is colored in green. Yeah, but even if we've only seen 3 of them, there's still a lot of characters for me to cover and associated stories and stuff like that. So the Paladins make sense to do together. So
I can't see it, but if you spin the books around, I can tell you what the next one after that one is.
Oh, Empress?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And these are not off the shelves coming up. We are. If you think we're far ahead on Sekhie Reacts, we are farther ahead on off the shelves.
Have we done Solo Leveling 8? That is still my...
we did.
Okay, we did. And Ferren 10?
I haven't checked Ferren 10.
Yeah. No, we did Ferren 10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we definitely did Ferren 10.
Why are these in my to be recorded pile then?
Because you didn't have anywhere to put them, most likely.
You don't gotta call me out like that.
I see something up there on top of your Moriarty the Patriot. I'm pretty sure if you tried to put enough book Ferren volumes up there, it would actually run out of space to have that.
You know what the best part is? The first 3 Ferens are with a friend. So it should be 3 more up, plus the new one. What about...
Oh, we definitely recorded that one.
Did we?
Yep.
You sure? We didn't do 3? We did that one? That's 4.
I can triple check, but yeah. I'm pretty sure.
My goodness. The books, man. Books. I mean, okay, but if we were going to do the Paladins, we would probably also do any of their tightly associated enemies. I don't see a point in splitting that. So it would all be done together as a mega video. So you'd have Charlemagne, all the Paladins, their major enemies. We have done 4, and
it's coming up relatively soon, actually.
God damn it. Hello, Carlos. Okay. All right, those 3 are done. All right, so these are up. All right. I can do this one right now. It's the only one I could do.
The other ones you have to reread?
Yeah. And I have not had time. Yeah, it would be nice if they had Ogier the Dane in Fate. I would love having Ogier the Dane. Because he's got some fun stories.
Maybe we don't do that now because we are approaching the 35-minute mark before our next reacts.
Okay.
But if we have time later, we can do that one.
Yeah, okay. So we've discovered that, next time.
We've discovered which of us are more on top of reading for off the shelf right now.
No, because there are plenty of series that I'm giving you that I have already read in their entirety. And I'm just waiting on you to read.
Which of us has a stack of reading?
Okay, I have a stack of reading because I gave you that so long ago, and I read it so long ago that I'm not entirely sure I'd remember exactly what happened in those books specifically. I'd have to check the first and the last, chapters.
That top book above the Pokemon, that one I gave you back a fair while ago.
Yeah, and I wasn't home. You gave it back to me at home, and I wasn't home. I am being unfairly accused of not doing my reading. I think that's unfair.
You show up to class not having read the book, the professor's gonna name and shame you.
This is not that. I am the professor here. This is rude. Talk to chat, Knick-Knack.
Alright, where are we at here? Lelouch v. Britannia. God, I am so far back here.
When the fuck did Lelouch v. Britannia get mentioned?
Oh, they're talking about him in relation to Qin Shi Huang. When we get to Qin Shi Huang, I'll spoil this now because it doesn't really matter for the reacts. Qin Shi Huang is voiced by the same voice actor, and you can kind of hear it.
Not me, I don't remember.
Well, you haven't seen Qin Shi Huang yet, and you aren't a fan of
That's
Code
what I mean.
Geass to
I
begin
don't
with.
remember Lelouch.
Alright, so let's see here.
Man, I don't even know how far back you are.
I haven't looked at chat in a minute, so I'm catching up. Yeah, chat's just kind of talking about the paladins still.
Yeah. I said,
There is a paladins video on the docket for us to do eventually.
yeah, but we would do it all together
Yeah.
with the enemies and everything. Like, that would go up all together,
And
so.
it still wouldn't come anywhere near some of our super videos.
It wouldn't come anywhere near the friggin' round table.
I don't even know that it'd come anywhere near our video we did on the Heavenly Kings.
Well, Heavenly Kings was only 4 hours or so. I mean, Gilgamesh and Enkidu was 3 hours. Like, so,
Fair.
you know. So, like, it might. You never know. Barry Red just started rewatching Code Geass. I'm not a fan.
Like, I love Code Geass, so you won't hear me.
Zero Herrera, I would like to know why you have learned that you need more water when cooking rice on a gas burner, as a lesson from. You know what? I think I figured it out by reading that out. You cooked rice on a burner. Interesting. I don't know if you necessarily. Oh my god, I cook so good. I don't know if you necessarily need more water. I don't think I've ever needed more. I use the same ratio of water on a gas burner as I do in a rice cooker.
I don't touch cooking rice on stoves, so.
I've done it a few times because sometimes I'm in places that don't have rice cookers, so I've had to do it a few times.
You don't bring your own rice cooker?
I don't bring one with me, no. Mostly because I can't find the lid for my portable one. Because I do have a little one-serving portable rice cooker, but I can't find the lid.
My rice cooker's got it's like, it can do like up to 3-4 cups, but it's like this, it like unpacks itself really nicely.
Yeah. No, there's I mean, my rice cooker at home's too big to take around with me when I'm traveling places.
Means you're not trying hard enough.
I do not need 9 cups of rice,
You should be
Knick-Knack.
bringing that thing in your carry-on.
My fucking god. You know what? That's fair, Zero Herrera. I mean, to be fair, my rice cooker is not a particularly good one. It's actually pretty low-tech and simple. I just, you know, it makes it a little bit easier for me to cook rice. Although, I went for years and years without it. My mother, for the life of her, cannot... I don't think my mother has ever managed to cook rice on the stove without turning it into one large block of an amorphous semi-solid. And I don't know what she does, but like I remember when I was in like high school, she'd give me like a thermos full of rice, and I would need like a knife and spoon to eat it because I had to cut it and spoon it. It was horrifying, and it would be like buttered, like really buttered, like she was trying to keep it from sticking or something, like you do with pasta. It was not a good experience. So that's when we got a rice cooker, because I was like, I can't frustrated because I don't eat 9 cups of rice at a time. I don't need 9 cups of rice.
Clearly, you've never hosted a Japanese family gathering.
No, I haven't. I'm not Japanese, Knick-Knack. My family does large amounts of potatoes, not rice.
We do that too. There's a lot of starch at my family gatherings. I'm also part Irish.
Yeah, we do potatoes and pasta anytime we do like big gatherings at my place. But like, man, we should let me cook. I cook so good. I did make risotto once, and it was, you know. No, Destinova, this was not sticky and blobby. This was like, It was like mashed potatoes, but rice. That is the best explanation I can give. Mashed potatoes, but rice. Like you could stick a fork in it and pull the entire thing out in like one block that you could just eat. It was not good. I've made risotto once before. I didn't fuck it up, but I also didn't enjoy it very much. I think the process is very time consuming, and so it's not something I enjoy cooking, and then the product I got was not as good as I probably wanted it to be for the intensive effort in cooking it.
See ya, Jens.
Bye, Jens. Good luck with your game. And that depends, Razorbolt. It depends on the rice you're using and the size of the rice cooker and how your rice cooker cooks. Because my rice cooker, you can't go by that. It'll always come out. It'll come out too dry when you do it like that in my rice cooker. But
you can learn your rice cooker.
Yeah, you learn your rice cooker. Yeah, but like mine doesn't go by just the put your hand in it and measure up to a certain point. Mine doesn't follow that. But that's just because my rice cooker is a piece of shit. And I've learned it, so it works well. I eat really good mashed potatoes. Well, okay, mashed potatoes is not... It's hard to describe how bad this rice was in a way that really encapsulates. Like, let's put it this way. This was not, like... It was not the texture of mashed potatoes. That's fair. It was not. But, like, it was a solid, but mushy. There were no individual grains. You could not tell that there were individual grains. It was buttery. Like, really buttery. And if you mushed it into a shape, it would hold that shape. It was almost halfway to rice pudding. But not pudding. Because I like rice pudding.
Was it mochi?
Huh?
Wasn't mochi?
No, it was not mochi. God, I wish. That would have been much better. I love mashed potatoes. Knickknacks had my mashed potatoes. Knickknacks also had my potato soup.
Problem is, I like the potato soup. Problem is, I just don't like mashed potatoes.
Yeah, Knickknack doesn't like mashed potatoes, but ironically, my potato soup is essentially just mashed potatoes with more butter. I've got this Irish recipe for potato soup that's basically just boil potatoes with butter and then add enough chicken stock to liquidify it. And I mean like just barely liquidify it. Like it is thick and it is delicious. Yeah, it was probably similar to like rice jello, but like hard jello. It's pretty solid. It's not good basically, and I don't think it's my mom's fault per se, but she just doesn't know how to cook rice. And my mom has a tendency to not follow the instructions on the packaging. Like I've literally seen her take like we'll get like a frozen lasagna or something, and it specifically says do not remove the plastic, and she'll just throw away the box and remove the plastic without even reading that it says do not remove the plastic. And then she'll be like, this didn't cook right. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, you didn't follow the instructions. They're there for a reason.
Do you know one thing we should do before we start the next reacts?
What?
When we take that lunch break, we're gonna try. At least I figured we would try to rerun another Sekhie reacts like we did.
Oh yeah, put up a poll.
Yeah. Do we want to start? We're gonna be an 1 hour long lunch break, not the 2 of last year. So anyone want to suggest any that will at least get started? You probably won't finish it, but any that you guys want to see rerun, I'll throw them up in the poll. Or if Sekhie, you have some that you want to.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care either, but like, I need poll options here.
I thought you'd come with a list and just
I'm
put up a poll
prepared.
yourself. I don't know, man. I cook a lot, especially because I run D&D games pretty often. So I run a big game once a month, and then I've got a weekly game, and then another one that runs occasionally. And for my monthly game, my deal with my players is they bring drinks, like chips, sweets, and stuff like that. And I make like one big meal that we decide on like each time. Like our first time I made...
actually can't make the poll from my phone. I'd have to do it from the computer.
Oh, well, we can switch out in a second.
Okay.
But like the first time I made like potato soup, and then the second time I made chili, which everyone loves my chili.
Your chili's great.
Yeah. And then the third time we made a weird... My friend was like, let's make this casserole that I make. But, you know, this was Hathor, by the way. And in the nicest way possible, this was white lady food. Like, this food was the color of my skin when cooked. It was white lady food. And so we were like, we can make this edible, right? It's called seasonings. So we ended up making this weird chicken pot pie thing. I call it the bastard pot pie because it doesn't really follow any recipe, but it is technically a chicken pot pie. Knick Knack tried that. Did you enjoy it?
I mean, it had mushrooms, so...
Well, you don't like mushrooms, but outside of that.
It's alright.
Yeah. My players ate like 2 entire casseroles of it, so they really enjoyed it. But most of them like mushrooms, so there wasn't really a problem. Like, we literally included mushrooms because we liked mushrooms. And then we're supposed to be making shepherd's pie this month. So I'm really excited for that because I don't get to make shepherd's pie often enough. We just loop AUO cast off for the break.
If only we had that as a clip.
Also, someone says Eric Bloodaxe.
I saw that.
Cue the Bloodaxe video where I accidentally forgot to cut Beowulf out of it, and it just went up as Beowulf and then Bloodaxe. I don't know.
It's still that way.
Well, yeah, no, I wasn't going to change it afterwards. But, like, I don't know what happened there because I swear to fucking God, I cut the video and I removed it. And then it was still there. But fucking... Yes, it was a chicken pot pie crime. I don't eat egg pudding. I'm not a huge fan of it, Razorbolt. Although we did have the caramel incident. The caramel flan incident. Oof, yeah. Oh, that's not nice. Losing power in the morning. I hate that. Yeah. Oh. And all day? That's awful. I'm so sorry. But Razorbolt, there's an interesting... So I was trying to make flan. And the recipe I typically use to make flan, it was from a particular website. And when I went to get the recipe this time, it wasn't there. But I remember what was in the recipe. I remember how to make flan. I've made it like 15, 20 times before. So I got all the ingredients together and I put it together and I put it in the oven. And of course, one of the things about flan is that if you're not careful, the egg scrambles, right? It scrambles in the dish. So you have to mix everything super carefully, make sure the, steam bath bake it, right? Well, I forgot that you needed egg in the flan. So it was just condensed milk, sweetened milk, evaporated milk, regular milk, sugar, and caramel. And you're supposed to put egg, and I forgot the egg because I forgot you needed egg for this recipe. And so I put it in the oven, and it cooked, and it boiled because it was just all milk and caramel. And it boiled some more, and it boiled over out of the full tins into the hot water bath, where it continued boiling until at some point I smelled it burning, right? And I race into the kitchen to see what can only be described as an entire pan of caramel pudding. It was delicious, but it was caramel pudding, not flan. And it had baked into the pan in some places. So there were some nice crispy caramelized bits. But it was an experience. So next time I will just find a new recipe, but I didn't want to go online and find a new recipe because I had all the ingredients for the recipe that I remembered. And I was going to follow the recipe, so I didn't need another recipe. And then that website didn't have the recipe anymore. And then I forgot the egg. So that was possibly the worst thing I've done in the last 6 months. Look, Zira Herrera, normally I don't need cooking instructions. For example, my chili recipe, in my head, do not have instructions for that. One time, Knick Knack asked for the instructions, and I actually had to sit there thinking about it to try to remember everything I put into it. Because I just, in my head, I'm just, It was mission failed successfully because somebody had brought little brownies, so we just scooped it all up into a bowl and used it as a dip for the brownies. It was really good, but it wasn't what I was expecting, so I was a little disappointed. Jacob Foti says Hassans could be fun, and Noxar Boy says Sherlock Moriarty would be a fun one. No, Jacob Foti, I don't need an egg right now, but I could have used an egg then. I'm going to switch spots with Knick Knack so he can set up a poll now that people have said a few different things. And get something to drink. So, you're going to be alone with Knick Knack for a couple minutes. Enjoy your freedom.
All right. Hey, chat, back in the driver's seat. Start a poll. Lunch break Sekhie reacts rerun? Question mark.
I'm gonna fix the water bowl. By the way, lovely weather we're having today. I'm being genuine. The weather is great. You see what I mean about the water now? See how it's not making that noise?
Yeah.
It just needed a little bit more.
All right. I've offered 3 options for this poll. Sekhie, could you get me some water as well?
What?
While you're in there, can you get me some water?
I was gonna make tea.
Oh, that's even better. Mission failed. Mission failed. So far, I think it's Hassan in the lead, actually. Let's see. Can I see the results of this poll? I might have to refresh. Good God, the poll doesn't work on mobile. The hell? That sucks.
Right. Do you want Cleopatra's Knight or Wild Berry?
Wildberry.
Okay. That one's black. Cleopatra's is green.
That's fine by me.
Okay.
Being Eric is suffering.
I'm having Cleopatra.
Oh, I should have offered Caesar as a Reacts rerun. I could see the results here. Okay, so Holmes and Hassan are not that far apart from each other. Poor Eric Bloodaxe. Forgot on the phone.
What are you cackling about?
Eric Bloodaxe only has 10% of the vote.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. No. What the fuck? Huh.
Funnily enough, I think Holmes might not have Trom in it, like the Trom Moriarty. I think that might have come in an update. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that came in an update. They're both missing a pretty big chunk. Including lasagna. Oh, I should have named Eric Bloodaxe in the poll. I should have named him Who What Axe. I see the way the winds are blowing, so I am going to open up the 2 reacts on 2 different YouTube tabs and just keep them to the side there. So let's go the Anime Club. Holmes. We'll have them both opened up for potential. Can I find it like this? Okay. Okay. And we'll close whichever one doesn't win later. Eric should be getting presence concealment. You know, while we're sitting here, I'm just going to start opening the later one. The only thing I can...
Well, of all, these teas both smell fascinating. Oh, I love how I'm not even in view. Oh, why'd you get rid of the OBS screen?
Oh, I didn't. I'm going to start opening for our afternoon react since I'm sitting here anyways.
Oh, okay.
And it's not visible, so.
Also, both were loose leaf teas that provided me with filter bags to pour tea into. Never had that before. But they smell delicious. How's Chad doing?
Pretty good.
I should check Chad. I have not been.
Yeah, give chat some love here.
Let's see. Yeah. While I'm out of the come on. Love that. Chat's not loading for me. There we go. There. I voted.
I don't know what you voted for.
You don't need to know. Let's see. Look. Eric who? Yeah, no. I still think it's super funny. I didn't even realize until the comments came in that I'd fucked up with Eric Bloodaxe.
That was not intentional.
No, it was entirely not intentional, but I love it. Alright, I'll be back in a little.
I will glance over at you guys in a second. That's right. "7 months ago, that's got to be relatively recent enough. My pause game's on point.
Here. Bowl for the used tea bags. When we get them.
My pause game was not quite as on point there, but I still saved it. No voice actor was heard. What's that? Ah! That's what she pulled up. Finally, the last servant I need to pull up. Doing my best not to say the names of these servants I'm pulling up out loud. All right, I think that's everything. So I can go ahead and minimize this. That's just not opening to the page yet. Okay. I saw a page that Sekhie opened and it made me chuckle. All right, chat. Let's see here. Switch back to my primary account here and enter stream chat on my phone. Not that I need to, but I'm going to.
Oh, hey, for once I actually used a heat-changing mug successfully.
Oh, nice.
That one's yours. I'm going to put it here because it's boiling.
I'll go ahead and get out of your way here in a second.
No, I'll be back.
Oh, showing him respect. Eric, whose axe? Yeah. I hope the afternoon reacts I wanted to do just because I felt like last time we did some reacts, but they were all shorter reacts. This time they're not. The morning reacts weren't very long to begin with either. But we could have said no, we're not doing the afternoon reacts at all. But I felt like I wanted to give at least something to bite into, so it wasn't just a repeat of last year where it was all 3 reacts are relatively short, with one of them being literally Eric Bloodaxe. So this year, the afternoon reacts is going to be a pretty big one. I'm really hoping it shouldn't be 6 hours long. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Looks like he has returned.
Oh. I hath returned. Yeah, Frostshard. Knick-Knack, you're counting wrong. Remember, there were only 2 reacts last year. I wonder if these filters are reusable.
I don't think they would be.
Well, I don't see how they wouldn't be.
Yeah, they're cleaning them out, I guess, but...
Yeah, well, it's something I hadn't seen before. So. Oh. I need to be getting ready soon.
There is no... Wait, what? Oh, yeah. There was no Bloodaxe reacts last year. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
There is never a war in Ba Sing Se. Okay. Alright. Oh. But yeah. I will admit, I chose Cleopatra's Night just because of Cleopatra. However, this tea does smell really good. And I was kind of in the mood for a green tea regardless, so I'm happy with that. I got them from this new brand I haven't tried before, so it smells really good.
Yeah, it did smell good.
Yeah. I am very much a tea person, despite the antics you have heard with coffee. I coffee only rarely these days.
Definitely a tea person.
I'm going to be honest, I take coffee to school in the mornings, but what's really funny is, like, some of my friends make the joke, they're like, oh, you're addicted to caffeine, and I'm like, yeah, but I've gone, like, I can go, like, 4 or 5 weeks without taking it, like, because I'm out, I travel a lot for work, and so, like, often, I'll go without coffee for, like, a few weeks. I'm not actually addicted to the caffeine or anything, because the coffee I drink doesn't have enough caffeine to affect me. The only thing I'm addicted to is Diet Dr. Pepper. But I'm not addicted to caffeine. It's just something I enjoy the flavor of, and I enjoy the flavor because I put a lot of French vanilla creamer in it, so it's more like a French vanilla sort of thing. I don't think Eric is the least watched, but I can actually check that for us because, let's see, if I go to my page,
it might have a time difference on it enough.
I mean, I'll look, but let's see. Views. Sort by views. More than 50 per page. Let's see. Go to page 2 because we've released more than 50 of these reacts videos. All right. If I go down to the least watched reacts, which is the last one that's going to show up, at the moment, technically, it's, well, Mozart, but that doesn't count because that came out this week. It's technically Qin Shi Huang.
Qin Shi Huang was one of the ones that underperformed a fair bit.
Yeah, Qin Shi Huang didn't do super well, and Bonnie and Mary Read also didn't do really well. And then Francis Drake is next, and then Maxwell's Demon and Phantom of the Opera are also below Beowulf. So if y'all want to make Beowulf the least watched, you're going to have to put some views in on Phantom of the Opera, Maxwell's Demon, Sir Francis Drake, and Bonnie and Mary Read, and Qin Shi Huang. Yay, you salvaged your rice! Yes! That's always good.
Yeah.
When rice can be salvaged. It is great. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. Actually, Eric Bloodaxe is down there at the bottom. I was confusing him with Beowulf. I read Beowulf, and I thought Bloodaxe. Don't look at me like that. No, okay. Bartholomew Roberts is technically under him.
That makes sense. He's newer
new.
Bloodaxe. So he doesn't have the time that Bloodaxe has, but he's also less popular. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I know fucking... Chat is just calling me out.
I figured they were.
The meme is... I like Zero Herrera just literally says, again? Raiden 2909, ... I didn't even question it. I read Beowulf and I thought Bloodaxe. Thank you, Carlos. Eric, who?
Thank you for the $1.99, Carlos.
I actually feel kind of bad now. I do. I feel a little bit bad. That was really mean of me.
I don't know if you caught it when we streamed your FGO the other day when I was sorting your servants.
Yeah.
I almost sorted Eric Bloodaxe into the servants we haven't done yet.
I don't mean to forget him. Noxarby says technically Beowulf's video had it. No, I think it's Eric's. Is it Beowulf's video had it? Did I leave Eric in Beowulf?
It's in both. They're the same video, I'm pretty sure.
No, based on the time, I think that's what I did. I left Eric's video in Bloodaxe's. Mm-hmm. And then still published Eric separately. What the fuck? What the fuck? God damn. Because it doesn't work the other way around because Bloodaxe's video is only 35 minutes long.
Yeah.
But Eric's is 1 hour and 13. Fuck! Beowulf's!
Like, you basically just, for the Eric Bloodaxe video, it's just a clip of the Beowulf video, because he's just in the Beowulf video for no good reason.
Yeah. It's the whole Eric Bloodaxe is in the whole Beowulf. Like, fucking man. I feel so bad. On the flip side, right before we start, the roundtable... Ooh. Chris G... So even as a Norwegian, I keep forgetting the only Norwegian we got in the game is in the game. Also, thanks for the super chat. Eric Bloodaxe is the true secret Grand Assassin. So secret, no one actually remembers he's actually the Grand Assassin. Look, he'd be great. I will say, you know what I've been watching? Roundtable is so close to overtaking Artoria. It's so
You've been
close.
waiting for that one.
Well, it's for fun, you know?
I mean, it'd be a nice milestone.
Yeah. And this is how we get Sekhie to 120 Eric. I'm tempted to now.
For every time we make this mistake on the channel, either Sekhie or whoever has to make a mistake has to put a grail into Eric Bloodaxe.
Oh my god. No, because I've made the mistake 3 times today.
That is a level, what is that, like level, is he 1 star or 2 star? That's gotta be a level, is it gonna be either 50 or 60 or 65.
Szechuanian slip. Sawaka. All right. Knick-knack.
Are we starting? We're starting.
It's 11.
Rejoice, everyone. We're back with another Sekhie Reacts to Fate.
For those of you who guessed Nezha, congrats. Not a lot of people guessed Nezha.
Yeah, Nezha.
But I did say that thing about historical figures, and then I didn't clarify that sometimes I consider literary figures to also qualify. Because here's an example of something like Nezha is popular enough in folklore that I would consider him to be historically important. You know? Mm-hmm. Also, someone says 2-star. So, 3 mistakes in one stream would get us to...
So, 2 stars, I believe, start at 55.
By the way, you can take the tea bag out. That's what this is for. Just, let it sit.
So, if you have...
Okay.
If you have a level 55 and you do 3 grills into that, it'll be 60. You'll take it. Eric White will go to level 70.
Goddamn. Okay. All right. So, Nezha, technically a deity of folk religion, Confucianism, Taoism, Chinese Buddhist religion. We've got this lovely art piece in the Wikipedia that you can see looking at Nezha. A really interesting character, in my opinion. So, I'll talk a little bit about Nezha, and we'll get into some of the people associated with him, because technically, we've already mentioned Nezha in a video we recorded before. Do you remember what that video was, Knick-knack?
Xuanzong.
It was!
Yay.
Channeling my inner Dora. I think my green tea still needs to steep.
I'll put that there for you, though.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you'd squeeze it out a little so you got the maximal amount of tea, but okay. So, Nezha, his official Taoist name is Marshal of the Central Altar, and he's also called the Third Lotus Prince after he becomes a deity in folklore. So he is the patron deity of childhood and children, basically, in several of the religions that he's featured in. So he's featured in several stories, the first being the Feng Shen Yan Yi, but like I said, he's also mentioned in the Journey to the West. So he is prevalent across folklores, and there's some interesting stuff going on with Nezha that I kind of want... You know what? It'd be better to do it now. So there is... No, it's not better to do it now. Never mind. It's not better to do it now. But essentially, this is a character who spans... a lot of different folklore traditions, which means he's really prevalent all across Eastern Asia. So, Nezha was born during the Shang dynasty, and if we remember our Chinese historical dynasties, the 3 earliest dynasties are Xia, Shang, and Zhou. So the Shang is technically the first that we have archaeological evidence for, which I discussed in our video about Tamamo no Mai, because we talked about the archaeological evidence that actually dates the Shang dynasty as a historical period that we have material culture from, but we don't have a whole lot of culture proving that there is a Xia dynasty. I think phoneticized Hsia, Xia. So technically, first dynasty that we have archaeological evidence for, right? So, Shang Dynasty, he was born in a fortress in Chengtang Pass. It's said that his father was the military commander named Li Jing, who would later become the pagoda-wielding heavenly king. His mother's name was Lady Yin, who gave birth to him after carrying him inside her for 3 years and 6 months. She gave birth to a pulsating ball of flesh, and his father was so surprised and disgusted that he sliced the ball of flesh open with his sword, and Nezha popped out, already a child who could walk and talk, not as a baby. Nezha could speak, talk, and he would be accepted by the immortal Taiyi Zhanran as a student. Nezha has 2 older brothers, Jinja and Muzha, who were also disciples of other heavenly immortals. So this has a lot to do with the 12 Chinese immortals. So I would touch really quickly on his older brothers, but Muzha, one of his two brothers, appears in the Fengshen Yanyi as well as the Collection of Gods and Three Religions and the Journey to the West. He was born as a human and became a disciple of Samantabhadra and Guanyin. Guanyin is a goddess associated with mercy. They're both bodhisattvas. Muzha is also worshipped as a deity in folk religion called Muzha Tianzhen, and has a fair amount of he plays into Nezha's story a fair bit, but he's apprenticed during his life, is apprenticed to Master Sangha, who is an avatar of Kuan Yin or Avalokitesvara. Eventually, this would be fictionalized into him being the apprentice named Zai Ju during Journey to the West, and then was blended with Hui An and became Mucha Hui An during the Great Ming period in the Journey to the West during that time. His story is featured in Volume 7 of the Collection of Three Gods, and in the Fengshen Yanyi, he is the second son of Li Jing and Lady Yin, typically depicted wearing a top knot and seen as a celestial being in appearance. He studied under the superior, a learned man, so they're called, the closest English translation that's agreed on is superior man, something like that. So he studied under one of them, and then following the rebirth of Nezha, which we'll cover later, Li Jing, his father, would run into Muzha to save his life. Muzha would eventually battle it out with Nezha, and that story we'll get into a little bit later. In the Journey to the West, he comes up because he's ordered to conquer the Sun Demon and then later Sun Wukong, but lost to Red Boy. And he also ends up helping his father with the Guanyin Bodhisattva and conquering Red Boy, right? And then his other brother, so the oldest brother in this set, is Jinja. Jinja is a disciple of Wenshu Guangfa Tianzhen, who's another one of these immortal superior men, the 12 Chinese immortals, essentially. And is Jinja and Nezha are the same type of Taoist protective deities, which is interesting. He's also deified in Chinese folk religion. Jinja is also a part of the 5 great wisdom kings in Tibetan Buddhism under the name Kundali or Ganlu Mingwang, who's responsible for healing, longevity, purification, and exorcism. But it's said that because of folklore, his name changed slightly from what it might have originally been to line up with his brother's name to make them sound very similar. He's also called the Great Crown Prince of Tuo Tianwang. So he's the first prince, and then his brothers are the second prince and the third prince. Jinja is the eldest brother. He descends from the mountain where he was born on to assist King Wu to overthrow King Zhou of Shang. He's rational. He has really great grasp of military tactics and strategy, inheriting the wisdom of his master, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzhen. It's said that he wears a yellow Taoist robe and has a magical weapon called the Dunlong Zhuang, which is like a spiritual snake, but that was crafted into a wooden stick with iron rings when not in use. However, when in use, extending to 9 meters in height, with iron hoops to be fastened around individuals, one at the neck, one at the waist, and one at the ankles, becoming tighter as it moves, which, interestingly enough, he actually used on Nezha at one point, as well as Wang Mo and Qin Wang, or Qin Tianzhen, before being passed on to him. In Journey to the West, he serves on Mount Ling as a guardian under the command of the Tathagata Buddha at the time. Yeah. So I figured we should probably cover his older brothers because they're fairly important into his story later. I also want to talk about, let's see, Li Jing, so his father. His father, like I said already before, becomes known as the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li, this is where you get he's the son of deities, right, and stuff like that. So it's said that he has this tower that he carries with him that is capable of capturing any god, demon, or spirit within it, and is often analogued with Vaisravana from Indian mythology. Right? He's also in the Journey to the West. We've talked about this before. like literally on the last couple. So he's known as a high-ranking commander during the Shang Dynasty of the Old Pond Pass. It's said that he studied at Mount Kunlun, becoming a master of fast underground travel, able to move thousands of kilometers without a single person noticing. He has a pretty rocky relationship with Nezha because Nezha is disobedient, short-tempered, partially because he swears he's going to kill Nezha, or tries to kill him, and that puts them at odds right to begin with. Nezha also causes a lot of chaos during his lifetime, and there was a point where there was a choice between Li Jing dying and Nezha dying in Nezha's story. So at some point he would burn a temple built to Nezha's spirit, which put them in conflict with one another. At one point, his father seeing him after his resurrection and calling him a vermin, saying that when he was his child, he caused untold calamities, and asking why he would reincarnate to disturb the peace. Li Jing realized after battling Nezha, his mortal body did not match 1 to 100 like Nezha, so he ran as fast as he could, running into his second son. After his second son was defeated, he tried to commit suicide, but Wenshu Guangfa Tianzhen interceded, saving his life. His son was forced to submit to him after being restrained by Randeng Daoren, who then taught Li Jing how to use the Golden Tower to trap him. And that made him the pagoda bearer. So his father becoming the pagoda bearer is directly related to the actions of Nezha himself, which is really interesting because that's the kind of cyclical. His father is a deity because of his actions in conflict with his father. So his mother is interesting, Lady Yin, because Lady Yin in the stories will absolutely excuse anything that her son does. Based on the legend, she's supposed to be the second daughter of the Jade Emperor, right? And no matter what Nezha does, she still tries to excuse him. She still tries to say that he's a good boy and that he didn't mean any harm. And she does not at any point acknowledge that he's causing chaos and calamity, even to the point of being scolded several times by Li Jing.
My son is a good boy. He'd never do anything wrong. Ma'am, he just ran over a box of puppies with his truck.
He didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
He would never
He'll
do something
apologize. Like Ma'am, he just committed active genocide and murdered his brothers. Well, they must have antagonized him. That's very much the relationship that he and his mother have. And I think that's hilarious because his father is very openly against him, as opposed to his mother being very embracing of him. Okay. Let's see. Shut. All right. And I figured it might be interesting to mention now before we go on, because there's not a better place to put this, but there's two important characters I've mentioned so far in Chinese folklore and Buddhism and Taoism before we get into Nezha. So the first is T.H.E. Zhenran. So T.H.E. Zhenran is the one who would take Nezha under his wing and become his teacher. He is one of the 12 golden immortals under Yuanqi Tianzhen. He's fifth of them. And his based on the Lord of Suffering, practicing in the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain. And he's the leader of the Qingwei sect and master of Nezha and Jinsha Tong So that's a little bit of background on T.H.E. Zhenran. And then Wenshu Guangfa Tianzhen is also, so he's also a disciple of Yuanqi Tianzhen and one of the 3 great immortals, holding a position amongst the 12 great immortals as well. It's said that his character is possibly derived from the Bodhisattva Manjusri, although according to the Shunxian Qianpo Tianmen and the Western Tang Dynasty biography, it's said that they are not the same person. So some sources analogize them and some say that they're distinctly 2 different people, but it's potentially that Manjusri Bodhisattva transforms into Wenshu Guangfan Tianjia, one of the protectors of Taoism, to resolve religious conflicts in the Western regions where the story is told. Guangfa Tianzhen is the man in charge of the 5 Dragons Mountain and Clown Top Cave, teaches Jinjia, the first son of Li Jing, and he's supposedly even greater than Nezha's teacher, T.H.E. Zhenran. So I think that's important to note here, right? Let's get that into perspective. What?
Nothing.
You got a look on your face. What up?
Oh no, I'm just looking at the spot where my dog chipped the glass on my glasses.
Oh yeah. Your poor glasses. I'm so sorry.
I have a new pair coming in a week or so.
Still, that's expensive to... Well, I mean, yours aren't as expensive as mine, but that's still money to replace.
It's still a good amount of money, because I have blue light filters because I work on a computer all day.
Yeah. All right, so... Nezha, we already covered his birth. So, at one point, the people of Tongtang Pass asked for rain, and they sacrificed a bunch of food to the Eastern Sea Dragon King Aoguang, who was in charge of the rain. The king rejected the food because he wanted girls and boys to be sent to him for him to eat. So he sent out Li Gan, who was meant to capture him a girl and a boy. At the time when Li Gan went out, Nezha and there were a couple other children, they were playing by the sea, and so Li Gan captured one of Nezha's friends. Nezha fought him because of this, injuring him severely, meaning that he had to return to the king and beg someone else to take care of Nezha. So the Dragon King sends Aobing, his third son, who Nezha slays in open combat. Aoguang then called his brothers, and they confronted Nezha and his family, threatening to flood the Chentang Pass and report Nezha to the Jade Emperor. In order to save his family from this fate, Nezha would end up killing himself, carving up his own flesh and dismembering his own bones to return them to his parents in repayment for the debt of his birth, at which point the Dragon Kings hosted a huge celebration. So a lot of people will say this is an example of like extreme Chinese filial piety. Like he has brought this calamity to his family, and the only way he can atone and prevent his family from going to ruin is to carve himself up and repent for the sin of his birth. Right? So that's how some people see that section. But a little while later, he appears in some of his mother's dreams, and he beseeches her to build a temple to him for his soul to rest. This links to his birth, because the night before he was born, she had a dream where a Taoist put something in her chest and told her to take the child. So she builds a secret temple for him that flourishes, becomes well known, and grows very large. Nezha grants miracle cures to the sick and the crippled, but Li Jing finds out about this and burns it down, we mentioned a second ago, because he's angry about the amount of trouble that Nezha has caused to his family. As a result of Li Jing burning his temple, Nezha desperately desires his father's death. So he's later brought back to life by his teacher T.H.E. Zhenren, who used lotus roots to build a body for his soul, giving him two weapons at the same time, the wind fire wheels and the fire-tipped spear. Along with the reincarnation of Nezha, so when he was reincarnated, Lingji and Nezha fought many times. Lingji's mortal body was no match for Nezha, so he would end up running for his life eventually, meeting his second son Muzha. Muzha fought against Nezha and was ultimately defeated by him. And so Li Jing attempts suicide, stopped by Wenshuang Guanfa Tianjin, who contains Nezha in the end, forcing him to submit to his father via another deity, Randeng Daoren. In the Journey to the West story, Nezha is born with the word Ne on the palm of his left hand, and on his right palm is the word Jia, giving his name Nezha. In this story, he causes havoc in the Eastern Ocean, and the Heavenly King, worried about the consequences, decides to kill Nezha, and he returns his flesh and blood to his mother and his bones to his father, sending his soul to Buddha, who then resurrected him. After that, he subdued 96 caves of demons through Dharma and his vast powers, and then tried to kill his father because he tried to remove every piece of flesh and every stain of blood to return his bones. The Heavenly King sought help from the Buddha giving him a golden pagoda, and then this pagoda was used to imprison him. Right? So he's usually depicted in mythology and folklore as a young boy instead of an adult. He flies on his wind fire wheels and has the universe ring around his body or on his left hand, with the red sash on his shoulders and the fire-tipped spear in his right hand. He does have a 3-head, 6-arm form, which I assume comes from the close association with Indian tradition, where you get a lot of the bodhisattvas and the characters in Buddhist and Taoist folklore are depicted in a traditionally Indian way in some places. Now, there's this one scholar, right? His name is Mei Shahar, right? And he says, so he's got this whole theory going, which I think is pretty interesting, but he says that the name Nezha comes from Nalakuvara, right? Who was a Yaksha general in the Mahamayura. Right, the Mahamayura is an Indian story. So he says that the link comes from the variants of his Chinese name and Tantric Buddhist texts. The original variation was supposedly Naluo Jupoluo, which got changed to Naluo Jubaluo, right? And then to Nezha Jualuo, and then Nezha, right? With the addition of the mouth radical to Na, being the thing that changed his name to the current form of Nezha, right? In addition, he says Nalakuvara's father, Kuberta, was absorbed into the Buddhist pantheon, also known as the Heavenly King Vaisravana. And remember, his father Li Jing has been compared with Vaisravana, which would connect both him and his father to a father and son character. They also say that the second figure is the child god Krishna. Krishna and Nezha are both powerful children that defeat mighty serpents, Kaliya for Krishna and Aobing for Nezha. And so by looking at that together, you can see the connection of the two mythologies. The Bhagavad Purana describes how Nalakubar was rescued from imprisonment within a tree by Krishna, which suggests a link between the two characters. I think that's a very interesting theory, and I certainly don't discount it because of the sheer amount of mixing that happened in Buddhist and Taoist faith, especially in localized folklore. I mean, we've already talked about how messy Buddhism can get, right? Just when looking at Buddhist stories and such. And when you add in, several thousand miles and Taoist and local folklore, it would make sense that characters would just be kind of analogied together to create a singular character because the stories were so similar, because it allows you to reconcile your current faith with the faith that's being brought in without actually making any significant changes. So that's in my opinion very interesting. Fun fact, Nezha, in the Journey to the West, Nezha does show up as a general under his father, fighting Sun Wukong when Sun Wukong rebels against the Jade Emperor, and Nezha and Sun Wukong would later become friends, with him appearing several times to help the four protagonists defeat powerful demons, like his sister, Lady Earthflow.
Did you think you were the only Heavenly King prospect in this?
No, but so Ao Guang, we've talked about Ao Guang before. I just thought I'd bring that up. So, Ao Guang is the Dragon King that Sun Wukong seeks out to get his staff from, which I think is really fun. I don't think I need to get into that. Let's see. I pulled up another page of something else, but I don't think it was super important. If anyone in the comments is interested in the connection and crossover between him and the Indian god that Shah Mahar says that he is analogous with, I recommend you check out a book called The Oedipal God, The Chinese Nezha and His Indian Origins. It's published by the University of Hawaii Press in 2015. It's written by Meir Shahar. I've read this book for this video, and I do think that there's some very, very interesting comparisons brought up in it, and I think it's a fun book to read if you're into the kind of crossover and connection between Indian and Chinese traditional folklore. So I would highly recommend that book to anyone who's actually interested in that sort of story. That's what I've got. I don't think you gave me anything else for Nezha.
No, this is not a particularly complicated series.
I don't think I even needed to go into Muzha or Li Jing as much as I did, but I felt they were necessary to the story.
I didn't actually need you to look this up, but you want me to give you a little pop quiz here on someone that's completely unrelated, but like in the Indian Mahabharata kind of sphere? Their name's gonna come up much later.
Okay.
Kubera, the Lord of Wealth. Any thoughts, or do you know that one?
Didn't I just say that?
Did you?
No, I think I mentioned someone else.
Yeah, this is to my knowledge completely unrelated, but
okay.
Doesn't matter too much if you don't have anything on.
I don't know much about Kubara. I know the name and I know who they are. I don't know much about them in particular because Indian mythology isn't a specialty of mine at the moment.
Yeah.
It is something I'm very much interested in learning more about, but it's not something that I've had time to study.
Dear God, you want some tea with that sugar? I'm kidding.
There is so much tea in this cup. Do not shame me for putting a little bit of sugar in my fucking tea.
No sugar at all.
Yeah, well, I like my tea sweet. Get fucked.
So yeah,
Sorry,
you're ready to
y'all.
get started.
Stirring. Yes. I guess I can guess what type of servant
What
it is.
class do you think?
I
feel like you can get it pretty easily.
Yeah, maybe the Lancer, because it's his spear, the red fire spear, yeah, in his right hand. Yeah, okay.
Didn't expect this character of all to be gender bent, did you?
Okay, that was my question. Is it a gender bent? No, I didn't expect that to be gender bent. But, I mean, I'm not mad at it. Let's see. Pretty simple design, I'm going to be honest. Is Nezha an older servant or a newer one?
Somewhere in the middle. She came out during part 1.5, which is like year 3-ish.
Look, her fire
9.
wheels.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The sprite's definitely a lot more complex than the artwork is.
Yeah, I like the sprite a lot. Ooh, I assume there's something going on there.
Yes.
That we're going to get into. Does it have something to do with the Indian crossover mythology?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So...
Well, okay, I'm going to be real. The reason why I looked at you in a panic when I first saw the character was because the first thought in my mind was, it's a trap! Because fate has me so conditioned to just expect the worst. You know what I mean?
I mean... So this is not a... I'm going to be jumping into the vocabulary that I am not qualified to speak with, by the way. Mm-hmm. Nezha is not a cisgendered woman.
I do see a note down here that says actually genderless, so I'm assuming it's because the concept of Nezha they're saying is like genderless.
No, so Nezha was male.
Well, yeah, that's what. So why are they giving it female or genderless?
When Nezha as a male was always more willing to be more effeminate in Fate.
Okay.
But when Nezha was reconstructed with the new bamboo body, they just They created a female body for Nezha.
Okay.
Because they thought Nezha wouldn't care.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's an explanation.
A few other characters we see I believe a few other characters we see will actually continue on. Like Fate will link a few characters to Nezha's reconstructed body later on.
I see Bishamonten in that father familial relationship. I wonder. I'm gonna check something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Normally, I would just like remove this from a video if I'm like checking something. Oh! I did mention Kubara. Technically, it's Vice Ravana.
Ah.
The same character, but under two different names.
Okay.
That's why it was familiar to me. So I did mention Kubara technically because Kubara is also known. So Vice Ravana is the Buddhist deity name for the Hindu deity Kubera. Okay. Also known as Bishamonten and Duowen Tianwang.
So, okay. I will mention now that I have very, very little to say on Nezha for this video. Aww. Because Nezha makes appearances in 3 full-ass story chapters. In each of them, Nezha's kind of a nothing character in them. Like, Nezha has some cool abilities. We'll get around to Nezha's abilities later. Mm-hmm. But, like, story-wise, Nezha has been kind of snubbed.
Aww. But that doesn't feel fair. Because Nezha's cool.
I like Nezha.
Nezha's a really cool character. I don't know why they would be... Okay, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. I would not snub them. They seem really cool. You know?
Mm-hmm. Do we have relationships at all?
Well, yeah. Oh, you have no personality to tell me about?
I didn't, have a lot on her.
Okay, because I cut you off before you got to relationships, so if you had anything, you could say that.
Yeah, most of my commentary in my notes was on the circumstances of her reconstruction. Because, you probably see it there. Type Moonwiki does not have much on her, and she's not the most fleshed out character. Mm-hmm. We get a little bit more on her other form that you got a sneak preview of in the FGO wiki. But here, it's mostly going to be the stuff you've already read. She hates her father. And then I believe Fate does have, because she's a reconstructed body, Fate does poke a little bit at her being a little bit more passive and, not robotic, but robotic.
Okay. All right, so then I'll read the relationships. Useless monk, clumsy monk, chicken monk, crybaby monk. Running away to the great sage, of course follow, also unavoidable. Phew. No matter where you are, your heart is always traveling. Traveling is nice, but that person's destiny is to jump into danger, huh? Huh. That's Xuanzong Sanzong. Okay. Lu Bu Feng Shan. Famous person? Horse? Robot? Lu Bu is Lu Bu. Yeah. That tells me nothing. Red hair. Lu Bu? Horse? Horse! Thou art a horse! What the fuck? T.H.E, great sage, equal of heaven? No. But that was a good disciple. Xuanzong Sanzong's disciple. In some way you look like monkey. Yes? Ah, sorry. I can see the kind of robotic speech because that's the random periods. That's Indra's son, the blessed black one. Nervous. Ooh, that was Arjuna. Okay. That's Surya's son, the charitable white one. Feeling a bit of pity for him. Okay, Tamamanamai. Huh. Great son, Buddha. Ooh, bright. What's that? Eyes are breaking. Robin, green archer, speaks offhand and is forlorn, though it is fine. If you leave, at least you're back to him. Oh, so trusts Robin to watch her back? His back? Their back? Their back. Abby, friend, although you are far away, you are also nearby. Aww.
So we got a request from a commenter to just give a read over the personality section.
Okay. Oh, no, I did read
Yeah.
it. I don't always read it out loud, but I did read it. I saw the, robotic, childish aura. Her verbal expression is awkward. That makes sense. She tries to be thoroughly strict to evil and just to the masses. Probes about goodness and wickedness, being one who does not keep up on social norms. There are more times when she would rush into a situation. Okay. She regrets her past where she hated her father, which is interesting, especially, because she says that the latter was just trying to take care of his child tenderly. Okay. Dreams of meeting with the great sage equal to heaven and wants to have a showdown with him. And very devoted to the master. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I usually read it while he's talking, but yeah.
I'll say this about her, because I do remember what her role was in Xuanzong Coming to the West, because I have fervently tried to review that story just to get an understanding of what the hell actually happens. I didn't actually read that one when it came out. Mm-hmm. Xuanzong's first appearance was like a full-ass year to year and a half before she actually came out. Mm-hmm. Or not Xuanzong, I mean Nezha's. Mm-hmm. And she came about in the Xuanzong's Journey to the West event, and I believe was the one monitoring or testing Xuanzong. Mm-hmm. But they kept her identity secret till the very end. Mm-hmm. So that.
Okay.
Otherwise, her roles and stories just tend to be side character. She joins for the Chinese singularity or Chinese Lost Belt, and for the Indian Lost Belt, she's along as well.
And there's a little gif here of Nezha fighting the Lost Belt version of Qin Liang Yu.
Yes.
Kind of seeing a little bit.
Yeah. Get a couple of those gifs from the trailers.
Yeah.
So ability-wise, this is where I think Nezha gets a lot more interesting. Mm-hmm. Nezha's artificial body is held together by a spiritual core in the shape of a pearl. So as long as that is intact, she can continue to revive herself. She'll fight with a variety of spiritual items, but namely the flame-tipped spear. She can use that same fire to empower her own body. And by her own claim, she rivals Sun Wukong in power. And we all know Sun Wukong is up there in theory from what we understand.
I'm going to be honest. Nobody does fun folklore stories like Asia. Asia really has the top of it.
If I had to liken her ability-wise to anyone else in Fate, she's surprisingly similar to Enkidu with being a living noble phantasm kind of deal.
Okay. Yes, I see magic resistance. Taoist techniques, that makes sense. Inherited from Tai Zhenren. Spirit Pearl, because of her core. All right. Protections of Tathagata. Right? I talked about her visiting with Tathagata, Shakyamuni Tathagata. Mm-hmm. Hey, her 3 heads, 6 arms technique.
So that was in the Noble Phantasms, right?
Actually, no. It's the protection of Tathagata says simultaneously it seals her 3 arms, 6. I hadn't gotten down to that yet. I'm on Noble Phantasm now. So her first one is Flying Bright Spirit, Fire Tipped Spear. So that I assume is a combination of her flying or moving fast using her windfire wheels and then the Fire Tipped Spear.
Yeah. So with that one, she basically becomes her and the spear basically become conceptually one thing, creating a massive... she flies into the sky and, like, comes down on the enemy in a fiery blaze of glory. I
love that. Down in a blaze of glory.
The other noble phantasm, the three faces,
six arms,
is
over,
not one we've seen.
Overarching immortal beast.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's never used this in FGO. I think it says there it's just sealed.
Mm-hmm.
But here, in theory, she can increase her size up to 6 times larger than her usual size and become a multi-faced and multi-armed divine beast.
Mm-hmm.
Which, in theory, would be a big trump card. We just haven't seen it yet.
I just read the comments from the illustrator.
Mm-hmm.
A mecha. Why in the world is Nezha a mecha? Eventually I took care of the mecha-like aspect of hers, to the extent that I was satisfied. But at first I had considered reverse joints. I'm glad I didn't do that, don't you agree? While it's disappointing since my Nezha's noble phantasm level is 1, I'm looking forward to her pickup at my humble Chaldea. So I guess this artist plays.
Oh, it's hilarious when you have, like, artist voice actors and, like, writers that play as well. Because they're like, I love this servant so much, I put so much work into them. I can't get them.
I will say, however, after seeing that, I was a little curious about the ball-jointed knees and the way that her legs looked. I assume that is that's mecha version of the fire-tipped wheels. Yeah, okay. That makes sense now. Also, this person did...
Who else did this person do?
It's the same character illustrator as Blood Axe. Also, Boudica, Jaguar Man, Parvati, Charlotte Corday, and Lady Cthugga. And
okay.
Yeah.
Lady Cthugga, I'm pretty sure it's just Parvati.
But the fact that it's Blood Axe is a little funny.
We can never escape the Blood Axe on this stream.
Alright, so you've got a noble phantasm for me.
Yep.
Alright. Oh yeah, because she's glowing with fire now as she kind of floats in the air. Oh, interesting. Oh my god, fucking wyverns. Fucking wyvern's fate. I mean, to be fair, Lancers always lance, so lances make sense, you know?
Yeah.
It's not like an archer who does anything but arch.
Samurai Remnant Archer's a good archer. Like, he actually arches.
I think they did a really good job with the animations for the fire wheel chariot.
No, I love her animations in her, like, battle sprite.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch her because she's very dynamic as a character, like, in movement.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she moves a lot more than I expect from a sprite sometimes.
I've always maintained I think she has the most potential for some really cool moments in story that they just never tap into.
Yeah, she looks really cool. I think I would be really happy to have her as a character.
I'm just saying, can we get, like, Super Nezha, please?
Yes.
And, like, give her a huge story moment?
Nezha, Grand Lancer. I know it's not, but...
Well, the Grand Servants can cycle in and out. We have multiple Grand Assassins and multiple Grand Casters.
I want Grand Lancer Nezha, then. Oh, that's cool. The
twirl?
Yeah.
There are more frames in that than Kuzco.
There really were. You know, not that I'm complaining or anything that Ku didn't get as much love as Nezha.
Are you saying you want an animation update for Lancer Ku?
Yes. I want an animation update for all Kus. I want them to crash the game. Ooh. Oh yeah, she's going up into the air. Oh, a lotus. Ah, nuke. Burn it with fire. Apparently. That was cool. All right.
So we have another form of Nezha that you saw briefly earlier. It's not a lot to go over, but we have Nezha Alter, or Nezha. People call him Nezha Alter. It's just Nezha Berserker, though.
Okay.
This is a Nezha that appears during the events of Yuga Kshetra. She is technically just another summonable version of Nezha that is much more childish and violent than normal Nezha. It's based off Nezha from earlier in her tale, like, full...
But I see also imbued with the Indian analog of Li Jing, Kubera, also known as Vice Ravana.
So, like, in the story that she comes from in Yuga Kshetra, like, so this is part of the area where Nezha gets completely just put to the side. Nezha shows up, and at the very beginning of the chapter, Nezha Berserker instantly comes in and jobs Nezha. I'm just like, damn it, give us another cool Nezha moment as a character. So Nezha Berserker ends up being our primary Nezha character in that chapter. And Nezha Berserker, so Nezha is largely the same. So abilities-wise, I'll jump to that first. So ability-wise, Nezha is largely the same servant outside of a presumed class change and some skill switch-outs, like passives, like madness enhancement. Except in Yugashetra, she's forcibly merged with Kubera, Lord of Wealth.
Yeah, who's analog to her father.
Mm-hmm. The power enhanced her combat abilities to an astronomical level, but left her remarkably unstable, stripping her of conscious thought and slowly degrading her own body every time she really took advantage of it. Mm-hmm. She uses that to her advantage because she does not want to be working with Arjuna Alter in that Lost Belt to effectively commit suicide by Chaldea.
Interesting. Oh. Interesting. I don't have any relationships for her, unfortunately.
No, because she's not summonable in FGO.
So I can't, but there is a note down here about how she feels about seeing Lancer Nezha, who she considers a truer version of herself. Because she considers being a puppet with her own power and her father's power to be fate worse than death.
Yep.
That's interesting. Okay. All right. Well, we don't have anything else about her, I assume, just the...
Yep, just there's that and then the battle sprite you saw earlier.
Okay. All right. So that means gallery. Aww. What?
Nothing. You're good.
Oh my god, flaming baseballs holding her up. I love it. Oh, she's so cute. God damn it, what is it today with cute servants? Fuck. I did see her April Fools. Okay. Alright. Got a couple different stages. Alright. Scroll down, see what we got. We don't have any extra art, unfortunately. We do have a foot pick. All right. Oh god, that did not open. Okay. Okay. All right, universe ring. So we talked about how she's depicted with the universe ring around her, right? The universe rings, like the red armillary sash, are one of the famed Baobei of Jingguangdong. It was a Taoist weapon that was presented to Taiyi Zhenren to celebrate Nezha's birth. Since then, Nezha always carried it with her. The weapon can expand and contract at will. They are usually worn around the wrist as a pair of bracelets, but they quickly turn into a pair of circular blades like chakrams the moment they leave the body. Nezha uses this weapon like a semi-autonomous drone. When she throws them up in the air and shouts Ji, the rings shoot towards the enemy, and when she shouts Ting, they stop in midair, and they return to her hand when she shouts Lai. But there was a time when Nezha didn't carry the universe rings. They were taken from her in the battle against Lady Rock, and later retrieved by Taiyi Zhenren, who kept them temporarily. From the time of Nezha's suicide to save her human parents and to atone for her sins until her rebirth, they were out of her possession. To Nezha, this Baobei is closely associated with humiliating and regrettable moments. Therefore, she would never entrust the universe rings to another unless she trusted them absolutely. If there was someone whom Nezha trusted enough to give one of the rings, it would mean that she considered the person so close as to be a part of herself, and it would also represent a vow that she will always resurrect and come back to the holder, no matter what. It's cool that they're like chakrams. Mm-hmm. Okay. How many lotus lovers out there? Valentine's chocolate. In a Chinatown in a port city located of a foreign land, a back alleyway away from the bustling main streets will lead you to a confectionery shop. The shop owners are an aging man and his wife and 3 cats. A few years back, a young couple related to the aging shop owners traveled to this land. In the beginning, there were many problems, there were even fights, but the young couple worked hard and earnestly. Their disappointments eventually gave way to hope and security. Lunar New Year is coming once again. The shop gets quite busy making traditional confectionery that is essential to every Chinese person living abroad. And it was then that a certain order came in. Qingrenjie Chao Keili, Valentine's Day chocolates. It appears the order is for a crafted confectionery for Valentine's Day. In the past, the shop owners made their famous confections and delivered them to large shops, but their weakened eyesight forced them to stop. They wanted to refuse the order, but it came from an old friend. But requesting a lotus flower confectionery for Valentine's Day is an odd choice, they thought. Every morning, the shop owners visit the town shrine. When praying, they recalled the discussion with the young couple. They are with child, and they want the aging couple to think of a name for their unborn child. A lotus flower is a symbol of children and a prayer for safe childbirth. After some thought, the shop owners decide to accept the order. Okay. According to Nezha, she was recommended to purchase this chocolate from the above-mentioned location by Archer of the Kitchen. I can guess who that is. Is it Archer Emiya?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Can you tell Emiya is cooking mom?
Yes, Frost Shard. I noticed that, and it did make me very sentimental.
What?
Take in mind, she gave the rings to you and thus promised to always return to the master. All right. Heroic spirit, travel outfit. Oh my god, she's covered in pandas. So cute. Yeah, it features Nezha and Robin Hood's bird.
Robin Hood's bird is just a you've seen it in Mihoyo too, the one what it's based off of.
The little blue jay?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 3rd anniversary. Okay. Frozen war bear. I mean, frozen war bear.
Frozen war bear.
The moment we encountered it in the snowy forest, it started relentlessly chasing us, with a gun in our right hand and a blade on our left. Survive. Fight for our tomorrow. Solo leveling. Ice bears.
Ice bears.
Tank. Okay. All right. Midsummer Memories. Do I know the second character there? I don't know if... Is it... No, I don't. Okay. The act of enjoying summer can happen to anyone, even to those who are not human. They are all heroic spirits. The time they have here may be limited, but they will fill in this brief moment with many memories. Okay. T.H.E. Oh my god, it's Chinese food. It's dim sum. What makes a meal delicious? Is it superb ingredients? A chef's skill? No, you mustn't forget that it's the services of the hard-working waitstaff that makes the meal. Their actions alone can sate one's heart. Here's your meat bun with extra doubanjiang spicy sauce. Eat it while it's hot. That's valid. Alright, we've got heroic event spirit attire. Oh, so this is the festivals one from 2023, where they're all in different festivals. This is the festival that I thought was Diwali, but isn't Diwali. It's the Lantern Festival. Yeah. But it's Indian-inspired outfit, and I think that looks really pretty. Not Indian. Southeast Asian, I think. I think this is Southeast Asian inspired, because somebody talked about the Red Lantern Festival in the comments to the last time I mentioned it, because I had thought it was Diwali. But apparently it's a Southeastern Asian festival called the Lantern. I've heard of this festival before. For some reason, I automatically thought of Diwali when I saw like the more Indian inspired, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that's Nezha. Any thoughts as we
got 2 bangers in a row today? Nezha's great. I like Nezha a lot. It's super fun. I am disappointed that Fate doesn't do more with Nezha, because I really feel like this character is being underutilized personally.
I am too. Like I was a while back, like this was like a year or so ago. My brother and I were talking about servants, and my brother was like, Nezha's a nothing character. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? No, if you look at the lore here. Look at how much like she can do. She rivals Sun Wukong. She's not weak. Fate just doesn't know what to do with her.
Yeah, literally fights 1-to-1 against Sun Wukong and then becomes friends with him.
Yeah.
Like I think there's room for Fate to do more with them.
The problem is they've already put her into 3 stories and none of them did much with her.
Well, then they need to do better. Petition. I will sign a petition to make Nezha better.
I'm not even talking like event stories. I'm talking main story chapters they've put her in and sidelined her each time.
So which 3 main chapters is she in? Because I know one of them.
So her original event was Journey to the West, where she was not an NPC.
Okay, and I know you said Journey to the West ended up being a really bad chapter. Like
no one really remembers it, and
yeah.
no one liked the gameplay of it at all.
Okay, because Journey to the West could have been so good. A story that we literally got Dragon Ball out of. How do you fuck up Journey to the West? It is one of the best stories ever.
It's just an early FGO events. They did not put any effort into the writing at all.
I know, but I'm just saying that's a shame, because that could have been an amazing event.
And then later on, she was brought in because I believe she was one of those servants that was sitting in the files for a long time. Mm-hmm. Like they knew they were putting her in, they just didn't know where. Mm-hmm. And her first proper introduction was during Salem.
Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah, somebody in the comments said that the Alice she was referring to not Alice, Abby, is Salem Abbey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
which would make sense when she said, like you're a long ways away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then she is literally the first servant summoned in the New Chaldea during the Sin chapter, or the Chinese Lost Belt, the prologue for it.
Okay.
So she goes with everyone on that chapter as well. She just kind of got overshadowed by Spartacus, of all people.
And then she's technically in Yuga Kshetra.
Yeah, but then she gets jobbed at the very beginning.
Okay. Yeah, that's really kind of disappointing because Nezha's the kind of character that, like, Nezha and Sun Wukong both are the kind of characters that if fate was really, like, fate would basically make them, like, super powerful and, like, super, like, awesome. Because they're kind of like the Arjuna and Karna of, like, China. You know? Like, I don't see why you wouldn't make Nezha and Sun Wukong super fucking awesome and have them show up constantly.
I think her final chance in FGO is going to be whenever they eventually introduce Sun Wukong.
Oh, yeah. I really hope that we then get, like a good relationship between the two of them. You know? Like, that would be great. It would be a nice nod to the story. Because once they introduce Sun Wukong, theoretically they would bring Nezha in the context from Journey to the West, wherein eventually they become friends, right? Because the only time that they're in conflict is early in the story when Sun Wukong rebels against the Jade Emperor, and then after that, during the actual journey, they're friends.
And our Nezha is like a very developed Nezha, like at the very end of the story of her story. So
which should be when they're friends already.
So it's going to depend on Sun Wukong's role in the story more than anything. But
that makes sense.
That's like the last chance I can ever see of Nezha really being given a good shot as a major character.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
So yeah, I didn't offer a hint in our last Reacts outro. Do we not want to offer a hint?
We can. Actually, you know what? We talked about this during last year's 8-hour stream. The next video.
Well, that was my hint during the community post. Was that?
Oh, was it? Okay. You can try another one. Let's see if anyone can guess before we start the next. Who's going to be in the next video?
I think some people have already put in some
Some
guesses.
people have put in guesses, but no one's actually gotten it right. Like, people are jumping around it, but no one's right.
No, I think no one's been 100% right.
No one's been 100%.
Except I feel like I saw some, like, maybe closer to 100% right guesses. It's hard. It's hard. I'd have to, like, really... I can pick things apart, but I don't want to say nobody was right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, based on the comments that I saw as of yesterday, no one was 100% right. The closest person made an assumption about length that, you know, made them be a little bit wrong in the end.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we should probably transition out, so we'll see you all next time if you're watching YouTube, and we're still here if you're watching the stream.
Yep, we're back in this format. Oh, man.
Okay.
All right, I gotta catch up with chat. Let's see. All right, now I'm gonna go back and catch up on every... All right, let's see. I just love the Eric Bloodaxe's True Secret Grand Assassin. That's so fucking funny. Jacob Foti, it was a 50-50 chance, but I wanted it to be Qin Shi Huang. That's fair. Yeah. True Eric fan, knowing what rarity is. Let's see. Yeah, William. Yeah, Paul Bunyan's kind of more American than Canadian, if anything. Knox our boy. No. I promised you last time we were never gonna boot Prince of Lanling from another video. We did it 3 times already. We were never doing it again. I feel bad at this point. Yes, Mole Man was real, Zara Herrera. And yes, this is the Hot Wheels Lancer. Yeah, spoiled kid makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, big shafted. Yeah, Frostshard, my reaction was a little... Because I wanted to make the joke. I was like, it's a trap, but I didn't know if it was actually a trap, so I didn't know if I could make the joke. So I was, like, waiting for Knick Knack to, like, confirm or deny. Let's see. I mean, she looks like she'd be fun to use. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Manuel. I did read it. I normally try to, but, you know, sometimes Knick Knack reads it out to me, so I don't need to read it myself. Sometimes there's just not a lot there. All right. Yeah, people keep saying the Journey to the West was a real bad event, but...
So the problem in the personality section is why I didn't immediately jump into it. I could have, like, directly word for word read it. Because I never pulled directly, like I never word for word read personality section.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to grab stuff that are either like things that occurred in story from them, or I'm going to grab like things that are exclusive to their character in Fate. A lot of that personality section's like developed based off the historical stuff, which Sekhie goes over quite well at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the servant. Kielian says, we've only seen one Grandcaster. The others only say they can be, and I will still never understand people saying Merlin can be Grandcaster, despite the fact that he cannot die.
That's actually not quite true. So Grand Servant, I'm gonna get sorry to hijack your thing here for Fate lore.
Oh boy.
Grand Servants, I'm 99% sure at this point have been established you can be a living Grand Servant. Because King Hassan was identified as Grand Assassin in Camelot, despite the fact that King Hassan's role in lore has always been that he is the punisher of the other Hassans. At this point, it's been pretty well established. King Hassan's just kind of around for the duration of the Hassassin, just in the background executing Hassans that stray from their duty. So King Hassan is a living Grand Servant. And I'm pretty sure Merlin literally shows up and says that he is now Grand Caster after Solomon, but I could be misremembering that line of it. So living servant or living people can be Grand Servants still, which is a little weird, but
okay. Yep, there's the Robin cameo. Lord and Savior Robin. Yeah. Is that why she is the first servant that is summoned to New Caldera? I think you've done her. I don't know. Our other ancient mechanical lady. Yeah, no, haven't covered that person. I can't have the story get broken. It's why Gil doesn't really get used. His bag is too big. That's fair. Kielian says, are we covering every other Chinese servant before covering the moth? I don't know who the moth is.
Look, you'll get your moth when you get your moth.
Let's see. I would like Zhou Yu and Chen Gong, but since you mentioned last year, I don't know. That's fair. Who do you feel worse for, Lanling or Blood Axe? I can't say if I feel bad for Lanling right now because Prince of Lanling keeps getting pushed just because he was kind of the victim. Every time we had to move a servant around, Lanling was just one that I didn't feel really strongly about because I didn't know much about him. So he did just keep getting moved. Whereas Blood Axe, I feel bad because I'm genuinely trying not to forget him. And I have forgotten him 3 times today and twice on the channel. Like, I genuinely feel I'm not normally this bad with remembering, like, historical figures, and Blood Axe just has me absolutely no brain, no memory.
Would you say you put less thought into Blood Axe after we did the reacts than before?
Probably.
it's like a mimetic cancer FGO's Blood
It's
Axes.
so bad. Let's see. Razorbolt says, why Indian love fire wheel hero like Nezha and Azvathaman. I wouldn't know about Azvathaman yet. Dakota Doyle, I think Knick-Knack was, because originally that video was not going to be split up into multiple parts, the Witch on the Holy Night off the shelf. We were just going to do that all at once, and then Knick-Knack mentioned it. He was like, hey, some servants are going to be coming out connected to that. If you can get if you can either finish it or get up to a certain point by that Friday, or whenever they come out, we can record part of it. And I was like, okay, well, I can try. And I did get up to I couldn't finish all of it, but I did get up to chapter 5. Yeah. So we did it for that.
That was not an unintentional thing. That one was entirely like, we could do this and time it out to be kind of all right.
Well, that wasn't the original purpose, though, because we planned that video like 8 months ago.
And originally, we were going to do it all at once. Where the all at once was going to be, we're still getting the other half of Witch on the Holy Night. So.
Noxar and Federico say King Hassan is somewhere in between living and death. Nezha's Valentine, she gives a bouquet. I'd say the best thing out of Journey to the West was the Ox King CE. What we actually know about let's see. Merlin isn't a Grand Caster because Grand only appears when there's a beast except Hassan. Okay. Alright. Somebody here. Yubal Esquire says, how about voiced My Room lines?
The problem with covering My Room lines is that they're so fucking So all those little relationships we read, those are in My Room. Typically, like the ones that are in quotes, those are My Room lines that we're just reading out. Mm-hmm. What they're asking about is the same way we do videos for the Noble Phantasms, doing videos where we go into the My Room lines and play them out with the subtitles. There's a lot more than just like the relationships. Like there's what do you wish on for the Holy Grail? There's the servant wishing you happy birthday. That's where the Abby Happy Birthday song comes from. There's stuff like that. The reason I haven't done it is because often, like, they're not always all translated. They get updated so damn often, and I don't know that that's going to hold Sekhie's attention nearly as well as the relationships do. Because some of it's just like, it can end up being pretty mundane. It can be interesting, and if you ever have one like that you want us to hone in on for like an updates or something, go ahead. But I don't know that it flows well with the video that we typically do.
Okay. If people want me to listen to the voiced room lines, I feel like that's maybe something I could plan to do as a stream. Like, put up, like, a request page or something in advance. People can request what they want me to listen to. And I can make, like, a little, like, YouTube playlist or something and then go through on stream and listen to them. But I don't think that's something I'd want to do in the video, per se. Because sometimes these videos are already pretty long. And if there's really so many of them for certain servants, I'm not sure I'd be able to... I'm not sure it would hold my attention to just kind of sit here and watch them for like, long periods of time. So that's kind of my feelings. Comments are debating over the Grand Caster and Grand Assassin stuff.
Yo, I'm going to just say right now, I'm pretty sure we know shockingly little about how the Grands actually work. Mm-hmm. Like, the Grands... A lot of the... Like, our earliest Grand Servants were, like, pretty well solidified. And then after that, I'm pretty sure, like, both Super Orion and Romulus Quirinius were decided on to be Grand Servants on a damn whim. Like, this... I don't think we've had, like, there's not full hard clarifications on what's the deal with a lot of these Grand Servants are, and they've only made it more confused over time.
Barry Red says, FGO really spoiling Witch on the Holy Night 2 before it even exists. Noxar Boy says, maybe even spoiling Mihoyo 3. Somebody with a name in Japanese that I cannot read says, it's fine to wait for Moth, it deserves its own video.
I can actually read that.
Oh, go for it.
That's Kairosu.
Okay. Fellas65 goes, did we cover Hassan of the Shining Star?
No, we have not.
Yeah, because we didn't cover that since we did the Hassan video. Yeah. Ubal says, Ubal says only the relationship ones. I wouldn't mind myself if it was just the relationship ones, but I think that's up to Knick-Knack. Right now, he just has me reading them out, and that actually holds my attention very well because I'm having to read them, per se, like, out loud. So that's up to Knick-Knack whether or not he wants to assemble videos for that going forward.
Like, there's some that are fun that are like, Abby Happy Birthday is great.
Merlin literally said, I am a servant here because I wasn't born yet, so I am technically dead. Okay. Let's see. Not all of them translated. All right. We have had living servants before, like Artoria in Stay Night is a big example. Never actually summoned Merlin to Chaldea. He just sends a hologram.
That is true. That's also, like, if he is Grand Caster, like, if we're, like, trying to keep ourselves from venturing too far into that debate, he still retains his title despite being used by Chaldea because he's not actually summoned. He's just creating a hologram illusion of him.
Raiden2909 says, God, I can't wait to see you get to Ordeal Call 2's Pretender. His freaking profile is hilarious on how much it trolls you. Frostshard says, no, it's Hassan of the Shining Twink. Everything I hear about Hassan of the Shining Star makes me want to see Hassan of the Shining Star even more.
Unfortunately, Hassan of the Shining Star came out, like, right when we got the updates video up.
Oh, that was the one that did, and I was out of town the week before updates went up, so we didn't have time to record.
Hassan of the Shining Star is, like, going to be, like, next year for us.
Yeah, that's fair. I do feel bad. When is our lunch break scheduled?
I scheduled it for 1 p.m. to give us a solid 2 hours.
Okay.
So.
I was just checking. 1 to 3?
1 to 2. I only give us an hour this time.
You said to give us a solid 2 hours for the video.
Yeah.
Oh, we did not need that for Nezha, which is unfortunate. We should have had that for
Nezha.
Nezha.
Like I said, I've been erring on better safe than sorry here since we don't have middle videos planned out.
Oh my god, all the tabs up for this one? No. Oh, you have them in a different order than I do. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Just peeking at the next servant, seeing what's up, having fun. Well, what we can do is an impromptu off the shelf.
Yep.
So, I actually don't mind recording it in this format.
Okay, did you want to change the background image to fit?
Hold on. Hold on. Alright, give me a sec. I want to find something that's going to work well.
Seeing your tabs laid out like that on that tiny ass preview thing there terrifies me.
Aw, I love my tabs. I think they're great. I don't know why you're panicked about them.
You know, Vorn was telling me, and I was talking to him about them, like, this thing might generate some extra heat, so you might need to run your air conditioner. I'm like, yeah, it probably will, but also I can just not keep the computer on. Like, I can shut it down when I'm not using it. I'm not Sekhie. I don't have 50 billion tabs open that I don't want to lose or have videos play back on.
I only have 2 sets of Google tabs open right now, and one of them only has 2. This one, you can even read what the tabs are. Normally, you can't. You can actually read what they are. You know I'm normally worse than that. I don't appreciate this slander. The lies that are being told about me. How dare.
Alright, fine. I won't commit slander then.
Alright. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go with that. Hold on. Alright, save image as... Okay. Alright, am I in Talk Zone? I'm in Talk Zone. Properties. Browse. Did that not save? Is that not an image? It should be an image. Hold on. My image did not save. Why did my image not save? Oh, that's why. Wrong folder. Alright. Perfection. Alright. Let's see. I don't have too many tabs open! This is slander. Hold on.
Slander is spoken. In print, it's libel.
This is libel. Oh, Dantes and Paladins are Frostshard's most awaited reacts. Fellis says it's Marie Antoinette and Marie Alter. Exactly, Fleffler. What is the point of tabs if you don't have several thousand open? The more tabs, the better. Normally, I usually have like 7 to 9 sets of Google tabs, and each one of them, there's so many open that you can only see the little graphical icon of whatever website I'm on.
I have like 3 to 4 tabs open if I'm doing a Sekhie Reacts research.
My phone has over 1,300 tabs open right now. Different Google tabs. And I counted. And I've opened more since. It no longer displays the amount of tabs I have. I have to count them manually. It just has a little colon capital D smiley face where tab number should be.
When you have that many tabs open, at that point you might as well just Google search it again.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I can do this. Watch this. So, this is my phone, as you can see, and those are all groups of tabs. Those are not single tabs. These are groups. Some of them have up to like 80 or 90 tabs inside of the group.
These are my tabs.
Okay.
These are my tabs, guys.
Well, good for you. Bully for you. Do you have no tabs open? How do you live? How do you survive?
Shortcuts and looking it up again. and password managers.
No. You hear no screams of no overheating phone. My phone is actually cool as a cucumber right now. Verify. My phone is cool.
It's cold, but I could feel the internal screaming.
I'm fine, Carlos. So I've switched our background image. Those of you who know the art might know what we're doing, but we're going to do a quick off the shelf on Villains Are Destined to Die, volumes 5 and 6, which I gave Nick Nack to read a little while ago. Because we stopped reading a bunch of villainess manga at the end of the year for a couple months, I actually have a pretty large backlog on the ones he actually said he enjoyed. So this is one of the ones that you said you enjoyed. So we're going to keep going on it. So 2 volumes at a time. Just like we've done the last 2 videos. 2 volumes at a time. So we pick up in volume 5 from... let's see. Oh, into the trial. Yeah, we pick up in the trial. So, I would like to hear your thoughts on volumes 5 and 6.
Man, I love me a good trial segment. Like, that got the Ace Attorney fan in me tickled. Just tickled. I think I put on some actual, like, Professor Layton Cross Ace Attorney, like, magic courtroom soundtrack while I was reading that section, and it was glorious.
It's a fun trial, too.
Yeah.
Like it's a really interesting one, because she has to, like, really manage herself, because her brother's like, you should just plead guilty and we'll eventually get you out of it. And it's like, that's kind of bullshit. But like her brother didn't even trust her, and she was telling the truth. So she got backed up by one of the male love interests and got out of it. And then we had the hilarious fucking interaction with her and the prince. Because he's just like, what did you do?
What did you do?
How dare you? He is so... It's so funny, that like his reaction. Because she's just like, I'm gonna die.
Hey. So I want to get something from you now as for payment.
Oh boy.
Just don't kill me whatever you find out in the next few days.
Yeah, she's like, I saved you, so don't kill me no matter what you hear. And he's like, what am I gonna hear? And she's like, you don't need to know. You just need to promise not to kill me. Which is, I think, hilarious. We also finally get to see her with the slave boy again, because he was absent for like the last volume or 2.
Yeah, and they changed up the dynamic. She no longer can just see how her relationship's progressing with these characters.
Yeah, she has to like pay now if she wants to see them.
Or she has the color code indication, which I think she is wholly misinterpreting.
Yeah, because the color coding's interesting, because they're all turning different colors now, and she can't tell what the colors mean, but partially because, remember, she's reborn into this video game where she kept dying. I think part of the reason why she's misinterpreting the colors and not understanding is because she never successfully managed to get to that point in the game when she was playing it, remember?
I think what she's missing here is that those things are not a linear progression. They are showing her the nature of the relationship she has with them. So, like, that, like, I don't remember what color the slave guy's one
was. It's, like, grayish, I think.
But she's not creating, like, a formal romantic love. She's creating a dependency.
Yeah. Yeah. Because his is, like, it's almost like a grayish red. There's, like, hints of, like, a blood red, but it's primarily black. And listing at, like, 81%. Like, that's really high.
Like, that's her walking straight into the finished the route and got the bad ending, I'm pretty sure.
Something like that. Because, like, the prince, his is in, like, bright, deep red, right? And she takes that as bad. She's like, this is a warning light. But also, like, deep red is the color of, like, passion and, like, love. You know, like a red heart. So maybe...
Like, yeah, she's just misinterpreting this system entirely.
Yeah. Also, she tries to, like, fake that she's sick by putting on makeup and doesn't notice that he just wipes it off, completely knowing that she is not sick when he comes to see her. She's like, God damn it! How dare. Because he gets all mad. He's like, my reputation is ruined because of you. And she's like, but you promised. You said you wouldn't kill me. You promised. Which is, I think it's really funny that it seems like she's doing the best with the characters that she had given up on. Because her whole plan was the slave, right? And initially the magician, right? And she didn't want to deal with her brothers or the prince, right? Her half brother or her fake brothers or the prince. But it seems like she's progressing surprisingly well with the 3 of them.
Well, I think it's because the ones that she's kind of ignoring or trying, like, doesn't actually care about are the ones that she's treating more human. Whereas, like, the magician she's treating as a business partner, and the slave, that plot point, she's being ridiculously manipulative too.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because like they're just, I don't know, get you a man who beheads the people who brought you to trial.
Yeah,
like, man, OTP. OTP. I actually know who she ends up in the end with, so that was spoiled for me a while back. And then volume 6 was interesting because volume 6 concentrates almost entirely until the very end on the magician and the slave. Right?
We're getting a lot of plot progression with
Volume 6 was heavy because you have her finally convincing her father to let him become a knight, right?
Yeah.
And train him properly. And him, like, actually coming to her and asking for things, which is really the first time he's ever done that. And then you have the immense amount of shit that happens with the magician. And she's, at this point, she deals with the magician and she's like, this might be a test or whatever. And by the end of the book, she's like, get fucked. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't want to be near you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to deal with you. I don't care what you feel about me. I want you gone.
Because, like, she walked headfirst into the plot.
She really did.
But
like,
she never got this far in the game.
No. She walks headfirst into a plot of like children getting kidnapped, right? Like magician children getting kidnapped, and then this strange priestess draining the life out of people through like kisses and rituals.
And I love the heel turn from the magician where you find out, no, he did not fully trust her this entire time.
Yeah, and she's like, what the fuck, my guy?
But
like,
also, she hasn't been forthcoming with him. She's been treating him like a business partner and a tool to
yeah.
get out of here. So.
I think it's interesting because it seems like she's taking offense to the fact that he is treating her with the same suspicion that she is treating him.
Yeah.
Right? It almost feels like she doesn't think that these are three-dimensional characters. She's still seeing them as just game, like, two-dimensional game
outside
characters.
Of the people she hates.
Yeah, but
or
even...
is terrified of.
Yeah. And so she's like, this character is just a two-dimensional game character, but obviously it's not. And I think she needs to realize that. Also, the prince comes back at the end and, like, you know, prince in shining armor. And then, for those of you who might intend on reading this and don't want spoilers about book 6, I'm going to wait 5 seconds before I talk about the big end spoiler. So you can click away. Or mute us for a couple of minutes. Cursed silence. Cursed silence. Okay, so the weird priestess being revealed to maybe be the real Penelope? Yvonne? Yeah,
like,
not the real Penelope,
yeah.
but Yvonne? The missing character?
It makes me wonder how we got into the situation in the first place with the original story. Like,
yeah.
If she was the priestess, where did the wizard, where did he find her at? Or how did this not come up then?
And I wonder maybe because she's described it before, because in the original story you follow Yvonne as a character. You come back in, you gain the love of all these characters, you pick one, you have a good ending, right? It almost seems like the route where you play as Penelope, which is what she's currently playing as, what she was reborn into, is an entirely different story. Like, this game just hid a whole second story where Yvonne is the villain in the end code of the original story, where, you know, you beat all the characters, you get to this harder level, and now Penelope's the good guy and Yvonne is the bad guy, but you start at a disadvantage.
It could also be a situation where it's like a big plot twist where you were the villain all along in the original playthrough.
I mean, to be fair, and not to be weird here, it also could just be that she's been reborn into, you know, a world that she thought was a video game, but this is actually a full-fledged world, and her actions have changed the way that this world works, and that this is actively new things happening that never happened in the game. That's possible.
Yeah, I have to wonder how much of this was actually possible in the original game, the dialogue choices.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. So,
like, there's almost no way that the wizard with the system would be like, you're just teleporting everywhere, and you're using magic
without knowing how to use magic or being a magician.
Like, and there's not much. I don't know how you would get to that point without it being this like the transmigrated version of it.
I'm interested. I'm super interested in seeing where this goes, because this is not what I expected when I started reading this volume. I really thought that like Yvonne would get introduced, and as is in the tradition of this particular archetype of villainess stories, Yvonne gets introduced and she's just a nice kind of innocent girl who comes into the family and retakes her place. And in some versions, the good girl will then be a little bit manipulative and try to kick the villain out. And in some versions, they'll just be really nice and they make friends, but there's just two girls going through this story and the leads get split up between them or whatever, depending on how they act. Like, that's what I was expecting. Like, Yvonne to come in and the Crown Prince to just be like, I don't give a shit about Yvonne. I still like you, And, but that's not what's happening, which is interesting. So it's definitely different from the other stories that might have a similar twist.
Which route do you go down? Hame Fora or what's that other one we're reading where like there's the clear
Remarried Empress or Abandoned Empress?
I think it's Abandoned Empress.
Abandoned Empress is a transmigration. Remarried Empress is just a historical romance.
Yeah, I think it's Abandoned Empress.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because Abandoned Empress, you've got the... Yeah, we're going to talk about that when we get to recording those, because I've got 4 volumes of that in the backlog, and shit also happens there. Lots of shit. But yeah, so I guess catch us with another off the shelf at some point soon. Not A Villains Are Destined to Die anytime soon, because I don't have any more volumes. It's going to be a while before more come out. Mm-hmm. But we'll have other stuff coming out. This is actually not going to go up for a while, so... y'all got to see this early. Let me switch back our screensaver.
If you ever have one that you want as the default, I just have both available and just hide the one I'm not using and have the other one that I switch out.
Hang on.
What did you do? Oh, neat.
I had a spare image. Yeah, Frostshard. Federico, my phone will strangle me. Frostshard, of those 1,300 tabs, conservatively, 800 to 900 of them are fanfiction. Like, genuinely. Like, at least 800 of them are fanfiction tabs open. In fact, I've started a fanfiction Google Sheets with my friends to keep track of my favorite fanfiction and the ones that I consider to be, like, the best quality. Hi, Dohawario! He says, what's up, gamers?
What's up?
Hey. I have watched Log Horizon, Dakota Doyle. I think Knickknack's seen some of it, right?
I think I watched the first half of an episode.
I enjoy Log Horizon. I got into it. So when I first watched Sword Art Online, I then got a little bit into this kind of like VR video game thing, but not in the Sword Art Online way. So I ended up going and I read One Half Prince, and after reading One Half Prince, I was recommended Log Horizon. So, Yeah, there is a Bizette in there. It's kind of covered by Knickknack's face, but I think it's all most of the Celtic servants are in this image. Yeah, in one place or another. But yes, I've watched Log Horizon. I've not read it. Yeah. Make a note of that somewhere in a sheet that we did that, so I don't forget. Oh yeah, say Frostshard, there's some fanfictions I really, really, really like the kind that I go back and read frequently. And those ones, I just remember the names of. Like, I know them, I know the authors, I've read their entire catalog of works that I'm interested in. So those ones are not really a problem. It's like the ones I'm not as familiar with that I don't necessarily, remember all of them for. Yeah, it's from the Bizette video. It's the Celts. Yep, it is. You know what, Dohorio? That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, if the nickel for every series I liked affected by tax evasion, I would have 2 nickels. Which is not a lot, but it's odd that it happened twice. I'll finish that joke. But yeah, so I've started keeping this fanfiction document because I'm not very good about bookmarking and subscribing and stuff on AO3, which is my primary fanfiction site. And I'm even worse about it on fanfiction.net, which I still use for some of the older stuff. And so a while back, I started, because of the various purges and threats to sites, I started downloading a bunch of stuff as PDFs. So I also have like a folder full of fanfiction PDFs. I have not watched Recreators. Have you?
I have. I didn't finish it, but I watched like about 3/4 of it. Then I got real busy around the last quarter. I actually really like. I think it's not the great. It's not the second coming of sliced bread or anything like that. But it's fun. I like it. It's done by the studio that did Case Files.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of their first works after splitting off from Ufotable after doing Fate, and it's a. Have I told you what Recreators is before?
Mm-mm.
It's kind of like Fate, except you're taking like pop culture characters, like video game characters, and like movie and anime characters come to life. These are obviously all fictionalized. Like they're not taking like established IPs, but like this off-brand like Sailor Moon fights off-brand Dio or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you get that kind of stuff, and it's really, really, really cool. It's just, I don't think it's particularly, it's not the best anime. It's a cool thing. It's animated well. It's got a Sawano soundtrack to it. It's just a fun watch.
That's fair. TLDR, Log Horizon's author did a tax evasion and has disappeared for almost a decade. Yeah. Also, yes, I did know about the different personality controls for Bazette's Ascensions. I remember somebody mentioning them in the comments because I was like, the third one's really different from the first two, but it's because Manana and McClear is in control more in the third Ascension. Yeah.
Because that most openly like jumps between them more than most of the other pseudos.
Yeah. I mean, that's a mood. What's the other series, Doho Wario? Because I know Log Horizon, but what's the other series affected by tax evasion? Now I'm curious. Oh, sorry. Are you on the top?
Yep.
Damn. Okay. But yeah, no, I do keep a little fan fiction archive because I keep all my fan fictions now. Because I would hate it if like a bunch of my fan fiction got like fucking nerfed, you know? Like there's certain fan fictions that I think are just written so well that they're basically better quality than some books I've read, like actually published books I've read. And I would feel devastated if I didn't have copies of some of these. Like I'm not like, selling them or reproducing them. I just want copies so I can keep these fan fictions forever because they're so fucking good. And I'm very picky about my fanfiction. Nick Nack knows I am very picky about the fanfiction I like because I read so much more than I actually like. Because I'm not very picky about what I read, but I'm incredibly picky about what I decide to like and recommend to others. Oh, the Apothecary Diaries manga artist was caught doing a tax evasion a month or so ago. Oh no. I like that series. No!
Okay, but studios and like artists get caught for that kind of thing all the like Ufotable got caught for tax evasion. Like the studio Ufotable got caught for tax evasion.
How?
I think it was a cafe. They did something was it an Unlimited Blade Works cafe promotion
and didn't report it correctly?
Yeah, or something like that. Either way, it's just funny for Ufotable of all studios.
That one's on you.
Yeah, that was the original plan, but then it never actually ended up coming to fruition, and we got kind of like a soft stand-in, but also the actual that seems kind of dubious and weird in the first place. So, we don't really know what's going on there, and it's kind of Grand Servants have been kind of ass backwards for a bit now.
Speaking of, if you need to order lunch, you should probably do that now so it delivers.
I haven't been eating lunch. I just been like lightly snacking during the afternoon and then eating a bigger dinner.
Oh, I don't know if I have snack foods for you.
That's fine. I had the garlic bread, so
okay.
Garlic cheesy bread.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine enough for me. That'll get me through the day.
Okay, because I have a pizza to cook.
Yeah, I should be fine.
I still have half a cauldron of tea. There's so much in here.
I can see that.
I grabbed it because it was so big. If you want, you can go put more hot water on and make yourself more tea because you could probably re-steep that bag.
Maybe. I might just take like a nap during the lunch break. I'm not going to lie.
So weird. Yeah. Let's see. It's only the manga artist, not the author for the light novels. Okay, so the series is fine. Artists and authors in Japan just really need capable accountants for their own safety. I feel like sometimes I feel so bad because there's definitely certain situations where people get in trouble for things like tax evasion just because they didn't do their taxes properly. Like, not intentionally committing tax fraud or anything, but like, you know, just having like a bad accountant or trying to do their own stuff and having like complex assets. I feel bad for those people, but at the same time, like, you know, there's a lot of ways to get help for taxes and stuff like that, and you can always have it double checked, so maybe you just need to like double check. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, just make sure everything's done correctly. You don't want to risk that. You don't want to be that person. It's not it ain't it, fam. It ain't it. I have new figures though. Nice. I can show off some of my new figures. Obviously, the most fun new figure is the giant Kisame with Samehada. Love him. I don't super like Funko Pops. I have a few, and I like the ones I've been gifted and the ones I've purchased myself, but I'm not like a Funko Pop collector. Typically, I only get Funko Pops if they're given to me by a friend, and typically, people who give me Funko Pops usually know what characters I like. Like, you gave me Varys from Game of Thrones, and I really liked Varys as a character. But typically, I only get Funko Pops when there aren't affordable figures of the character in any other medium, right? So like I have Funko Pop of like Spider-Man India because there's not another affordable Spider-Man India character that looks like figure that looks good, I thought. So I usually get Funko Pops because they're the only thing available and I want a figure of a particular character I really like. He is really large. Like, this is a very large Funko. His box was so large. Like, I was super surprised by this. But I think he's from a series of a bunch of the Akatsuki members, and they're all this, like, really big scale. Because you can get Deidara, you can get Orochimaru as an Akatsuki, Zetsu, and then you can get a Sasuke. But, like, fuck Sasuke. I don't like Sasuke, so I don't need him. Yeah, so that's my new, not little, but my new Kisame. Hopefully he'll get a spot that is not out of frame at some point, because he is currently out of frame. And then, if Knick Knack wants to help me, I can grab a few others to show. Making you do stuff.
Who am I grabbing?
Ciri and Geralt first. Ciri, Geralt. I mean, that's a fun Batman to have, Adam West. This is my new Ciri. It's the Elder Blood Ciri from Witcher 3.
Where's your Geralt?
Slightly to the right of where Ciri was. Yeah. So same series, Geralt. They're both movable figures. I don't typically get... Oh yeah, you never get to see him, but I do have a Nightwing ass first sitting on a shelf up there constantly. I don't typically get movable figures because I think sometimes that they look clunky. Like I think that they don't always look as good because they're made to articulate, and sometimes that means you need to sacrifice aesthetic design to make the articulation work. So I don't often have articulation figures, but I really thought that this Ciri looked okay. I would have gotten her regular one, but they didn't have it at the store. And then...
Oh shit, it's afternoon.
Jesus. And then I got this Geralt, who... I will say, there's maybe one flaw with him, I would say, and that's that his hands are so tight, it's hard to get his swords into them without snapping them. Like, this almost stressed to the point of breaking while I was getting it into his hands. So I don't know if he's ever gonna put his sword down. Razorbolt, I'm not a very big Lego person in general, so I don't have Lego figures, and I don't do kind of the build your own stuff. I personally don't have the patience for that. I think Knick Knack could confirm that he probably also does not believe that I'd have the patience for like a Lego figure.
No.
Like
God forbid it fell apart on you.
Like it's a thing in my family to do like these 1,000-piece puzzles at like Christmas and New Year's, and I'm really bad at having the patience to actually like I'll do it for like a couple of minutes and then I have to leave and then come back. So I don't have a lot of patience to put small pieces together. It is modern Nightwing, but if I could have gotten disco color Nightwing, I would have, because I love disco color Nightwing. But so Lego isn't really my thing. I would build a Gundam if I wanted to get a Gundam kit, but Gundam is such a large franchise, and I just don't know what I'd want to get, and I don't, it's the sort of thing that it's just not something I'm getting into at this moment. The closest thing I have to buildable figures is my Nendroid collection, which is the next set of figures I can show off real quick, because I just got a bunch of new Nendroids.
Yeah, you're getting up this way.
I know. Don't fall. Okay. Just gonna put them down one by one so I don't fuck up. Drop anything.
Show them your pile of faces.
I will show them my pile of faces if I can. All right. So I recently caught a couple of Nendroids on sale. So I got Anbui Tachi, and I have him in his little positioned. So this is the position he takes in the story when you're like, technically I should have him with his Sharingan eyes on, but it's the position he takes in the story during the Uchiha massacre. So this is his little perch on the sit. I mostly did this because, so he actually comes with two full bodies, this posed one and then a standing up one. And I have an idea for what I want to use the spare body for. Dakota, let's see. Doha Wario pre-ordered a plush of Elfelt from Guilty Gear. Nice. Dakota Doyle says, has Type Moon released a buildable mechanic figure of Odysseus's Trojan Horse NP? I assume not, but that would be the kind of thing I'd love to get a hold of. So I've got a matching Kakashi Anbu, and he's currently just hanging out there. I haven't done much with some of them yet. Like, I have other, like, heads for them, and, like, I can put them in posable positions. I just haven't. Like her. I've got a little Sakura, because I actually really like Sakura as a character, but, like, this one can be manipulated into her being, like, angry and punching something, and I was just too lazy to do that when I put her together at the time, because it was, like, late yesterday night. And then the bane of my existence. This fucking bastard who just fell off his goddamn stand and came with like 18 spare pieces, knick-knack, and 10 spare hand parts total, and spare legs. And he is the worst to put together, the worst to put up on a stand. I love him, but he is awful. It's Madara Uchiha, for those of you who maybe don't recognize him. He's got cool, like, weapons. Like, oh my god, the design is fucking stunning, but he is the bane of my existence. He literally just fell off his fucking stand, like, as I was lifting him. Because he's so unstable. Right, he'll go back onto that when I have time. It's not happening right now. He's being a problem. Let's see. Oh, mythical Musashi Bean plushie. Interesting. Oh god, if you build a Lego or a Gundam and one piece is missing, oh, I could not deal with that. What Does Black says they had a 3D Taj Mahal puzzle but melted because of a strong rain? Interesting. You know what I would be willing to do with Lego? The one Lego set I would have been really interested in building is the Colosseum set, which is now discontinued.
Oh.
They discontinued it this year.
Damn, that sucks.
It's the one set I would have been willing to, like, sit down and build the entire set for. It was also really expensive. You know? Yeah, that's kind of my thought on the Gundam, is I'm just like... Also, once I set a figure up, I typically don't change their positioning or anything. So, like, really articulable characters aren't necessarily a big draw for me because I'm not buying them for their articulation. I typically just want a character in a pose that I can leave on the shelf. He has so many spares because you can arrange his arms in like 13 different poses. It is insane. He also came with like 3 extra faces. And extra legs. It's stupid. Like, man can be posed in literally like 13 different positions. And I cannot deal with it. It's just too finicky. Too much effort. I keep a knick-knack refers to my bin of heads, which I'll show to you in a second.
I don't know if you can show it to them.
I will be careful. I just dropped a pauldron. There it is. His fucking pauldrons don't stay on very well. I will say that. Okay. He's back on his stand, at least. Well, come on. Come on. God, fucking... I hate articulatable figures. This is why I don't build shit like Legos, because I don't have the dexterity and the patience to deal with them. Okay, he's back up. He's back up. Alright. I'll start with grabbing stuff in front. Let's see.
This is a surgical procedure, guys. You don't even understand. This shit's like Jenga.
This is my box of spare Nendroid parts. It's currently falling.
Yeah, I think you've destroyed the structural stability.
It's just the top few things. Move them. Haha! This part is structurally stable. Look, there's Ku's face and Ozzy's face. And then all the little pieces in Madara, because I put the pieces inside of the heads to hold them. I really need to get like a container to hold this shit. But part of, let's see. Is it? Oh yeah, I've seen that action figure, but isn't there's Woda's Black, isn't there 2 figures of Gilgamesh on the throne? And as far as I'm aware, there's 2 or 3 figures in that position. I think one of them is articulated. One of them is like $1,400 and it's R-rated, and it comes with R-rated equipable pieces.
That might not be official.
Who cares? And then there's like another, but the thing is, I am not really in the financial position to afford figures that cost above a certain range of money. Typically my figures cost between $20 and I'd say $60 at the highest end, and if it's $60, I really have to consider, do I want that figure? Is it worth it? Like all of my Nendroids I get on sale for, I try to get them for much less than they originally retail for, because some of them are just too expensive. It does feel like a serial killer's trophies. It's all the heads. To be honest, I've been in a silent quest to try to get enough pieces to build a whole spare body. But the problem I was having was I didn't have enough hair pieces for a while. And I couldn't get some of the hair pieces to mix with other hair pieces. So I was really struggling to get enough pieces. I would love an AUO cast-off figure. But I think the irony is I have a knockoff Geralt figure, right? And because he's a knockoff, one of his leg pegs snapped on his normal body. So he can't stand. His leg is broken. And I can't fix it. There's nothing I can do. I can't get another spare. And I can't afford the regular Geralt figure because it's like $130 resale now that it's not out anymore. And so I've been trying to accumulate enough spare parts to form a whole spare body so that I can make a new Geralt figure using a hodgepodge of old parts and new. And the reason why I put T.H.E in the position he's in is because I think I can use most of this figure and just replace the single leg that's broken, using the leg from this character to create a Geralt that's almost complete with just one leg from T.H.E. I think. His body is somewhere in there, by the way, along with a spare El Malloy torso. I also have the entire head of Captain Marvel. Because in terms of Nendroids, I've got, sitting up where you can't see them, I have a Flash, I have the Geralt, there's an Aussie, I've got the Ku and the El Malloy, there's a Dobby up top, and I think there's somewhere, there's a Captain Marvel and an Aquaman sitting somewhere. I think they're behind some figures over there in that corner. So, yeah, it'll be Geralt instead of Geralt. That was my goal. Oh, I've also got a Sesshomaru that's relatively new, and where the fuck did he go? Do you see a Sesshomaru?
I don't even know who that character is to help you.
That one, but an android. Oh, he's up there. There's also a knockoff Rimuru slime. I also have a knockoff Rimuru slime. Ironically, I got a lot better with the Geralt might have a broken leg, but at least my knockoff Geralt is painted well. My knockoff Rimuru he's got some paint issues with hair shading, so I don't really keep him in a super displayable area. He's like up in a corner on one of the top of my shelves because I just don't want to deal with it. He doesn't look good. Also, I'm fairly certain that my Sesshomaru, if anyone is looking at the Sesshomaru Nendroid, I would recommend against it. I have had really bad experiences with that Nendroid in particular. It has a lot more small, moving, articulatable parts than normal Nendroids that I get, and I have broken 2 of those pieces just by touching them, basically. Like, it is almost impossible to use him properly. And maybe I just got a shitty copy, because I know I didn't buy a knockoff, but sometimes Nendroids, just the pieces are so small that if there's any issues in the creation of them, they get really fucked up. And mine is a little bit fucked up. So, like, I literally cannot have him hold his sword because his sword snapped into, like, 2 pieces. And I have the hilt and the blade separately. And because it's so small, I'm not sure I have any glue that would be strong enough to repair it. You know? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm probably gonna... I have to try to repair one of Knick-Knack's figures before I leave this summer, when I've got a few weeks. And we've already had issues with this figure in particular because of how precariously she's posed. It's the Mysterious Heroine X Alter. And the way she's posed, she should have a stand holding her up, but she doesn't. She didn't come with one. And when I looked it up online, it turned out there were 2 releases of this figure, one with a stand and one without. And the people who got the one without a stand did have the same problem that Knick-Knack had, in that she just snaps off her pedestal. Like, she just breaks off. So I'm not... Because I tried repairing it with glue and stuff, because normally that works.
In fairness, that actually did work. The problem was that she fell off a shelf and instantly...
It re-snapped it.
Yeah.
And I just dumped a Sesshomaru head.
Yeah, there wasn't much we could do to stop that from happening.
Yeah, so...
Even with the stand. But your repair did work initially.
Yeah, so I'm either going to try to do the exact same thing, or just something, like, similar, in the hopes of it working and holding. And just have you be extra careful. Yeah. Because, like, you know, it's just one of those things. Certain things are super sketch. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Fake Jalter that's really detailed, but your cat broke the arm. Yeah. I've had that happen before. Like, I think one of this dude... He's got the bottom of his foot snapped off of his like shoe, and I've been meaning to glue him down because he just won't move. I'll glue him down and I'll tie him down and hold it, and then he'll just be like a permanently situated figure that can't be taken apart. But for now, he does actually have an issue with his foot, and it was just because I knocked into him, and for some reason the base is so tight on his foot that his foot snapped before it came out of the base. Which is, personally, I consider that to be a flaw in figure creation. If your base is so tight that once you put the figure in it, it can never come undone, right, without breaking the figure. That's actually happened to this figure as well. He's so tight to his base that when I tried to pick him up to move him, this foot snapped off its pedestal peg. So as you can see, the peg is in there, and his foot is not attached to it. And when I try to take this foot off, the only way to get it off safely is to wiggle it, but you can't do that when there's 2 feet in there. So when I tried to do it the first time, it just snapped. So he now just has 1 peg that works, and I just ignore it, but it's something that happens with some figures. They just make them a little too tight in the base. and then you end up with like broken feet and stuff. It's not usually a problem. This one actually sits really well without it. Interesting that this is King's Avatar, if anyone knows that anime. I think it's called Quanzi Gaoshou in Chinese, and I really enjoy it. Knickknack's actually seen it.
Like an episode or two.
You and I watched several episodes together.
Not as many as you think.
But still, we did watch some episodes together.
I know you and Vorn really got into it at the same time.
Yeah, Vorn and I are really into it. Damn, that's a shame. MHXA's figure is great. It is. You could pull it down if you wanted. We can show it on stream.
I've shown it before. I did the tour of my merch.
Yeah. Because it's been sitting up on my shelf for a while because I didn't want to try to fix it when I wasn't prepared to like have a place to put it while it glued. Because when I initially glued it back together, it had to sit for like 2 weeks before I was confident that it wasn't gonna... Yeah, it's this figure.
Realm got it for me for Christmas a while back, but it was
Yeah, so the problem is she sits extremely crookedly on her base. Like she's really hanging off to the side, and like all the weight of the figure is dragging like that. And so on a hit, it snaps the shoe off right there. Which just sucks because it's a really nice figure.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not a bad figure. I think it's just... Like I said, it was released twice, and they fixed it in the second release. But the one Realm got you is the first release.
Yeah, he got me the first release, and he got it pre-owned. So when it came, it was already broken off from the person that had it before. And I think they tried to glue the foot into the base as well. Like, we couldn't get the peg out of the base.
Because if you look up there, I've also got a Hassan of Serenity that I think you knocked over in my room a while back.
Yeah.
And it snapped a foot off. Like, the figures... It didn't fall off its base, but the foot snapped off the base. And
so you also have to doctor that one?
I just have to glue it back together. That's just something that happens when you've got, like, precariously posed figures. It can happen, you know? Sometimes it's a flaw, but like I said, I think the solution, in my opinion, would be, and I was going to talk this over with Knickknack later, but what I was going to do is I was just going to create a support for her leg, if you didn't mind.
Yeah.
Like, I was going to take some epoxy sculpt and just create a separate support. It wouldn't look as good, but what I would say was if you wanted to like show off the figure, take the support off, but put it on her when she's standing up normally, because it'll take all the stress off her leg. But if it gets knocked over, it's just going to break again, I'm sure. So that's what I would say. Dakota Doyle says, how far into the campaign are you guys? Do you mean the D&D campaign, or do you mean FGO proper? Because...
The D&D campaign, I assume.
Yeah.
I actually gave an update on that recently in the rolling video. Right now, we have finished E Pluribus Unum, and so they're working on some, like, event adaptations, and the next one they're working on is the Prisma Codes, Prisma Causeway. Yeah,
because I remember... It was Okeanos and then E Pluribus for big chapters.
Okeanos, London, E Pluribus.
Oh, I forgot about London. Damn. Interesting. Yeah, strange. I just had an idea. I was just realizing I'm not going to be able to get that back up into its spot properly. But I think I have a solution. Move my... Or if I can just use this and clear it out of tea. Let's see. Try to use a... So much tea. But yeah, we're about that far into the campaign. Realm might be rejoining us soon.
Yeah.
He hasn't been playing with us for the last, 4 or 5 major chapters or longer because he's been busy.
Yeah, but he's, his availability now lines up perfectly with ours again, so...
Yeah, so hopefully we'll be back to playing with Realm. Although we're probably only going to get to play, once before I go off to Europe.
Yeah.
So we'll have to make it count. You know? I do have a few weeks free before I go off to Europe, so hopefully we'll spend some time.
We'll plan something out in the next week or two.
Yeah. Sekhie, on the spot, finding a new way to store her little serial killer
hoard.
Yeah. Well, because it is getting precarious, you're right, and I don't want to lose or break anything that isn't already broken or, or that I want to use in the future. So it's probably a good idea.
Right, and I need to ask what you mean by your question, like how are you adapting Ilya to the campaign? Are you talking writing wise? Are you talking gameplay wise? Like what? Because like gameplay wise, I adapt for like every other servant in the game. Like I took her lore abilities and skill set. Because she has a lot fleshed out from the anime, I made sure to embellish it a lot more than it is an FGO, and from there and then writing wise, I tried my best to write the story or into the story.
Cool-face. Ozzy's hair from his first ascension.
Sekhie's seen that Passion Lip figure before.
Which one?
So Woda's Black says, it's hard to find affordable action figures from the Sakura 5. A Passion Lip is over $1,000 back here, and it looks good.
Yeah, I think I've seen that really nice one.
Yeah, you saw it on display.
Yeah, I remember now.
Was it at the
anime store that we go to?
Yeah.
All right, well...
The mall one or the
mall
one
one
we went to the other day?
The mall one.
Okay.
All right, well, it didn't fit everything, but I've managed to tuck away the stuff that was hanging out over the top.
Needs a bigger box.
It's already in this big box.
Yeah, but if you expand the collection anymore, you're not going to have any more room. You need something like this.
I'm not putting them in that. That would look bad.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just one of those things where, I don't know. I like the usability of Nendroids and having all the spare parts, but it is a little hard to kind of keep track of how much.
I would say, guys, don't talk about Ordeal Call 2 spoilers. I'm not actually worried about Sekhie that much, but I want to be considerate of other people in the chat who may not have played that chapter and may not know, may not be like me, hunting for spoilers on social media.
Valid. Okay, my guy. You're good. Promise. Don't break.
In a video about, say, the Count of Monte Cristo, it should go without saying that when I'm talking about, I'll mention Ordeal Call 2, and you should go without saying there's spoilers there. But, I don't want to spoil people.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of figures that are on my shelves that are off screen for you guys that you can't see. I've mentioned it before, but up top over here, I've got a Gray and, a Dr. Roman.
You've shown them off a couple times.
Yeah.
Whenever we get a new Fate figure, we always pull it onto camera.
Yeah, but I don't often show off my other figures because there's just too many of them. I
Yeah.
have a bunch of fairy tale characters, an ungodly amount of One Piece figures.
I don't know if you showed off your Deerwood. That's the most recent one that I got
did
you.
in the stream the other day.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a, quite frankly, astounding amount of Hawks figures. And Dobby figures. I've got a lot of Dobbies and Hawks.
A lot of fairy tale in One Piece.
I only have the 4 fairy tales.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. Because there aren't a lot of fairy tale figures that aren't $1,000. So I just have the Grand Magic Games outfits for the main 4.
And you have some odd, funny shit like the Funko Varus, and then I don't think you have it in here, but you have the plushy Golem I got you.
Yes, I do have plushy Gollum, but he's not in here right now.
And he's cursed.
Yeah.
And you have Build-A-Bear Legolas over there.
I do have Build-A-Bear Legolas. He even has voice lines. There is some random kind of eclectic shit that I have. Because the other thing is, I also collect dragon, just artistically made dragon figures. You know what? That's fair. The only problem with that Woda's Black is I actually don't have a lot of space to put honeycomb shelf up anywhere in here, because what you can't see is that the entire room is floor to ceiling shelving.
It's all bookshelves.
With the exception of the window, which is directly behind me.
We are in a library.
Yeah, I actively actually don't have wall available. And I know we're going to transition over, but any place that, here, where there isn't, bookcases because it's under the window, is a cat zone, technically. So, my cats get up there and they'll knock shit over. So I can't, put things by the window, unfortunately. Yeah.
I hate to cut us off here because we could talk to chat all lunch break, but we probably should. I want to give myself the hour to chill, and I actually did order some food.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
you've opened...
Yeah, open this while we're in here. And I would actually switch us to desktop audio so you can mute the mic.
Okay.
So, yeah. We'll see y'all back here in an hour.
Wait, hold on. I think hang on.
So the winner of the poll here is Hassan. I don't know if I have Holmes or Hassan pulled up there. I pulled them both up just in case.
I'm gonna... Okay. Alright, you have Holmes and Hassan pulled up.
Which one's the video here?
This one is Hassan.
That's the one we're putting on.
The one we're watching first? Okay. Alright, let's see if this works. Y'all, we're gonna hang around for a second to make sure that the audio works properly. Let us know.
Rejoice, everyone. We're back with another Sekhie Reacts to Fate.
Yeah, how was that dank hashish? I know. I've been making bad jokes. I want to say it'll get better. Like, I won't use bad jokes as hints going forward, but that's a lie. There's always a chance that I just use, like, a fucking terrible joke as a hint. So, you know, for anyone who didn't get it, no shame. This was pretty fucking... obscure. I was making a very American joke about like hashish with the hashashin and like smoking. To be honest, I probably wouldn't have even made it if I hadn't been recently watching a documentary on YouTube about something to those effects. So I will be better by a little bit, but expect terrible jokes just in case going forward. But yeah, enjoy Hassan Isaba. As you can see, we are talking about Hassan Isaba, or I mean, more generally, the Hassans, as in all of the Hassans, all at once. Because why? Why split things up into reasonably sized videos? That's unreasonable. You know, totally unreasonable.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Gotta pull up a couple things. I don't have all my notes on my fucking notebook today because I started doing research and then I was like, I am not summarizing 300 years of history in my notebook. I will make annotations at where I need to refer back to my phone and only write down what is necessary. Alright, so the Hassans. We first need to start with Hassan Isaba. Circa about 1050 to the 12th of June, 1124. He was a military and religious leader of the Nizari Ismaili state and the order of the assassins, the Hashashin, and has been called the Old Man of the Mountain or the Elder of the Mountain, and was an educated man, especially in mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy. This is mostly occurring during the Islamic this is all occurring during the Islamic Golden Age. Which went from the 8th century CE to the 13th century CE. So, like, even though Europe was stuck in the Dark Ages, the Islamic states were having a golden age. What is that fucking moron doing? Okay. She's stupid. So, in terms of primary sources about him, there is some allusion to the fact that he likely wrote an autobiography and a treatise or two, but we actually don't have any copies of his original writings. We do have references to them in other literature from other Persians at the time. So, yeah, a little bit on trying to find stuff that could be, like, confirmed. But based on what we know, he was born in Qom, Persia in the 1050s, and early in life he moved to Ray, where he became interested in metaphysics and would study many other subjects at home. Ray was also the home of the Ismaili movement in Shia Islam that followed the Caliphate of Cairo at the time, and at 17 he would convert, and he greatly impressed his elders, eventually being recommended to go to Cairo for further study. He didn't immediately leave for Cairo, he actually waited a little while until he was like basically kicked out of Ray by those who were super against the Ismaili. But he did eventually go to Cairo. However, he spent 2 years on his journey to Cairo, touring various other places along the way. He would stay in Cairo for about 3 years before touring extensively throughout Persia, eventually retreating to the mountains, which were filled with long-time Shia strongholds which had not crumbled to like Seljuk power and stuff like that. In 1088, he would find the mountain fort of Alamut and it would imply a patient and long-term strategy to slowly convert and infiltrate the fort, eventually finally capturing it in 1090. He then devoted himself to study for 35 years, allegedly. So the story goes that he retreated to his room to, like, study and philosophize for 35 years, but at the same time, like, this empire was, like, actively building during this time, so, like, there's no way he just locked himself away entirely for 35 years. However, he was incredibly studied. He could quote the Quran by heart and knew a lot of things about mathematics, astronomy, alchemy, medicine, architecture, and science. He declared Persian to be the holy language for the Nizari, and that would remain so for centuries. So most Nizari Ismaili literature from this time period is written in Persian, unlike in most of the rest of the world. Interestingly enough, there are accounts of him from Marco Polo. Marco Polo was the one who gave him the name Elder or Old Man of the Mountain. And he talked about how he educated people in his court and spoke of the extensive Alamut libraries, but he also called him a con man. And then the Shishiji, which is a Chinese record, tells of a league of assassins that would be sent to kingdoms who did not surrender to infiltrate and kind of subvert. So obviously telling of the same people. So I've mentioned assassins a few times. You may be thinking, you know, oh, this man doesn't, he's not an assassin. This is Hassani Sabah, because you've never seen Fate and you don't know that all the Hassans are assassins. Or you've never played Assassin's Creed, you know, or any of the various other things. But this man created the Order of Assassins. Circa 1090 to about 1275 CE. They were a sect that held, that basically conducted subterfuge and assassination throughout the Middle East by covert murders of Muslim and Christian leaders that the Nizari Ismaili state considered enemies. Alamut and Lambasar castles in the mountains became the foundation of a large network through Persia and Syria that would include other major strongholds like Masyaf, Abu Qaibas, Al-Kadmut, and Al-Kaif. Marco Polo introduced them to the world in the West by the name Assassin, derived from the term hashish. While the name refers to the whole sect, only those of the status of fidai could engage in conflict. Their preferred methods for killing included dagger, nerve poison, and arrows, and they posed a fairly significant threat to the Fatimid, Abbasid, and Seljuk powers of the time, killing over 100 targets that included notable figures like 3 caliphs, King of Jerusalem, and many Muslim and Christian leaders. It would eventually decline and be destroyed by the Mongol invasions of Persia in the late 1200s. So, I've got 2 things to go from here, right? We're going to do a relatively abbreviated history of everything that happened after Hassan. Like, I'm not going into great detail. A lot of this is on the topic of kind of religious conflict and inter-religion wars and stuff like that, and that is not necessarily something that I am well versed in. I know very little about this topic myself, so I'm just going to be covering the, like, highlights of, like, big major historical events. You know what I mean? Shortly after establishing the headquarters in the order, they would capture Lambasar Castle, which I mentioned. That would be the largest of the Ismaili fortresses and confirm the power in northern Persia. That date is sometime between 1096 and 1102. It was taken under the command of Saba's successor, who would lead it for over 20 years. No interactions were noted with the First Crusade to the Holy Land and the Assassins. Mostly because the First Crusade targeted predominantly Muslim enemies that were separate. Let's see. Fucking hell. However, there were major conflicts following this with the Seljuks and the Seljuk Sultans. Especially Muhammad I Tapar and several others. The first notable assassination was that of Nizam al-Mulk in 1092, and he was a very powerful Seljuk vizier who was kind of like... how do I put this? He was like what enabled the Sultan at the time to kind of take a large amount of power. You know what I mean? Like, man was behind a lot of stuff. Over 50 of the assassinations conducted during Hassan-i Sabah's reign were actually of Seljuk officials, mostly those supporting Muhammad I Tapar. They then seized They then seized the Persian castles of Rudkan and Gerkud before moving further into Syria, occupying the fortress of Shaizar and using it to spread terror to Isfahan and into the heart of the Seljuk Empire. By about 1100, they had consolidated a fair amount of power, and actually the Seljuks would turn and attack the Assassins in some of their strongholds, being at first successful and devastating to the Assassins, but the terms granted when the fighting was over were quite generous, and they would continue their mission against religious and secular leaders. So notably, they would kind of strike all throughout the Levant, kind of, and this area into Persia and that sort of thing. Mostly against, Muslim Christian leaders. Once again, the Seljuk sultans. Again, in the next generation, he would be succeeded by Kia Buzug Umed, who would be the new leader of the Assassins. And then he would be the person who was most likely... Let's see. How do I phrase this? Basically, the Assassins got involved in some kind of inter-country politics fighting in Syria. And eventually... a new leader would come to power, and then some stuff would happen, and then another one would. There's like a lot of changing of hands of power during this time period, with Sultan Mahmud being one of the main targets for assassination. And then we have to remember that the Assassins did have some involvement in the later Crusades, not the first one for sure, but for example, they did attempt to assassinate Saladin twice, failing the first time, and the second time leaving after just threatening him, which is actually pretty notable. I mean, man survived 2 assassination attempts, essentially, from the League of Assassins, and Saladin is a famous name in the history of the Crusades. I think it was Richard the Lionheart fought Saladin.
I believe Richard the Lionheart was.
I could be wrong, but that feels right. It could be the Disney furry Robin Hood in my head telling me that, but that feels right. They did kill a king of Jerusalem, and then they also targeted some European nobles who came for the Crusades, like notably, which was pretty interesting when I was recording them. I think the big thing now is we can get into... I also wanted to just list off some, famous names from the Order of Assassins. I'm not going to list all of them. If you want a list of all of them, go look online. There's, a list of, 30 of them somewhere, and most of them don't have a lot of information on them. But of some of the more well-known ones, there's Al-Hakim al-Munajim, who was a physician and astrologer, circa 1100. Abu Tahir al-Saig, the goldsmith, around the same time. Bahram al-Dai, we talked about him a little. Rashid ad-Din Sinan, 1190s. Sarim al-Din Mubarak, 1271, so right at the end of assassin time. He was the son-in-law of the Sultan of Egypt, actually. And then for some notable assassinations, there was Niram al-Mulk, the Seljuk vizier and basically shadow ruler, right, over a puppet king. Jinnah al-Dawla, the emir of Homs of the First Crusade. Ahmad Sanjar, a Seljuk sultan. Saladin, the Third Crusade, failed. Munkeh Khan, who actually succeeded. That was a successful one. And then Edward I Longshanks. They attempted to kill Edward I as well. He was only wounded, though, and this was kind of right near the end of their power and control. So I don't know how much more in-depth Fate goes, but I was fully not intending to summarize 300 years of religious war in a space that covered, half of the Western world and involved the other half in armies, because that would have just taken entirely too long. And then you did not give me specifics. I know that there's multiple Hassans, But I don't know if each one is like associated with one of the more famous Hassans or, you know, so I picked out the big ones.
I'll say now, I think maybe only one of them has a known name. So.
Okay.
I
So
don't
it's kind of like the Nazgul, where they all had names, but we only know the names of like 1 and 2 if you listen to game lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got the Witch King of Angmar, and then if you listen to game lore, then there's Kamel the Easterling.
Before we get on to Fate, though, I guess it might be worth mentioning that the Order of Assassin, like, this is where our modern idea of an assassin comes from.
It is. It's where we get the word.
Yeah.
It's where we get the idea of it.
And it's been, like, not parodied, but, like, referenced in pop culture a lot.
Assassin's Creed.
You get Assassin's Creed.
This is the whole basis of Assassin's Creed.
Yeah. You also get the House of Many Faces in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a few.
You got it. Does your fantasy series have a vaguely Middle Eastern inspired assassin group?
Raj Al Ghul and his in the Batman that part
Raj Al Ghul.
Yeah,
Talia Al Ghul and that stuff. The fucking Razak.
Yeah, Razak. That one was
Aragon.
That's right. That's what I thought it was. It sounded
Razak.
Aragon. Yeah, they're everywhere in pop culture.
Technically, I think there's also a comparable thing in Lord of the Rings, but it's in the deeper lore, and it has to do with the Easterlings.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
So I guess before we get into seeing any of the Hassans, I should probably explain like what's going on here.
Oh God, there's so many of them. Why are there so many?
We have a full list down here.
Holy shit!
We're not covering every last Hassan here because not all of them have enough notable stuff we're going to design.
See. So the 19 leaders of the Hasshan, medieval Islamic sect based in Persia.
They can only be summoned as an assassin servant for obvious reasons.
Of fucking course.
And they're actually not full heroic spirits, but rather wraiths that can be summoned as servants. Okay. So they're far weaker than most servants.
I was right, Richard I and Saladin.
They lack. So, like I said earlier, they lack an identity of their own. Once they take on leadership of the Order of Assassins, they are Hassan I Sabah.
Yeah.
And a good big note here for Fate is that in all the Fuyuki Grail Wars, the only servant that can be summoned in the assassin class normally is Hassan, without some heavy hijinks.
I do want to note here, because I was reading this while you were talking. It says that they was talking about their noble phantasms, since they all share the same thing. Zabania, and it's the name of the 19 angels that guard hell and torment its inhabitants under Archangel Malik. There are some really heavy, like, apocryphal, like, Christian traditions assigned to them in some versions of, like, the stories about them. And so, I mean, you have to think this is essentially the Nizari Ismaili state, which is what the Order of the Assassins was, derived from Shia Islam. And of course anyone who's studied Islam knows that there are two major sects, Shia and Sunni. And this is the source of a lot of conflict in and around the world, because they are different in sort of very specific ways. I think the big one is that they technically followed different people at the split when Muhammad died. One followed like his son and one followed somebody else. And I had to study this back in like middle school, and I don't really remember it super well because it's not my particular area of study. But that's the other reason why I didn't really want to do the 300 years of history, because I didn't necessarily want to get into a huge religious thing. Because here's the thing, I'm not Christian and I'm not Muslim, so I am uniquely unqualified to speak on either in terms of like ideological wars. Like, I can report the names, the dates, the battles, who fought where and when, but it is not necessarily within my scope of abilities and knowledge to speak on intent or, beliefs and that sort of thing. Like, this is the foundation of, like, an incredibly strong conflict that has, for the most part, existed until modern day, and is still being fought and argued over today. And I don't want to offend anyone because I don't know.
That seems fair to me.
Yeah.
So I guess we should probably get into our first Hassan here.
Hassan Isaba?
No.
Oh.
We're not going to start with the original Hassan Isaba.
What about primacy?
We're not. So the order here is going to be a little bit arbitrary to Sekhie's eyes. To Fate Fandom's eyes, you might notice it as more the order, almost like they were introduced, but not quite that order.
Okay.
So our first Hassan here is called Hassan of the Cursed Arm.
Okay.
So let me get the FGO images here.
Oh. Look at this.
This is the Hassan that appears in, spoiler alert, Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel, as well as FGO.
Okay. Oh.
That an alternate? No. Oh, and then...
Yeah, I saw that. It's cute.
Little face on the nose.
It's cute.
So, Hassan of the Cursed Arm here is actually one of the only Hassans we know the original name for. Okay. That being Hanam. If you want to take a quick look, we'll pause this.
No, because I pulled up a while back. I was... There's not one that shares that name that I can find.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he only has a name just because this is the first Hassan that was ever introduced into Fate. So,
okay.
There's a lot going into him here. Let's see here. Sorry, I lost my place.
Fucking Sekhie Kojiro.
Yeah.
Well, that was fucky wucky. I know that.
Yeah. Sekhie Kojiro wasn't really the assassin servant.
Yeah.
You'll see it when we eventually watch the Heaven's Feel movies, I'm sure.
Yeah, because we talked about Sekhie Kojiro a little at some point.
In Unlimited Blade Works, mostly.
Yeah.
For the discussion there.
Yeah.
Personality-wise, he is... he shows incredible loyalty, but in life he was always seeking admiration for himself by gaining... And that was all he sought. And that's why he became Hassan. Okay. This did cease to be when he actually became Hassan and no longer really saw the appeal of it. At that point, he would settle into just being the Hassan Isaba.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and move down here.
Man, you've been in everything.
So, is that... No, it's appearance.
I wonder if maybe it, in the... Can I check something? A little weird. We don't normally spend a while checking this, but... Oh, is this just going to be, the same...
Yeah.
For all of them? Okay. I was wondering if maybe,
it would give more information on him himself.
Yeah, because then maybe I could have,
bit, but I'm going to kind of wait till we get to the Noble Phantasm to explain it.
Okay.
If you want to, we have the relationships here.
So, Gilgamesh. Hassan does not trust him at all, remarking that he reeks of betrayal, and strongly requests that Cthugga sever his contract immediately. Okay. Hassan of the 100 Faces. I may not be particularly talented, but I believe I'm a jack of all trades. I much prefer to be not very strong. It's better. The Son of Serenity. I never thought a girl like this would be here. If you ask me, the old man of the mountain's rules are strict. That's fair.
And then I will kind of skim past the role section here unless you catch something.
What the fuck?
That is just... That's not going to be in our artwork gallery.
Is he giving me Konji?
I think so.
You know what? I really like Konji, and you know that. I would accept. Oh no, but Sekhie, what if the Konji has nerve poison? All the better for me not to feel all of the aches that persist in my body every day.
So Hassan is extraordinarily weak in combat. He himself would be
remember.
No match for most servants.
I know, it's the worst.
He fights by throwing modified dirks at his opponents and actually has a finite amount of them, making him fully capable of running out. Mm-hmm. So in combat, he always has to be sure to collect them.
Yep. No, I fucking hate it. Oh. They didn't do a...
They don't show all the skills.
That's really annoying. No, I mean, I can see them up here. They're, listed.
They're not clean listed out like the FGO ones are.
Plus, Realm has him in campaign, and we did actually use him.
No, you don't, actually. This is different from the one you guys have.
No, but Realm has a Hassan.
Yeah.
And we have actually used a Hassan before.
Yeah.
One of them. I don't know which one we have.
We'll get around to that when we get there.
Yeah. Okay, so is that self-modification? Alright, there's Wraith, magical energy. With the takbir. Allahu Akbar. Okay. Ward off storms. Alright. It's a prayer that invokes Allah in order to ward off the wind jinn. Allows him to change the wind at will. His proper presence concealment. Okay. Okay. Cool.
So his noble phantasm is called Zabaniya, Delusional Heartbeat.
Yep. So is it question? Is it the same name for all of the Hassans and then like a different property, or is it like just the like? Help me out here.
So Zabaniya, and this is a good time to explain this actually, is just an all-encompassing name that is given to every one of the Hassan's signature trump card attacks.
Okay,
it's supposed to be more of a sure.
Okay,
all
so
their
it's
NPs are
one name, but it's different things for each Hassan, technically.
and they're all supposed to be basically their like surefire assassination method.
Okay. Well, because is the one that we have Hassan of the 100 Faces.
Yes.
And his is just having the 100 of himself.
Yeah, we'll look at that one more when we get there. But
it's the worst to fight with that in a large scale. I fucking hate it. It's almost as bad as trying to fight with fucking Iskandar.
I anyway, Hatayaroi. This will take us to multiple pages, but we'll stick to this one here.
Evil is arm of the evil spirit Shaitan, the cursing hand of Middle East magecraft specialized in curses that curses humans to death. Yep. One-winged spear. Okay. Interesting. I like how it's like fate, strange fake, ufotable.
Yeah, this has appeared in a lot of places because it's the oldest one.
Yeah. Nice.
So yeah, he basically just recreates the heart, crushes it, or eats it. If he eats it, he actually does become capable of absorbing that person's sort of intellect or their abilities too, I believe.
Valid.
That is just the ufotable animation if you want to take a look at the blurry
Weren't you
box
going to show it to me?
Yeah, I can show you the FGO
Yeah,
one.
you'll show me the FGO one.
Okay, let me...
I'll see the studio ufotable eventually. Didn't you have it open?
Yep,
Just take
it's right here.
Yeah. That's right, stab a bitch. Stab a bitch. Okay. Oh, just stabbing. There.
魂なぞ飴細工ザバーニ
Bloody.
Ooh, nope, we don't want to click into that, so I will click X because we also have an arcade!
Yay! It's playing. Remember, it takes a second.
サーバントアサシン影より貴殿の呼び声を聞き届けた
This was the card art for Assassins just based off the Hassans.
ザクの特使
That's what I thought.
魂なぞ飴細工苦悶をザバーニー
Oh no! Why? Why? My precious Cascoo.
Guys, don't tell her.
What?
Okay,
What?
so there's actually a fair bit more that I didn't explain about this as well.
Okay.
That arm...
Then get to it, boy.
So most Hassans, when they're coming up with their Zabaniya, come up with it themselves. Cursed Arm did not do that, making him somewhat of a cheater
Okay.
compared to the others. He's kind of a heretic.
Okay.
He actually obtained this by sacrificing sacrificing his arm to a demon called Shaitan.
Yep, I read that. Remember?
Yep. The fucking devil.
Sure.
So, yeah. So, I don't know if you read this part, but he can actually cut off that arm and just release Satan to attack everybody, including him.
Nice.
So, moving on here, we have 100 Personas, the one you're familiar with.
Well, familiar is a strong word.
Well, 100 Personas is the one seen in Grand Order and Fate Zero, so this is the one you guys have summoned.
Yeah, it's the one that Realm has.
So yeah, you have different designs.
This is very much like the House of Many Faces.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's cute. I like her.
So what's funny is in Fate Zero, 100 Personas is depicted more as male. In Fate Grand Order, 100 Personas is depicted as female. It's one of those weird instances where this might be an actual case of Fate playing around with concepts like that.
Huh. I like it either way.
Yeah.
I like the girl. She's cute.
So the anime-only watchers are probably most familiar with this Hassan out of all the Hassans so far.
Why?
Just because Cursed Arm only appears in, as far as like the main anime, he's only recently appeared in the Heaven's Feel movies.
Yeah.
And 100 Personas has been around for a long time in anime form compared to Cursed Arm through Fate Zero.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You'll remember this is the Hassan that got fucking owned by Iskandar.
Yeah. As they should.
This Hassan is interesting because at the 100 Personas, it's actually 100 different potential characters we could be talking about. All of whom can be different in age, size, gender, dress. I kind
of picked that up.
Let me see here. I already mentioned the fact, the Zero Grand Order gender difference here. But, let's see. So, this is a fun note that I wanted to include because I actually didn't know this until I started looking into 100 Personas more. And this is not something included in the anime of Fate Zero. Hassan here is not a wet noodle, despite what the anime may show. Hassan in the animes kind of gets owned by Iskandar and goes out pretty much like a bitch. In the original light novel, apparently Hassan, right before that, was planning to have their master killed and organized to take the Grail for themselves.
Hey, look, you gotta look out for numero uno.
Yeah. I won't go into the individual names of every single one, because some of them do have names and personalities.
Nice.
But I do want to bring up that there is one that I personally appreciate, named Zaid the Based.
What?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
The name is just Zaid the Based.
That's fucking hilarious. Do you know which one it is?
No.
Okay.
You might see it.
Alright. Whoa, that's so cute. Oh, what's that? Oh, we're gonna see that. We're gonna see that.
That's actually not something we're going to see.
Wouldn't it be in the extra art?
Don't think this is FGO related. Just an April Fool's thing that was in a magazine once. Type Moon's not... So, the extra art's usually only FGO art. So, if anything sort of is separate from FGO, it might not be included.
Alright. Oh, so here we have the actual... Alright.
Yeah.
So, presence concealment, obviously. Librarian of knowledge, processing the memory of multiple personalities. All kinds of specializations. 32 times of specializations. Okay, battle retreat. And then delusional illusion. I love this. Just a little chibi explanation of like, this is how it works.
That's probably what's
Look,
included in the light
you're
novel.
this one. Permitted him to divide into any of 100 separate personalities, although only 80 existences can manifest at one time.
Yeah, this Hassan in life had multiple personality disorder, or DID in the modern sense. They combine that with magecraft or maybe really good makeup to make themselves just become a different person every time. They would...
If the church learns that we know how to shapeshift, they will call us witches.
Apparently, though, it didn't require Hassan fully modify themselves to pull this off. Mm-hmm. And then as the servant, you've seen it in campaign. They just summon all, or most of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have played with this in campaign. Was the worst. Can confirm. It was terrible keeping track of. And Vorn kept fireballing them. Like, he kept casting fireballs and then catching them.
I mean, Fireball is an AoE spell. It's actually not a bad attack on them.
But it wasn't a good choice in this case. No, because that was when they were fighting on our side.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were fighting up close and personal, and Realm was controlling them, and Vorn kept shooting fireballs.
So, their NP here is called... I guess you have the different names here. We'll just scroll through these. We don't need to read them all. Mm-hmm. See?
Oh, Zaid.
Oh, and there's a little girl one. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're going to scroll up here, and we're going to click into the NP here. Delusional Illusion.
Okay.
Go ahead and read that if you want.
Alright. Anti-phantasm that targets the assassin himself rather than an opponent. Okay. Each one is a separate entity, and the only shade characteristics are their skull mask, black cloaks, and race. Body size can be anything. It's possible to produce the egos are not aware of themselves, like the child assassin, that are not counted amongst the 80 divided servants. All existences are equal, none of them created as superior or subordinate, and none is a real form or an offshoot of the whole. Okay. Yeah, because you can sacrifice one and people might assume that they're dead, and they're good for reconnaissance and stuff like that. Hey look, other skills employed by the assassins include impersonating, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and chick-sexing. What the fuck?
You can click into that if you're curious.
It's Wikipedia. I know what the fuck chick-sexing is.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's telling what the gender of a chicken is when they're hatched.
Trust me, I don't fucking know.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, this just has all the Zavanias, so...
Yeah.
Alright, so we actually have the FGO animation for this.
Nice.
Just a lot of them hitting a fucker.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense.
So our next one is called Hassan of the Serenity.
Yep, I can see her popped up there.
This is her original design here, the one that was in Fate Prototype.
Okay.
Fragments, I believe. But Fate Grand Order's Hassan of the Serenity looks like this.
That's not too different. Oh.
Notable for being one of the few Hassans who will actually take off their mask.
Oh. Aw.
I'll come back to that because she actually has alternate costume.
Cat ears. Oh. Very cute.
So, Hassan of the Serenity here is from the light novel Fate Prototype Fragments of Sky Silver, but most will know her from Fate Grand Order. Mm-hmm. The one thing I've neglected to mention is that most Hassans will eliminate their own face to make sure they have no identity besides their own. This is not the case for Serenity, as she is a Hassan focused a lot on espionage. Mm-hmm. We will have to return to her personality a little bit later, though, because it's hard to explain without knowing her skill set.
Okay.
Welcome to read these if you want.
There's so many. No. Wait. Go back up. I'll read through a couple of the ones I know. Scheherazade, someone to consult with for a Fergus countermeasure.
Oh, then should Fergus...
You keep scrolling past it!
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. A peerless brave warrior of the Celts who, having heard about those who would die from touching her, was far from faltering at the news, and he is in a state of having a curiosity for this person, saying, that person is great. Oh, there was no man who can endure you for more than a single night. That is even more... You fucking horny-ass bastard.
Well, I guess that'll make sense in a minute here.
I suddenly feel like I know what's coming.
So, her ability set is that every part of her body is poisonous. Including her sweat.
Lovely.
So, if she touches you, you take lethal amounts of poison. If she, let's say, puts her finger in your tea is now poisoned. God forbid she kisses you or goes all the way.
Down, Fergus, down.
Yeah.
Stop being Fergus.
If you're a servant, you actually probably have a chance of surviving this. But it would be excruciatingly painful. But even her master's not immune to it, as I believe in Fate Prototype Fragments, she even accidentally kills her master, but I could be wrong.
Does this lead to some sort of complex in her personality?
Yeah.
Where she's like very afraid of touching people who she doesn't want to die?
Absolutely, but this does work with her dirks that she throws. 'Cause
Yeah.
touch the dirk. The dirk is
fucking
now
poisoned.
poisonous.
Nerve poison! But it's poison.
So you'll probably find this interesting. I'm going to click into her Zabania page up here before we... actually, no, I'll mention before we get into her Zabania and some of the more fun stuff here. Yes, you are right. It does create a complex in her personality where she can't... Like, even if she likes someone or cares for someone, she can't have them touch her. So...
Has anyone ever considered latex gloves? Perhaps mittens. Full body latex suit.
There have been people and servants capable of actually touching her, though. Through different means. You've played through London at this point. You know that MASH helps provide the Master's resistance to poisons.
Yeah.
That means that the Master in FGO is resistant to her poison.
Oh.
You know what being poisoned from the entire body does create, though. She is extremely love and touch deprived.
Yeah. That would go along with the complex.
Because of her complex, she kind of, if you can survive her poison, just kind of jumps right into a relationship or tries to. So,
No, it's an assassin version of
waifu at
Kyo.
your own risk.
Waifu if you're in a threesome with MASH.
Exactly. Actually, so I didn't do this for the campaign because I needed to make it make sense in the context of 3 people, but in the original, it's just being contracted with MASH will help you with that.
Ah, okay.
So here you go. She actually does have a trump card like Cursed Arm does. If she wants to, she can basically destroy herself and scatter her body across the area. Her poison blood would then basically kill everybody in the vicinity.
Yep, I see that.
And even the wind would be poisoned.
Awesome. Gotta love that. I'm feeling snackish. I'm sorry.
I mean, you ate brunch and nothing else today.
No, but I'm not hungry per se. Just in case anyone's curious, it's coffee candy. Maybe I'm in withdrawal. I haven't had coffee yet.
Oh, that's some audio quality.
Oh man. That was like someone putting a phone up to a microphone. Oh look! Ryder! No! Gay! 10 out of 10 would read the fanfiction. Oh my god, can you imagine the amount of, like, fix-it fanfiction involved with this character? Like the whole, how, fucking just fanfiction authors writing about, like, how to get around her fucking poison skin and, like, give her the love, like, that she needs.
So, our next couple Hassans are not in FGO yet.
Okay.
But we will cover them because there is a decent amount to cover here.
Okay.
The next one's called Hassan of the Ghostly Weft.
Okay.
We don't have a lot on his characterization. We just have this here.
Oh.
This is one of two assassins we'll talk about from the Strange Fake series.
Okay.
Some people right now might be wondering why we're not covering False Assassin, instead jumping straight to True Assassin. We'll get to that when we get there, so just hold your horses.
What? Okay.
Ghostly Weft is not necessarily one of the 19 Hassans, but rather a shadow of death itself that hung over the Order of Assassins. He may have been a numbered Hassan, but his means of killing are so subtle that it's hard to know how long he operated, and if he was, he probably existed even during the reign of another Hassan. He is very old-fashioned in his speaking and mannerisms.
Okay.
His big thing is he just can't be seen. He will hide in people's shadows.
That's not out of the question. I mean, there was never just one Hassan operating.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a whole set of people, you know?
Well, yeah, I know. It's a whole organization.
Yeah. I mean, granted, not everyone in the organization could participate in the assassinations, but there still had to be several people, because we hear about, like, several people in operation at the same time.
Yeah, no, these are just the leadership position, basically,
Yeah.
it's talking about.
I think they're called... There's a name for them. They're called, Dais or Imams, in this case, if they're the leader of the organization. Like D-A', Dai, and then Imam. And Imam is a title given to a lot of Islamic leaders.
Another thing is so just hiding in the shadows isn't necessarily a means of killing. His means of killing are they're inducing illnesses and causing accidents in huge quotation marks.
Lovely.
Many may look at his kills and not even assume it was a murder.
Lovely.
His Zabaniya is called, or I guess you have his abilities here, sort of like the FGO, so I just want to look at these.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Shadow Lantern. Alright, Ghostly Weft. Curse and a Blessing. Okay. Meditative Sensitivity.
I've actually already opened this NP page because this is the only way you can see his NP. This is not Ghostly Weft. We'll get to this in a minute, but that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So Ghostly Weft's NP is called Meditative Sensitivity. This NP is the ability to transform himself into the concept of death and drag his enemy to the netherworld with him.
Mm-hmm.
It would, to my understanding, kill them both, so he'll only use it when death is imminent and unavoidable.
Mm-hmm.
He can also use it just to gain a connection to the netherworld, to gain information on pretty much anything.
Okay.
So, moving on here, this was True Assassin. That in this panel here is False Assassin. The no-name Hassan.
Alright.
So, she was a religious zealot who wanted to achieve the title of Hassan and come up with her own Zabaniya.
Mm-hmm.
She worked tirelessly and harshly, showing a level of fanaticism even most members of the order thought was going too far. In her effort to find a Zabaniya, she replicated all 18 Zabaniyas that were achieved prior to her. The only one she doesn't have is the 100 Personas one.
Mm-hmm.
That was deemed to be insufficient, as she did the research equivalent of just replicating old research and copying the words instead of producing new results on her own.
Yeah.
So she failed to achieve the title of Hassan and instead was passed up in favor of 100 Personas. And yeah.
Oof.
So we'll scroll down here.
Okay. Oh, and then there's all the ones she's displayed so far.
Yep.
Which we have not seen a few of yet. Febrile Inspiration, Raving Shadow Flash, or Unfeeling Patrolling Spirits, or Cyber Fantasy, or Ichor of Reverie.
Yeah. So I'm going to click back here to the first Hassan page now, just because this is a good time if you want to get an idea of some of the names and Zabaniyas. I can do that.
Ah.
So now you can put names to the Zabaniyas here.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, because we've been seeing them as we go, but yeah.
I believe this is also the order. No, they're not.
No, just their number.
Yeah.
Oh! Look at the cursed arm. He's got a date.
Yeah, well, we know this. We actually know this one because in the singularity where he appears in an FGO, he appears alive. Like, this is when he was in operations.
But fucking... There was only... I only have one listed assassin in operation from that time from the original list.
So you know who it was.
Well, potentially, because the order only lasts till 1275. That's 2 years before it ends. The only one is that one who I mentioned who was the son-in-law of the Sultan of Egypt. Sarim al-Din Mubarak.
So I believe, if I'm not wrong, the order did end, but it kind of continued in remnants past that point, too.
Yeah,
Which is probably how you fit the 19 here.
Yeah, because the fucking... the Mongols, right? They basically, like... raised their castles, killed their people, like, destroyed the kind of, like, political organization, but... And I don't mean this in a disparaging way, but... Ideology is the strongest moving factor that can affect a human being. Right? Economy? Sure. Power? Sure. Authority? Sure. Emotion? Sure. Ideology.
But when you believe that you're fundamentally, like... the very basis of your worldview is at risk.
Mm-hmm. Ideology will motivate humans further than anything else on Earth. And I find it hard to believe that the Order would just end in a year, in like a specific year, because of this happened. No. Like, I mean, sure, maybe their strongholds were kind of decimated and their numbers were few, but that doesn't mean that they ended then.
Downsized, maybe. Mm-hmm. Split into multiple sects, maybe. Mm-hmm. But end seems a little...
Went on to become the inspiration for Assassin's Creed.
That said, it is notable that because we know there were only 19 of them, 100 Faces was the last one, and No Name Assassin was a candidate for the last one. Mm-hmm. So we can blame the fall of the Hassans on 100 Personas.
Aww. I like 100 Personas. Alright, that's No Name.
Yep. So... let's see here. Oh, yeah. So, because Assassin... this is the Assassin of Fate Stay Night. Because, remember how all Fate Stay Nights had class cards in the Kali Liner series? There's also one here. Shinji was notably a user of one of it at one point.
I hate Shinji.
Oh, thank you.
Look,
Water's wet. Yeah. That was a fight between him and Emiya.
I hope Emiya won.
He did.
Good. It's the only time I've wished Emiya would win anything. Well, Shiro, specifically.
Look, this Shiro is the goat Shiro.
Oh, okay.
But this card appears to be capable of becoming pretty much any Hassan, or at least it picks one based off the user's needs or personality. To my knowledge, in its various uses, we've seen 4 different Hassan variants, including one we have yet to see. This Hassan appears to be... the one here by Shinji is similar to Cursed Arm, but different, it seems.
Okay, so the ones here that are unknown, we haven't seen them yet, right?
No. So, like, a lot of those came in the same chapter as Cursed Arm, because a bunch of Hassans get summoned in that chapter. Mm-hmm. But a lot of them are kind of like just given generic sprites from 100 Personas, and then don't really get a battle sprite, or they die off screen.
Okay. So we're not going to have much on him?
No. So his arm here that you see is called Kore the Whip, or Core the Whip. I don't know. Let me make sure I have that spelling right. Abilities. Does it say here? All right, we're going to click Zabania Dead Heartbeat Melody, because it's technically a different Zabania. I don't know where I got that name from.
Huh.
Either way, it's similar to the Cursed Arms NP, except instead of recreating the heart and crushing it, what happens here is they touch the heart, and where they touched...
it explodes?
Yeah, it just pops. Like, there's just a straight hole in that person's area where the heart was now, and you can see right through a person.
Oof. That's not good.
Yeah. Alright, so here's the one that I think people love the most.
Okay.
We've neglected to talk about...
the first Hassan.
The
Hassan
first Hassan. Meet Hassan-i Sabah.
Okay. I know this is a proximity thing, but tell me that does not look like it's done by the same artist as Zhang Yu.
It very well might be. You want to confirm that?
I'm a little curious.
No.
No. It looks like it though, doesn't it? It's like got the same like grittiness. It is fucking awesome though. Like, this is so cool. Oh, Einzul Gown wishes.
A lot of people liken his
cool.
design to Einzul Gown.
Yeah,
he's got a similar thing going on.
Yeah, except Einzul Gown wishes he were this cool.
The Virgin Einzul Gown versus the Chad King Hassan.
Yes.
So, should this come as a surprise?
That this is the strongest of the Hassans?
Not just of the Hassans. He's Grand Assassin.
Oh, another Grand Servant. Now we've had Grand Lancer.
Okay, let me go through the Grands that we know. I know Lancer. We've done Grand Archer.
Okay. Oh, Karna, right?
No.
Arjuna.
No. Orion.
Oh, that's it. Isn't one of the Karna or Arjuna, one of them's a Grand Servant, right?
Nope.
No, they're God, Karna, God, Arjuna.
You haven't seen Grand, any of the Grand Casters yet.
No, but if Grand Saber is Artoria, I will scream.
You've played up to that point in the campaign. You know that Solomon is a Grand Caster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You haven't seen Grand Rider yet.
Nope. Although I'm very curious.
Yeah, no, you only know Lancer, Archer, and now Assassin.
Nice. The first Hassan.
Yes.
Yes. This is Hassan-i Saba.
He is the first and the last Hassan. Because after he stepped down, he achieved apparent immortality.
Yeah.
He would spend the rest of his organization's existence serving as a shadowy overseer that would monitor the current Hassan.
He's in Nahui Mictlan.
Yep. He's in a lot of...
Yeah, I see Babylonia and Camelot. Which means I'll see him again when I watch the Camelot movies soon. Soonish.
We have to get to that point in the campaign before I'm going to submit those.
Bitch, I don't mean submit them. I mean you're going to show me them outside of that shit. I hope you're aware.
So
I am not waiting till campaign to see more Ozzy.
You're not far.
Too far? Because I haven't seen it yet.
So he was a rumor, but none of the Hassans were able to confirm he existed. Any that may have met him were killed.
Amazing.
He serves as the one that will kill the Hassan if they stray too far from what the path was.
Valid.
This could be...
The Hassan of Hassans.
Yes. This could be because they declined in spirit or skill. Either way, eventually they would all have their heads severed by the old man.
Like that one who failed to kill Saladin twice. Or the one who failed to kill Edward the First.
He was not heartless, and is not just one that'll sit idly by while others struggle. He's willing to step into a conflict at the request of the Order of Assassins, if and only if the current Hassan asks him for aid. But for Hassan to ask for aid itself is punishable by death.
Oh, yeah, because you're admitting weakness.
Yeah, in that event, he will step in, and the other Hassan will lose their head.
Oof. Look. I mean. Here's the thing. High risk, high reward.
There is no risk. You're gonna die, and you will win, though.
High risk, high reward.
Like we're talking.
Or I guess the rather is high price point.
Combat-wise, I'd say he's probably up there as one of the more powerful people in Type Moon.
Could he beat Gil?
Yes, absolutely.
Have we seen him beat Gil?
No.
Damn.
But we've seen him beat people of comparable, if not greater, strength. I.e.
Oh, shit, Tiamat.
He was heavily involved in that fight.
Oh, I can't wait. All right, I wanted to read some that are different. Okay, so I read Nitocris. The teachings are different, but her decorum towards the deceased, the attitude of a ruler, is something to which he can nod in approval. If Chaldea were to be involved with the land of the dead once again, and she was all alone by herself at that time, the burden might be a little bit too much for her, is the concern he feels for her. Aww. I'm also going to read a Resh giggle. The teachings might be different, but from her belief and obligation towards death, he feels something virtuous. If Chaldea were to be involved with the land of death once again, if she was also present, there would be no role for him to play, is what he thinks. That must have been in regards to Nahui Mictlan.
Probably actually more regards to his appearance in Babylonia.
Oh, okay.
But he also has thoughts on... Oh, Nidacris, that's Nahui Mictlan.
Okay, but these are the same. So they're both from Nahui Mictlan.
Possibly.
I don't know. No, because it's the same phrase. If Chaldea were to be involved with the land, we're back once again.
Oh, you're right.
I'll pause the video. So they're both Nahui Mictlan. I just thought it would be funny to transition back in that way. Hang on.
Yeah, I'll shut the door.
Yeah, because we're not going to go straight into the reacts. I think both Knick-Knack and I need like 5 minutes to get into equilibrium, but we're back from lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, give people some time to like maybe trickle back in if they dipped out at our lunch break to take their own lunch break.
Do you mind unpinning my comment there? I don't think I can do it from my phone, so.
I can. Or maybe I can't. I don't know. Let me unpin message. There we go. Yep. Whew. Yeah. Nah, I've done the same thing before, Jens. That's one of those things where I don't necessarily, when I'm researching, I don't always go into sort of speculative historical evidence of like post kind of main historical evidence stuff. Because if I did, like, my research binges would have to be significantly longer. I can't always spare the time and effort to like really deep dive into like all of this stuff that's published afterwards besides the actual historical record. I touch on it sometimes, but typically more so when it comes to like thematic elements, just because that would be like oh my god, can you imagine if I like did that for like one of the Roman emperors or something? We'd be here for like 4 days going over like, yeah. I recently had to do a presentation on Vespasian and Titus, and we were required to have like the Suetonius book plus 3 academic sources. I had 24 because I went in and I read a bunch of other stuff and I put together this like amazing presentation. So it's just one of those things where it gets a little funky. You are very large, Knick-Knack. We're gonna fix that.
Funny because I'm just like sitting here chilling on my phone for a second there.
I figured I'd fix it. You are now should be moved to smaller soon. But yeah. Yeah, Jens. Knick-Knack does not let me wall of text about non-fate stuff as a commenter, which seems super unfair. How dare you? It was an interesting topic to talk about. But you have to remember, Knick-Knack has to hear me on like a regular non-channel basis too. So like he hears a lot of this stuff from me like multiple times. Mm-hmm. So I can understand why you might not want to hear it like again sometimes.
It was also a bit.
Well, still. How dare.
Like let's not just pretend like I wasn't committing to a bit there.
How dare you commit to the bit and hurt me in this way? Yeah, give it. Let's give it till 2:10. We'll start at 2:10.
Yeah.
That way people can trickle back in. So yeah, the big reacts. So if you're staying for the whole time, buckle up, Buttercups. It's gonna be probably a couple hours. Probably like 2 minimum.
2 minimum. I could see this approaching the 2.5 to 3 hour mark too.
Yeah.
Depending on how long your history section goes or how long my sections go.
Yeah, which I mean, the length of my history section is going to be highly dependent. We don't know yet. We just don't know yet.
It's going to be multiple servants, so the craft essences could get out of hand.
Oh God! I always forget about craft essences when we do multiple servants because it just. Even if each servant only has 3 or 4, that's like exponentially larger amount of craft essences than servants. Oof.
Like I don't think either of us were quite ready for the Demons of Mount Oe and the Heavenly Kings video.
You know which one I wasn't prepared for? Cathpalug.
Okay, that's because we did the mascot of the series and it was kind of a joke.
Oh yeah, Jens, maybe another cup of coffee if you intend to be super attentive. Don't accidentally snort it like I did this morning, because that was unfortunate for everyone involved. My kitchen floor is a little bit sticky, so I might have to like mop that tomorrow.
I'm generally sticking to this side of the camera. I'm gonna like slightly spin that just a tiny bit.
Okay.
There we go.
I mean, it's not gonna matter. I'm turning your camera off in a little. I have the power. I have the mouse. But yeah, it's just one of those things.
Lauren said he might show up today, but I haven't heard from him at all.
Well, Vorn has a lunch thing.
Yeah.
And he said he would show up after his lunch thing.
So he could show up right in the middle of this.
He might.
Series.
I think he wouldn't have. He won't show up until at least after 2:30. I think you could message him. Maybe.
Nah, he shows up if he shows up. He doesn't if he doesn't.
Yeah, there's every chance he shows up at like 3 or 4 p.m. or something, and we're already like most of the way done.
Honestly, like I was more interested to see his reaction to some of the Yang Guifei stuff because.
Yeah. Vorn would have had more of an opinion. He does have a fair amount of opinions sometimes about stuff like that. I love that we're recommended on our own video.
Are we really?
Yeah, to Mama No Mai and Brunhilder.
I don't want to watch my own video.
My God, there's been a few times when like I've told people I know about the channel and they pull it up and it starts auto playing on their phones and I'm just like, oh God, my own voice coming out of someone's phone.
I use it as a social experiment to torture ourselves sometimes.
Well, because here's the thing, I hear your voice when you talk to me for the original recording, and then I edit them, so I hear it all over again. And that does not necessarily translate to me wanting to hear it a third time, or a fourth time for that matter. I tend to not want to hear it after that. I'm like, nah, get the fuck out, leave, don't come back. I don't want to hear it.
What, you mean us getting into pissing matches every once in a while is not something you want to hear 3 times?
No, it's not. Oh, if Lauren comes by, he can pick up the rest of his birthday gift.
Yeah, he just forgot his birthday gift here a while back.
Yeah, well, it's a third of his birthday gift.
Have you ever shown it on camera?
No. Can if you want.
Yeah. May as well.
For those of you that know the series, these are the girl characters from Snafu?
I think that's Snafu.
Yeah, it's Snafu. And they have these Kuntis figure line for the 3 girls where they're wearing like Chinese Qipao inspired outfits, and I ordered him all 3 because they weren't very expensive for his birthday, and then 2 of them came in time and the third one showed up 2 days later, and then I didn't see him again in a way that I could give it to him for like 3 weeks, and then after that he forgot it at mine.
That's better than my gift for him. My gift for him I had arriving like 3 days after because it was a pre-order, and then that pre-order got delayed, and now I'm sitting here and it's arriving on my birthday.
Taco says happy May the 4th, Nick Nack.
Woo! Tales of the Jedi was Tales of the Sith or the Empire was kind of mid.
Man, you a diehard Star Wars fan? Ragging on Star Wars?
Star Wars fans will rag on Star Wars more than anyone else you will ever meet.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not much of a Star Wars person, but we've discussed this. It's not because I think it's bad, it's just because I think I grew out of it a little bit. I was much more into it as a child, and now I'm just not as into it. I have other things that make me excited and happy. You know, things like Lord of the Rings.
Made me excited and happy.
Which, by the way, can I talk about how, like, I'm super grateful that I'm having the opportunity to go back to Greece and spend 2 weeks working in Greece on an archaeological dig, and I'm really excited for that. But I have to be in Greece the same day that the 4K remastered Lord of the Rings starts coming out in the US, and that means I will not get to see the 4K remastered Lord of the Rings in theaters. And I know that's a first world problem, and I know that I'm getting to go to Greece, but...
You know what being a Star Wars fan feels like? You remember that time period before Rings of Power came out where you and that one other friend of ours that you had that, like, on indefinite hiatus channel of... like, you just spent like an hour or 2 ragging on the Rings of Power trailer.
Rings of Power.
But it was like a bonding experience.
Yeah.
That's what being a Star Wars fan is like.
Yeah, Jacob Foti says, no one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. They ruined Star Wars.
Exactly.
Yeah, tacos in the US. We are getting the 4K theater release remasters on June 8th, 9th, and 10th in the US. I have to be in Greece on the 8th, which means I probably need to fly out on the 6th or 7th because of time zone changes. First world problems, I know, but I'm so disappointed.
That would have been like a amazing experience for you to get like one after another each day.
Yeah, because I've only seen Return of the King in theaters, and I saw it for the 20th anniversary last year, and it was just the regular. And don't get me wrong, I don't need to see the 4K, but if I had been able to swing that, I genuinely would have been extremely excited because it's basically my favorite series in existence to watch. And I do watch it at least every other month, and I never get tired of it. Well, certain parts of it. I don't watch the Gollum bits anymore. I got bored of them. But yeah, so it is coming to theaters, and I'm very excited. I don't know if it's coming anywhere else in the world outside of the US. So, I mean, it might not be coming if you're outside of the US, but it's coming in the US.
Either way, you're not going to have time to watch it in Greece.
Yeah. I'm very disappointed. It makes me sad. It makes me so sad. First world problems. I'm going to enjoy being in Greece. I'm not actually going to miss not getting to see them. Yeah, one of my friends was laughing at me when I like made a big deal out of it. I was like, oh! No, not Gollum from the hit game, Gollum.
That game was shit.
Well, according to my parents' tacos, I saw all 3 of them in theaters, I think. You know, in a baby carrier. Or a stroller.
Of the original 6 Star Wars films, I've only seen 2 in theaters.
I saw none of the original 6 in theaters. I've only seen 7, 8, 9. I've only seen 7, 8, and 9 in theaters. Rogue One and Solo I watched at home.
Yeah, I watched Phantom Menace 3D, if you guys remember that re-release. And then I watched Phantom Menace again last night. And then I saw Return of the Jedi with Sekhie.
Is that 7?
6.
We watched 6 together
Remember
in
you
theaters?
didn't watch 6 with me in theaters?
I've seen 1 in theaters. I do not remember.
We saw it, I think, last year.
I genuinely have no memory of this. Like, I do not remember having seen that movie in the last decade. I don't remember going to see it in theaters. I'm not even sure I can tell you everything that happens in that movie.
We either watched it just before or just after we went and watched Lord of the Rings Return of the King.
I remember that clearly.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. It's not that I'm intentionally forgetting this time. I genuinely do not remember going to see that movie in theaters. Which sucks because I do actually like 4, 5, and 6. Of all the Star Wars movies, the ones I'm most willing to watch are 4, 5, and 6. I do like them. And I don't doubt you. I'm sure we did go and watch it. I might just be forgetting because I saw Lord of the Rings in theaters 3 different times. During the same release of the Return of the King. Which was pretty funny. But yeah. Let's see. Last comments from chat before we get into the reacts, but Jen says, stopped caring as much around the time the animated Clone Wars TV series started to run, and later when I stopped watching Rebels. Okay. 2, 3 Clone Wars, 7, 8, and 9. That's fair. Plans to be canceled.
I did watch the Clone Wars animated movie in theaters. That movie is hot garbage. The show is good. This movie is garbage.
Yeah. Oof. All right. Well, now, I guess we'll see how many of you guessed correctly.
We are covering Shi Huang Di and various others.
Qin Shi Huang. D is a title bit.
Yeah.
So, Qin Shi Huang and various others. I'm sure if you... Actually, let me just... Because Knick-Knack's blocking it, so we're just gonna...
No!
Up here in the corner, you can actually see the 4 people we're covering. If you care enough to, zoom in and read that. But, we'll tell you right now. It's Qin Shi Huang, Jing Ke, Shufu, and the Prince of Lanling.
Gao Chenggong.
Gao Chenggong, yeah. Gao Chenggong. So, Oh, were you gonna... Did we forget to do the...
Rejoice, everyone. We're back with another Sekhie Reacts to Fate.
So I thought I'd start with the most logical place when talking about Qin Shi Huang. In 356 BC, King Huiwen of Qin was born. He was also known as Lord Huiwen of Qin, or King Hui of Qin. He was the ruler of the Qin state from 338 to 311 BC during the Warring States period, and a likely ancestor of Qin Shi Huang Di. He was the first in the line of Qin to style himself as king instead of duke. And this is where our story begins. Now, Huiwen was married to the Queen Dowager Xuan, which is going to become important in a second because we're going to talk about her. But he's also the father of King Wu of Qin and King Zhaoxiang of Qin. Those are the next people we're going to talk about. So he was born Prince Si, son of the Duke Zhao, succeeding his father. And while he was still the crown prince, he was severely punished for a crime that he committed. During that time, the minister was implementing legalist reforms, and he was the one who insisted that the crown prince be punished, with his father approving of the draconian punishment of both him and his older brother and tutors. So he was punished by having Prince Qian had his nose cut off, Gongsun received the punishment of branding a criminal by tattooing his face, and Yingxi was banished from the royal palace. It's believed that he then harbored a personal grudge against Shangyang when he came to throne as King Huiwen, and Si would have Shangyang put to death on charges of treason. Huiwen retained the reformed systems in Qin left by his father and Shangyang. He leads to... So Huiwen is really the start of this powerful Qin state. He leads the military to kind of developing a lot of its large strength and establishes expansionism policy in the state of Qin. By 316 BC, they had conquered the states of Shu and Ba to the south in the Sichuan Basin. And ideally, the strategy of the Qin state was to annex and colonize all lands to the south rather than confront states to the east that already had large armies. Gongsun Yan, the strategist at the time, was a student of Gui Guzi, persuaded 5 of the other 6 states in the area to form an alliance deal with Qin, but his student, a fellow student of his, Zhang Yi, would come to be the prime minister of Huiwen and would actually help break this alliance, sowing discord amongst the 5 states. King Huiwen ruled Qin for 27 years and would die in 311 BC at the age of 46, being succeeded by his son King Wu of Qin, born of Queen Huiwen. I'm not going to talk about Queen Huiwen much, but we are going to talk about the Queen Dowager Xuan. So, Queen Dowager Xuan, also known as Mi Baiji, was the first dowager queen in Chinese history. She was originally a concubine of Huawen and is the mother of King Zhaoxiang of Qin. She would act as a regent for her son from 307 to 305 and actually held pretty much ultimate power in the Qin state for over 35 years during the Warring States period. She is the first one of the first women to have confirmed being acting as regent in China, and pretty much the most politically influential woman in Chinese history since Lady Nanji.
A Chinese woman holding a majority political power? What the fuck?
So she was a native to the state of Chu and held the rank of Baiji.
Horn's on his way.
Oh, okay. In Huiwen's harem, hence why she's called Mi Baiji. She had several sons, and when she died, when King Huiwen died, he was initially succeeded by King Wu of Qin. Now, the interesting thing here is King Wu of Qin only reigned for 3 years, from 310 to 307. He actually played a pretty large part in the wars of unification of the Qin state, predominantly against the state of Han. He also invaded Wei and several other states during this time, and early on in his 4th year, it was suggested that he attack the Han fortress of Yiyang to invade the Western powers. The campaign succeeded, and he actually gained entry of all the key transportation routes into Luoyang, which was the capital of the Zhou state. Now, but the problem was, when he was visiting the Zhou capital, Wu, who was a keen wrestler, thought that he would try to powerlift this giant bronze cauldron to show off his strength, urged on by a favored strongman of his named Meng Yue. And he did successfully lift the cauldron, but he broke his shin bones trying to carry it, and that night, blood streamed out of his eyes, and he died soon afterwards. So he came to power at age, like, 18, 19, died 3.5 years later or so at 21, 22, only ruling for 3 years. Since he died without children, the Qin state was initially thrown into crisis, but his younger half-brother, Prince Ji, who was a political hostage in the state of Yan, returned to Qin with the support of Wei Ran and King Wuling of Zhao, ascending to the throne as King Zhaoxiang. So that's how we're getting to Zhaoxiang. Okay? So King Zhaoxiang of Qin. King Zhaoxiang of Qin was born around 325 BC. He actually died around 251. He was like 73, 74 when he died. He lived a long life. He actually reigned for almost 50 years, right? But keep in mind, his mother was his regent for part of that time. So, Prince Ji was born to Lady Mi. And as that was this, she was a lower ranked concubine at the time, so he was actually pretty low in the line of royal succession. And because he was underaged, he was not granted a fief of his own because initially the state of Qin had a meritocratic system that demanded princes earn their lands through national service. So at a young age, he was sent to Yan to serve as a political hostage. And in 307, when his older half-brother died, he was put on the throne after the succession crisis. However, his mother was his regent for the first couple years, right? So he claims the throne, he ascends to the throne as Zhaoxiang of Qin at the age of 18. Because at the time you came of age, traditionally at the age of 20, so Dowager Xuan became the regent. Now, hold on, get my shit in order. Xuan was aided by her brothers in this holding of the kind of the space of regent. She gave titles to her brothers Wei Ran and Mi Rong, as well as to her other two sons. They were called the Four Nobles, and they actually controlled most of the power in Qin over the next chunk of years. Queen Dowager Xuan was actually very much into protecting the Qin interest and expanding the realm. She did refuse to fight her homeland of Chu, when the state of Han, who was under the attack of Chu, asked the Qin for reinforcement, but that was because of sentimentality. She did apparently have illicit relations with a barbarian called Yi Chu, having two sons with him, but would later trick and murder him. Following that coup, the Qin army marched into Yi Chu territory at her orders, and they annihilated him and his children, coming to possess the region that he ruled in. Since there were no more hostile forces to the north of Qin because of this ensured Qin's successful expansion eastward. In 271, Fan Zhu warned King Zhaoxiang that the power that was controlled by the Dowager and the Four Nobles threatened his rule, and so he, in fear of this, stripped her of her power, exiled her and the Four Nobles from the capital, and appointed Fan Zhu to be Chancellor of Qin in place of Wei Ran. She would then died in 265 BC and was buried at Mount Li. What a great start. All right, so gotta go through my bits. Okay. So, initially, when he was in his first year, he really just kind of throughout King Zhaoxiang's rule, the early parts of it, he kind of let his mother and the Four Nobles basically take control. Two of his older half-brothers, who had been rival contenders for the throne, tried to carry out a coup with Queen Huiwen and Queen Wu, who was King Wu's childless wife at the time, as well as a bunch of lords and officials, which was crushed quickly by Wei Ran, slaughtering all conspirators except for Queen Wu, exiling her back to Wei. During the same year, he would have his coming-of-age ceremony. Unfortunately, he didn't participate in the war against Chu. We already talked about that. But he did participate in the war against Han and Wei. In 301 BC, the Qin would attack Han and Wei, led by his uncle. This would be an ongoing conflict, kind of lasted until a fair bit in. So in 266, after he's ousted his mother from power, Fanju, who was a Wei national, fled to Qin. Well, not after he's ousted his mother, but around that time. So Fanju flees to the Qin state after being persecuted by Wei, vowing revenge on his home state. He essentially impresses Zhao Shang so much that he is appointed Chancellor of Qin. And Bai Qi is sent to attack Han, capturing 9 cities and a large portion of the region, cutting off all of Shandong from the Han mainland. At the time, the king of Han was fearful of the Qin prowess, conceded Shandong to him, even though the local commanders did not, and so there was a direct conflict between Qin and Zhao that were the 2 largest military powers that kind of ended in the Battle of Changqing. Eventually, a Qin general attacked Han, and 2 years later, Wei was forced to submit to the Qin as one of their vassal states. We talked about the conquering of the Yiqiu, right? And his mother and seducing the king and then murdering them all. So that's great. All right. Whew. I'm going to skip some stuff because it's not important. God damn it. Essentially, the Qin state at this point, under the command of this particular emperor, would lead extensive expansionist campaigns into the western and eastern areas, especially the eastern Zhou state, and pretty successfully stop eastern Zhou from attempting to form an anti-Qin alliance with other states. So in 251 BC, King Shaoshang would die at the age of 75, having outlived his eldest son, who died about 10, 12 years previously, who was a hostage in the state of Wei, and was succeeded by King Shaowen, who was his second son. He is one of the longest serving rulers during the Eastern Zhou dynasty, although technically at this point the Qin dynasty has not been established yet. And remember, we talked in the Tamamo no Mai video, right, about how Zhou split into Eastern and Western Zhou, and they technically ended and fell at different times. Right? Because the dynasties weren't 100% in agreement. So, then we go to his son, King Shaowen of Qin. King Shaowen of Qin is also known as Lord Anguo and has a really, really short reign. And when I say really short, I mean the 12th of November to the 14th of November in the same year. He reigned for 3 days. But he is Qin Shi Huang's grandfather, Lord Anguo. All right, so he was the second son of Zhao Shang and Queen Tang and the grandson of Dowager Queen Xuan. He died 3 days after his coronation. And in general, it's just accepted that he was older when he ascended to his throne. So his father would have ruled for over 50 years and didn't take over till he was 18, so his father was in his 70s, so he would have ascended to the throne already as an old man, and then supposedly died. But there's an interesting theory that some people have that's fun to bring up here, is that there's a conspiracy theory that says Lu Bu Wei poisoned the king or hastened his death in order to put the next king, King Xuanzong of Qin, onto the throne. This is supported supposedly by the fact that Xuanzong reigned for only 3 years. He's the next king. Now that's interesting because Lu Bu Wei is actually pretty important in the reign of the next 3 kings, including Qin Shi Huang. So we're going to talk really quickly about King Xuanzong, right? So King Xuanzong really did only reign for 3 years. Very short time in power. He did have an interesting spouse, though, that we're going to talk about. The Queen Dowager Zhao. I don't think Nick Nack expected this. I'm so sorry.
No, I just grinded out an entire free note on FGO while she was explaining the stuff.
So, I haven't even gotten to Qin Shi Huang. All right, so King Xuanzong of Qin was born to Lord Anguo, who was the second son of King Xiaoshang. and his concubine Lady Xia. So he was chosen to serve as a political hostage in the kingdom of Zhao. And when he was in Handan, which is the capital of Zhao, he would meet Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei was a merchant, and he saw Yi Ren as extraordinary. He detected potential in him to become a king. And so he treated Yi Ren very well and presented his own concubine, Lady Zhao, to Yi Ren, although some sources say that he was not excited about doing this and he was more reluctant to do it. Lady Zhao would later bear Yi Ren a son, Ying Zheng, who will become important. At this point, Lu Buwei became the one who helped Yi Ren return to Qin from being a political hostage. He also conditioned Lord Anguo's spouse, the Lady Huayang, who was childless, to adopt Yi Ren as her son, making Yi Ren the heir apparent. Because Huayang was a native of the Chu state, she gave Yi Ren the name Zichu, or son of Chu. So upon the death of King Xiaoshang, Lord Anguo ascended to the throne and historically became Zhao Wen, but died just 3 days after the date of his coronation. So Zichu succeeded his father as the king of Qin, becoming King Xuanzong of Qin. Lu Buwei was named as his chancellor, Lady Zhao was his queen consort, and Ying Zheng was his crown prince. He died in 47 BC after only reigning for 3 years and was succeeded by Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng unified China, founding the Qin dynasty in 221 BC, becoming known as Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of Qin.
We're only just now getting to Qin Shi Huang.
Ying Zheng, Qin Shi Huang, also posthumously declared that King Xuanzong would be known as Taishuang Huangdi. Now,
I need more caffeine for this.
Hang on, I'm not done. Don't. Are you gonna drink that? You're not a soda person. There's tea. He's going for the soda. All right, I want to talk about Queen Dowager
Soda's right
Zhao.
there. Tea's in the kitchen.
I want to talk about Queen Dowager Zhao. I said I was going to. So, Queen Dowager Zhao. We do not have a personal name for her. The important thing is that she is the mother of Qin Shi Huang. And the other interesting thing is, so she is the concubine.
Tastes like horse piss.
She's the concubine originally of Lu Buwei, but then given to Prince Yi Ren. She would give him a son. The historian Sima Qian actually claimed that the pregnancy might have been Lu's and not Prince Yi Ren's, but he was also pretty unpleasant in his portrayal of the first emperor, so this could just be him stirring up gossip during the time. At the time, the couple was living in Handan, where Yi Ren was a hostage. She became the Queen Dowager when King Xuanzong died and Prince Zheng ascended. Sima Qian claims that she continued her affair with Lu Buwei, but when they faced some exposure to their affair, he gave her a eunuch, a man disguised as a eunuch named Lao Ai, who apparently had a penis so large that apparently she was very promiscuous. And this man had a penis so large that like Lu Buwei had him like paraded around in a special like outfit because she could hear it or something from like how big it, something like that. Apparently they had 2 illegitimate children, but this is, once again, this is according to Sima Qian, who did not like the first emperor or his family. So Lao Ai was killed during a coup d'etat. The queen was imprisoned in the palace and her children were killed. In 237, a man named Mao Jiao persuaded Zheng to welcome the dowager back from Yang to the Ganchan Palace in Xianyang, in fear of other states would turn against him if they heard that he'd exiled his own mother. But eventually, by the time Shi Huangdi ascended, Zhao was already deceased and was promoted posthumously to Empress Dowager, and is buried with King Xuanzong at Xi'an. So Lu Buwei. Your face. So Lu Buwei was an influential merchant from the state of Wei. And what's interesting is what he said about what he said about taking an interest in Yi Ren, right? So apparently, when he decided to switch careers from being a merchant to a politician, he said to his father, "What is the profit on investment that one can expect from plowing fields?" His father replied, 10 times the investment. "And the return on investment in pearls and jades is how much? 100-fold. And the return on investment from establishing a ruler and securing the state would be how much? it would be incalculable, his father responded. So he said, now if I devote my energy to laboring in the field, I would hardly get enough to clothe and feed myself. If I secure a state and establish its lord, the benefits can be passed on to future generations. So I propose that I go serve Prince Yiren of Qin, who is a hostage in Zhao and resides in the city of Jiao. So that was his reasoning to his father for moving from being an influential merchant into being a political figure. So this is also where we get the story that the dancing girl, Lady Zhao, right, that he didn't want to give her, but he did give her instead. So Lady Zhao would give birth to Yingzheng, who eventually unified China under the Qin dynasty. And Lu Buwei himself would become the chancellor of King Xuanzong, right? Taking the title Marquis Wei Xin and being given a large taxable fiefdom. While he was in office, he oversaw military campaigns against neighboring states. And when Xuanzang died in 247 and the 13-year-old Yingzheng succeeded him, Lu Buwei continued serving as chancellor and regent to the now young king. In this position, he dominated the government and military. He invited famous scholars from all over China to Jianyang, where they compiled the Lushi Chinchu, or the Lu's Spring and Summer Annals, which was an encyclopedic compendium of the 100 schools of thought and the ideas held within them. It also says that there was here's the story about the eunuch. It says that, fearing the discovery that would cause a great disaster, he secretly sought a man with a large penis named Lao Ai, whom he made his retainer.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Vaughn.
You can go sit over there if you want.
Oh, you want me to sit right in front of the camera? Okay, cool.
Yeah, show them your beautiful, beautiful face.
Yeah.
I mean, he's barely visible. Anyways, so it said that he would ordered to have music performed and have him put his penis through a wheel of paulownia wood and walk about because the Queen Dowager would hear it and it would entice her. And so Lu Buwei introduced Lao Ai to her when she desired him. And so they deviously thought that if they got someone to accuse him of a crime that was punishable by castration, they would have them fake the castration and he would be brought into the harem. So they bribed the officer to pluck his eyebrows and beard and make him appear as a eunuch, and then give him as a fake eunuch servant to the queen so that she could use him. Which is really funny to me.
This is trying to sneak your boy toy into the imperial palace?
Yes. So the young Yingzheng learned that Yao Ai was not a eunuch and had plotted with the Queen Dowager to make their illegitimate son become the successor. So in 238, when he launched a revolt in an attempt to seize power, it was quickly crushed and he was executed along with 3 generations of all of his relatives. Yingzheng then stripped his mother of her position as the Queen Dowager and ordered the sons that she had with Lao Ai to be put into bags and beaten to death. Lu Buwei was implicated at this point, stripped of his posts and titles, banished to the remote Shu region, and fearing eventual execution, he committed suicide by poison in 235. As a result of this affair, Yingzheng would end up removing all of Lu Buwei's retainers and followers from their positions of power, except for Li Si, restoring it to hereditary Qin aristocracy. After his death, the books he had written, the Annals, fell out of favor and were not resurrected again until the Han Dynasty. Now we're going to talk about Qin Shi Huang.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Born. So,
Hi.
we're talking about Qin Shi Huang, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, of course, I had to start with King Huiwen of Qin.
Oh, my.
Yeah, 6 generations before
Yeah.
Shi Huangdi. You agree that's where I had to start?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
See, King Huiwen is the first one to claim the title of King of Qin, leads directly to Qin Shi Huang claiming to be the first emperor of China.
Yeah.
Therefore, necessary connection. He's been listening to me for 20 minutes talk about this man's ancestors.
What do you expect? It's an Asian culture. You're going to listen about ancestors. Or at very least their legends.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so, Qin Shi Huang. Let's start my notes. my notes are out of order because I looked things up the other way around. So I like started from Qin Shi Huang and then I went down through the characters. So now I have to go back up through my notes. All right. So, according to Sima Qian, Yang Zheng is the first son of the Prince Yiren, who would become King Xuanzong of Qin. At the time that some of this happened, he was residing in the court of Zhao. We talked about this, serving as a political hostage to guarantee a peace between the states of Zhao and Qin. He fell in love with the concubine of Lu Buwei, rich merchant. She became his wife, etc. And eventually, Yiren would become King Xuanzong, and the two of them would produce Prince Yang Zheng. Yeah. So the records of the great historian claim that Zhengyang was actually the son of Lu Buwei and Lady Zhao, but he hated the first emperor, so take that with a grain of salt. The other records do call him the child of these other two characters, so you gotta love that. Unfortunately, this idea that he was an illegitimate child does contribute in part to the generally negative view of the first emperor. However, I think other things perhaps contributed to the generally negative view of the first emperor of China, but maybe that's just me.
I mean, the book burning didn't help. You can see where Sekhmet is triggered.
So, when in 246 BC, King Xuanzong died, his son was 13 at the time. So, Zhao Zheng was still young, so he was... Essentially, Lu Bu acted as the regent and prime minister for the state of Qin, waging war against the 6 other states in the area. Zhao Zheng in 235 assumed his full power after Lu Buwei was banished for the scandal with the Queen Dowager Zhao. At this time, Zhao Chengjiao, the Lord Chang'an, was his legitimate half-brother, same father, different mother, and he tried to rebel at Tunliu and eventually surrendered to the state of Zhao, with his remaining retainers and family executed by Zhao Zheng afterwards. As he grew older, Lu Buwei he was afraid about Zheng finding out about his affair with his mother, and the fact that they were controlling the power to the throne. So there was the Lao Ai conspiracy, an attempted coup, and because of that, Li Si became the new chancellor. Li Si was a politician, calligrapher. He served as chancellor from 246 to 208 BC under Qin Shi Huang and Qin Shi, who was Qin Shi Huang's 18th son, and the second emperor of China, officially. King Zheng and his troops were very much A-okay with the expansionist policy of the Qin state during China at this time. They basically wanted to conquer the entire remaining set of neighboring states that had been slowly consolidating. The Warring States period had like a ton of little states pop up, and over the last 100 years, smaller states had been consumed by others, and it was down to basically there were 6 large states.
If I remember correctly, it was there was 13 major, then there was a lot of minors, and then it went to then 6.
Yep,
and then 1.
The Qin. Yep.
Yeah, well, no, wait, did it go 6, 3, then 1? Or was it 6 and then 1?
Something like that.
I'm gonna go get some water.
Yeah.
I need to wash out the taste of soda.
At the time, the state of Yan, who was one of their opponents, was not really a match for them, and so the crown prince Dan of Yan tried to assassinate King Zheng by recruiting Jing Ke and Qin Wuyang for this mission in 227 BC. Now, Jing Ke and Qin Wuyang would gain access to the king by presenting themselves at the palace to give a diplomatic gift to the king. It was supposedly a territorial map of Dukang and the severed head of Fan Wuji. So Qin Wuyang stepped forward to present the map, but he was trembling so much because of his nerves that even though Jing Ke said it was because he was so in awe of seeing the emperor, they would not let him go forward. So Jing Ke ended up being the one to take the map up to the emperor. Now, inside of the map, there was a sharpened dagger coated in poison. And so he withdrew the dagger and he attempted to stab the king. But he did not succeed. The king managed to get away, just ripping his sleeve in the process. And the king fled, trying to draw his sword. But it was inconveniently placed because it was a ceremonial longsword, so he didn't have an easy time drawing it. So he ended up hiding behind a pillar, but Jing Ke was closing in on him. And then one of the king's personal physicians chucked his bag of shit at Jing Ke, giving the king just enough time to whip out his sword and stab Jing Ke in the thigh.
What in the Looney Tunes?
Honestly, this would be a great Looney Tunes sequence.
Yeah.
So he stabs Jing Ke in the thigh, severely injuring him, and then we'll get to what happens to Jing Ke besides that in his life later.
I mean, have we already talked about Jing Ke the Servant yet?
No, they're next.
Oh my.
We've got Jing Ke, Zhu Fu, and Prince of Lanling to do, as well as Qin Shi Huang. So, this was not the only assassination attempt on the first emperor of China. The next one was from Gao Jianli. So, Gao Jianli was a friend of Jing Ke and wanted to avenge his death. He was a very famous musician, a lute player, and was summoned to play before the king. However, someone in the palace at the time recognized him and knew that he was friends with Jing Ke, guessing his plans. Because the king didn't want to kill such a skilled musician, he ordered his eyes to be poked out, and then he was ordered to proceed with his musical performance. The king praised his playing and allowed him to come closer, and the lute, which Gao had weighed down with a slab of lead, right? He swung it at the king, hoping presumably to bludgeon him to death with the weight of pure lead, but missed because he'd had his eyes put out. Understandably. And then he was executed shortly after. Now, this is all before he unifies China. I need you to know, he is still king of Qin, but not first emperor at this point.
This
So
is Chancellor Palpatine, not Emperor Palpatine.
yes. So the Qin Wars of Unification. At the time, there were the major states in play were Qin, Chu, Wei, Qi, Zhao, and Yan. So 6 states at the time.
Yeah.
In 230, he began the final set of campaigns of the Warring States period, with the intention of conquering all of the remaining Chinese states and bringing it under the unified control of the Qin. The weakest of the Warring States was Han. It fell first in 230. In 229, he invaded Zhao, which had been weakened by a series of natural disasters at the time, capturing the capital a year later in 228. The prince at the time managed to escape, establishing the short-lived state of Dai, proclaiming himself king, but obviously this was not going to go anywhere.
Wait, Dai or Dao?
Dai.
Okay.
Yeah. 227, Crown Prince Dan of Yan ordered the failed assassination attempt on King Zheng. Yeah. And this was pretty much the reason for war for Zheng to invade Yan in 226, taking the capital of Ji, modern Beijing, in the same year. The remnants of the army were able to retreat to the Liaodong Peninsula along with King Ji of Yan. After this, Qin besieged and flooded the capital of Daliang in the state of Wei, causing it to surrender in 225. And at this point, as a precaution, he seized 10 cities from Chu, which was the largest of all the warring states. A year later, in 224, he launched the full-scale invasion, capturing the capital of Shouchun in 223. In 222, his armies took out the last of the Yan remnants in Liaodong and the former Zhao state of Dai that the prince had established. In 221, they invaded the state of Qi, capturing King Jian of Qi, bringing to an end the Warring States era, meaning that in 221, he had unified all of China under the Qin and was proclaimed the first emperor Shi Huangdi, creating the title of Huangdi, which would be used as the title of the sovereign for the next 2,000 years. At this time, he also ordered the Heshibi to be crafted into the heirloom seal of the realm, which served as a physical symbol of the Chinese mandate of heaven, passed from emperor to emperor until it was lost in the 10th century CE, over 1,000 years later, 1,200 years later. In 215, during another attempt to expand his territory, he ordered extensive military campaigns against the Xiongnu nomads in the north. These were led by his general Meng Tian, and they successfully drove the Xiongnu from the Ordos region, settling the foundations for the construction of the Great Wall of China. In the south, he ordered military campaigns against the Yue tribes, which had annexed various regions that are now covered by modern Guangdong province and Vietnam.
Need a minute?
I'm going to be honest. It's kind of impressive that he basically just blitzkrieged his way through the other 5 states in the space of under a decade. I mean, he really just went from campaign to campaign, year to year, making significant victories and gains, every single year. At not any point did he suffer a significant setback, really. And it's very evident in the speed and power at which he advanced through all of China. So you have to give him a lot of credit for that, right? Regardless of what he became, how he behaved. This man was either good enough himself to be this effective militarily, or he had good enough generals under his command and strategists, and he knew how to use them.
If I remember correctly, tactician was actually...
I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Yeah. He himself was not stupid.
I mean, he was good at choosing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in order to try to avoid some of the chaos that had been the cause of the Warring States period, he and Lisa would abolish the feudal system of alliances and federations, organizing the entire empire into administrative units, originally 36 and later 40 commanderies, followed by counties, townships, and hundred family units, which roughly correspond to modern-day subdistricts. People would no longer be identified by their native region. They would not be called Chu person or Chu Ren anymore. Also, all of his appointments were to be based on merit, creating the first Chinese meritocracy rather than hereditary right and station. Qin Shi Huang and Li Si also contributed a lot to the Chinese unified economy. They standardized the weight and measure system. They created a standard axle length and width for road transport. They built an extensive network of roads and canals. In fact, the series of canals built by Qin Shi Huang, I think, are still in use today.
Yeah, or at least like...
I mean, they've been upkept.
Well, at least like the ways have actually still been the same. So yeah,
the canals obviously have had to been upkept over the years, but the original canals created were because didn't he create the Grand Canal between the Huanghe and Yangtze rivers? I think he undertakes the building of it.
I don't remember. He might have.
I think he undertakes the building of it. So they also standardized the currencies, and the Chinese script was unified in this point, which is going to present an interesting part to the story of Zhu Fu later. Knick-Knack's going through his head trying to figure out what that might be.
Hamster ball just like...
it's spinning too fast. I see the smoke coming out. This meant that there would no longer be any regional script and there would be a universal written form of language for China. However, this did not change the diversity of spoken dialect, which still remained the same. It was just that the writing system was standardized.
You do still see that to this day. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
So Qin Shi Huang, and after 221, also confiscated all bronze weapons of all of his conquered countries, and he had them cast into the 12 metal colossi used to adorn his palace. Each was said to be about 11.5 meters in height and weighed about 70 tons. Sima Qian considered this to be one of the greatest achievements of the emperor, on par with all of the other things he'd done, like standardization of axle width and writing system and weights and measures. For over 600 years, the statues were commented upon, moved from palace to palace, and they were not destroyed until the 4th century CE. However, ironically, we have no remaining illustrations of them, even though they survived for about 600 years. What is your face like that for?
He's given up. The smoke is all gone. There's nothing left to burn.
Yeah, that's fair. Here's the funnest part that I think Knick-Knack will enjoy. Qin Shi Huang eliminated the 100 schools of thought, which included Confucianism and other Chinese philosophies, and made legalism the mandatory ideology of the Qin dynasty. Starting in 213, because of Li Si and other scholars, he ordered most of the existing books in China to be burned, with the exception of those on agriculture, medicine, divination, astrology, and the history of the state of Qin. This served as part of the ongoing reformation of writing system because it removed examples of obsolete scripts. Besides that, owning any copies of the book or songs or the classic of history were punished severely. According to the records of the Grand Historian, Shi Huang, about a year later, had over 400 scholars buried alive for being found possessing said forbidden books. The emperor's oldest son, Fusu, actually criticized him for this act at the time. Although the emperor's library did retain copies of the forbidden books, but they would eventually be destroyed when Xiang Yu burned the palaces of Xianyang in 206 BC. See, we talked a little bit about Shi Huangdi in Xiang Yu's video.
Yep.
Modern research suggests that the myth of the Confucian scholars that the Confucian scholar's story being buried alive is actually a martyr's myth. It's more likely that it was ordered that a group of alchemists who deceived him were put to death, and then Confucian scholars used this to distance themselves from the failed regime. Kong Angguo, who was a descendant of Confucius, described alchemists as Confucianists and mixed this with the martyr's legend to describe how he discovered a bunch of Confucian books thought to be lost behind a wall in his ancestral house, since he was a defendant of Confucius.
Yeah.
Shi Huang also believed in the theory of the 5 elements: fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. He believed that the royal house of the previous dynasty had ruled by the power of fire, associating them with red, and Qin would be ruled by the next element on the list, which was water, which was also his birth element. Water was represented by the color black, which became the preferred color for garments, flags, and pennants of the time. Other associations he believed in, including north as his cardinal direction, the winter season as his best season, and the number 6 as his best number. Tallies and official hats were made to be 5.9 inches long. Carriages had to be 2 meters, 6.6 feet. One pace was 4.6 feet, so he incorporated these things he believed in into all of the standardizations that he created, meaning that he was a deeply spiritualist person, which is, I think, very funny, especially with him banning all, technically, religions and belief systems outside of legalism.
Also, here came the Fire Nation.
Yeah. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. So not only did Qin Shi Huang survive 2 assassination attempts, he has survived a 3rd. So in 230, right, a former aristocrat named Zhang Liang swore revenge on him and would eventually hire a strongman assassin to build a giant metal cone that weighed about 160 pounds. And the thought was that this giant muscular assassin would throw the cone at the carriage and break it. However, the emperor was traveling with 2 identical carriages to thwart something like this, and the attempt failed because it was thrown at the wrong carriage. But both men survived the manhunt. So, kudos?
I mean, you run fast enough, they ain't going to catch you.
Yeah. So, some of the great building works that he engaged upon during his reign, he did start the Great Wall, right? The first stones were laid for... The precursor for the Great Wall of China was started during his reign to defend against the Xiongnu. Lingqiu Canal. He did start the Grand Canal, which would go between... to link the Xiang River with the Yangtze, and where the Yijiang flowed into the Pearl River, aiding in his expansion to the southwest. And then the most interesting thing that he did as he was growing older was his search for the elixir of life.
Yeah, that Mercury hunt, whatever.
So this man did not want to die. As he grew old, he wanted to be immortal so badly. And as a result, he actually got scammed by like a bunch of fake elixirs. He visited Shifu Island 3 different times in his search for the elixir of immortality. One of the stories says that he sent Zhu Fu, who was a Shifu Islander, with ships carrying hundreds of young men and women to find Penglai Mountain to seek out An Qi Sheng, who was a 1,000-year magician who supposedly had met with Shi Huangdi by chance during his travels and invited him to meet with him. This expedition actually never returned, possibly for fear of the consequences of failure. Legends actually claim that they reached Japan and colonized it, with Shufu becoming known as the first emperor of Japan, bringing them writing and script that was standardized. What is the first script of Japan?
Fuck you, Zufu, for bringing Japan kanji.
It's also possible that even though the emperor burned a lot of books, he did exempt a lot of alchemical works, which might have focused the minds of the best scholars on seeking out the answer to his quest and the elixir of immortality. And some of those buried alive were alchemists, which might have been a way of testing out theories that they had about immortality by having them buried alive after they took their own cure or whatever. The emperor, deeply paranoid and fearing the afterlife and death, would actually have a giant system of tunnels and passageways built in all of his 200 palaces, because he thought that traveling without being seen would keep him safe from evil spirits and death. So, around 211, we know that a large meteor was supposed to have fallen somewhere near Dongjun in the Yellow River, right? And it said that someone inscribed the words, "The first emperor will die and his land will be divided," right? At seeing this meteor. So the emperor sent a secretary to investigate the prophecy, and no one would say who did that. So everyone living nearby was put to death, and the entire stone was pulverized. This man did not want to die. Keep that in mind. In fact, during his 5th tour of eastern China, he became seriously ill when visiting Pingyuanjin, and he would die in either July or August at the palace in Shaqiu Prefecture, which was about 2 months' travel from the capital of Xianyang when he was 49. His actual cause of death remains unknown because we don't have his body.
Well,
we don't. We know where it's supposed to be, but we don't have it because there's potentially rivers of mercury surrounding it, which is highly toxic, and you don't want to be an archaeologist digging down into a space only to find mercury. Also, this is one of those cases, I think, in my opinion, like the grave of Genghis Khan. The grave of the first emperor is like a highly spiritual and sacred site in China. And just because you can dig a site does not mean you should.
Ironic, in his search for eternal life, he's made his body inaccessible to anyone who may have found the cure to death.
Well, one of the theories about his death is that he died via mercury poisoning because he thought that drinking mercury was part of the elixir for eternal life. There's an interesting thing is that the reason why we don't know if he died in July or August is because he might have died and then his chancellors pretended he was alive for another month to deal with the succession order.
I feel like we get rumors about that with like North Korea every few years.
We really do,
we kinda do.
When he died, Chancellor Lisa feared that the news would trigger an uprising because they were still 2 months from the capital. So they hid his death. The only people who knew were Yang Guifei, the eunuch Zhao Gao, and a couple of other favored eunuchs. It was said that Lisa ordered rotten fish to be carried behind the wagon of the emperor to cover the smell of his decomposing body in the summer heat. Pretending he was alive, they changed his clothes, brought him food, and pretended to carry messages to and from them. When they finally reached the capital, his death was announced. Qin Shi Huang did not like to talk about his death and had never actually written a will. His eldest, Fusu, was in line to succeed him as emperor, but Lisa and Zhao Gao, the chief eunuch, conspired to kill Fusu, who was in league with Meng Tian, the general. And then they forged a letter from Qin Shi Huang commanding Fusu and General Meng to commit suicide. They did. And then the younger son, Hu Hai, started his brief reign as the second emperor, only to become known as Qin Shi, or the second generation of Qin. And then we covered from here on during the Shang Yu video, because I did start with Qin Shi there. I remember talking about it.
Also, Astray pointed out, they are very much right. There is just so much mercury, and it's not well protected, so it is leaking out and is kind of screwing everything up. So
yeah,
that site probably will never get fixed ever.
Yeah. Interestingly, famously, I'm sure most of you have heard of the tomb of the first emperor, because that's where we get the terracotta warriors, the terracotta army.
Yeah, I think that should be.
So he had what, 8,000? Well, we think it's around 8,000 figures, but actually there have been new pits discovered that were like destroyed in antiquity. So it was likely more than 8,000 pits full of terracotta warriors, right? Terracotta that resembled the warriors. And one of the interesting things about them is almost every single warrior is unique.
Yeah.
Like there's dozens of different faces, outfits, so they're all unique and different, which is really interesting. And supposedly they're meant to protect the emperor in his afterlife and act as kind of a spiritual army for him to command.
If I remember correctly, some of the armor, they were made in plates, so those could be mass produced, but everything else was specialty made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is really impressive, and one of the reasons why we don't actually know how many were made is because archaeologists don't want to open all the pits because every pit that has been opened has led to extensive damage to the statues, even when they are being protected. So there are several pits that have been opened and studied, but we know that if we were to open all of them, we would likely have the majority of them would end up being damaged, even if they are currently undamaged. And there isn't currently a good way for us to prevent that. So this is a case of A, paying respect to cultural items by not destroying any more, and B, something that might happen in the future if there is a way to protect the statues properly from further outside damage.
Yeah.
There is not currently, so we cannot excavate more of them. Hence the uncertainty as to the exact number of these terracotta warriors that have been buried.
Also, like, all these warriors were armed. And also he did bury, was it 8 horses or was it 4 horses?
Oh, so many, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of horses.
Yeah, because also I think surveys of the mound and surrounding areas have also revealed that it looks like the vast majority, like I think there's a large section of shaft graves of what looks like his concubines buried alive after his death with him.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like shaft graves of that sort of thing around where we know his tomb to be. So it's really interesting, and I remember doing a little bit of research on it a while back because I was doing a thing about how humans love pyramids, right? And because somebody made the comment to me, they were like, well maybe the the Mayans got the idea from pyramids because the Mayan culture was started by Egyptians, and I was like, that's certainly a conspiracy theory. But also, have you ever thought that when you're piling dirt on top of dirt, a pyramid is a really good way to do that? And I'm pretty sure everyone can see that. So maybe Egyptians didn't start, the Maya pyramids. Maybe the Maya just looked at shit and thought, that's a really good shape to pile dirt in. And I made the comparison because I also used the pyramid of Shi Huang because it's not technically a pyramid, but it is actually a mound of dirt that goes down as well. So in some ways, it does resemble an ancient Egyptian pyramid per se, but there's no actual connection, in my opinion. I think it's just, damn, this is a really good way to pile dirt. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's that simple.
And as Jen points out, there were other terracotta statues, usually of servants. I think there were possibly some farmers. I don't think there were.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We're technically not watching chat right now.
Yeah.
Since it's not up on screen for the recording, but yeah, we'll go back later.
Yeah, sorry
and
about
catch
that,
what anyone
everybody.
says. No, there's
Yeah.
because you're right. There's also chariots and horses, and I think there's servants as well. It's not just warriors. Servants are also laid for him.
You need somebody to take care of you in the afterlife. What, you're going to throw that to your warriors? They have to protect your body. Someone has to get your stuff.
Yeah. So traditionally, Qin Shi Huang has been portrayed as like a brutal tyrant, right? He ruled with an iron fist. He committed atrocities. He didn't compromise with people. He didn't let anyone else make decisions for him. He burned classics and people, etc., etc. More modern scholarship has begun to kind of take this outlook and turn it around. Some in the 19th, early 19th and early 20th centuries, some have said that perhaps the emphasis on Confucian tradition was actually stopping China from entering into the modern world. So by removing Confucianism as something super important, it allowed for a breakthrough in the movement of China and sort of like moving forward. Which is interesting. I don't know if you could prove that per se, but it is an interesting theory. Also, people like those who led the Kuomintang have emphasized his role in repelling northern barbarians to compare themselves to making sure that no foreign nations encroach on China. Yeah. So he has been used a lot in kind of the modern day as sort of a symbol for the regimes that are currently holding power in China or have been holding power in China. Like Mao Zedong was compared
Yeah.
to the first emperor during his time.
I do want to, let's go over all his crimes. Burning books, burning scholars, aka people, burying people / forcing them to work. That's Great Wall. Then you have the
Because
concubines.
the bones of the bodies of the people
Yeah.
who died were often entombed within the Great Wall
Yeah.
as part of the building process.
Foundation, or it was like part of it. I don't
Yeah,
remember, but
something.
it wasn't part of the wall outside.
Yeah,
it was
no.
the inside.
It's like the base inside, something
Yeah.
like that. But at the same time,
Yeah.
he started building the Great Wall. He started building the Great Canal.
Yeah.
He unified the economy. He unified the writing system. He brought weights, measurements, money all into like a common theme.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got an up and down here. Like, obviously he was not like a nice kind of guy, but at the same time, not everything he did was bad for
Yeah.
the country.
I mean, if you want shit done quick, you're going to break a couple eggs.
However, I will say that I personally think that Qin Shi Huang is a great case of he gave his children everything and all they had to do was lose it. Because he passed down to his children an empire, right? And within 3-4 generations,
Yeah, that's about
they
the
had
break.
destroyed it. They lost it.
I
Which is
love
why...
the history of the world, like in like the the video where it's like China's whole again, China's broken again.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
China is whole again. Nope.
Yeah.
We're whole again, because the Han dynasty is the first dynasty that really unites China for an extensive period of time. The Han dynasty reigns for 400 years.
Yeah.
Right. So the Qin dynasty only lasts 3-4 generations, I think, officially in terms of unifying all of China. Obviously, the dynastic line might have lasted longer, but they didn't have control over all of China during all those generations.
Yeah. Usually what happens is your founding generation, and then the founding generation dies. And then you have the second generation, which has some of the people still from founding generation to prop it up. But then by third generation, everyone who's in the founding generation is pretty much gone. So no help. You got to do your own stuff. And hope you do good.
Yeah, so it's an interesting portrayal, definitely. I'd like to cover Zhu Fu and Jing Ke before we hit the servants, because they're part of the actual
No, I thought
story.
we should just cover all the historical figures in a row here. So.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, we don't have to cover Lanling right now.
I've interspersed them enough to where we have.
So I do have to cover Lanling first.
Oh
Okay.
my.
So
Did you want to change the page? If you're going to change the next.
we'll cover Jing Ke first.
Oh,
because,
Bugs Bunny.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, there you go.
Not Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny succeeds. This is Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah.
Elmer Fudd.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Jing Ke, who died in 227 BC, was a Yuxia during the Warring States period. He was a retainer of Prince Dan of the Yan state, infamous for his failed assassination attempts on, at the time, King Zheng, who would later become Qin Shi Huang. His story is told in Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian in the chapter called Biographies of Assassins. We did talk about the assassination plot, but I mean, nothing much different than what I've already said happened, other than there's an interesting anecdote. It says that when he left from Prince Dan to cross the Yi River, he sang a song that said, "The wind howls and the waters of the river Yi are cold. Once the hero sets out, he never returns," which is foreshadowing for the fact that he will not make it out of this mission alive. And he knows that at this point. So, by the way, the royal physician that chucked a bag at him, his name is Sha Wuju. Which,
Yeah.
So the king stabbed him in the thigh. And then he stabbed him 8 more times. And then, as he was dying, he used the last of his strength to taunt King Zheng with abuse and insults. Whereupon the guards finally arrived and finished off both Jing Ke and Qin Wuyan, who was trying to flee at the time. It's said after that Zheng sat on his throne holding his sword, exhausted because of the adrenaline rush, before eventually managing to recover some energy, thanking the physician for attempting to stop the assassination. After this attempt, Wang Jian, who was a general of the Qin army, was sent out against the Yan state. Prince Dan sent his army to fight at Ji. They were soundly defeated, and in an attempt to please Zheng, King Shi of Yan put his son to death, but King Zheng annexed the Yan and destroyed them, nonetheless, regardless.
Yeah.
So that's Jing Ke.
I love the image of Shi Huang or Qin Shi Huang sitting on his throne with the sword in his hand, just like
covered in blood, too.
covered in blood. I almost died.
I will say it's impressive though, because we don't often see assassination plots being foiled by the one being assassinated in such a decisive way. Typically, it's someone else stopping it along the way. No, Zheng's guards did not stop this.
Like, if he had actually pulled his sword on the first try, that would have been like an anime-ass moment right there.
Just pulls his sword, decapitates him in one swing. That would have been so... I mean, it's basically what happened. He, like, turns away, tries to get his sword out, ends up behind a column, then draws his sword finally, and stabs him 9 times.
It kind of sounds like Samurai Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty epic.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking epic. I mean, he can't have thought he was going to win.
Yeah, no. Like,
No.
even
No.
if he killed the Emperor, he ain't going to get out.
No, he was not going to win at that point. Of course not. All right, so Xu Fu. I want to touch on him. So
I want to change the...
Yeah. Actually, I wonder, like, how many of these stories are, like, food. I wonder.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of them. What's interesting is that a lot of this stuff would have been recorded by Sima Qian, and we know that Sima Qian was biased against the first emperor. So, you know, obviously it was epic enough.
Yeah.
Alright, so Xu Fu was a Chinese alchemist and explorer born in 255 in the state of Qi, who disappeared at sea in 210 BC. He was appointed court sorcerer to Qin, and Qin Shi Huang was sent him to the Eastern Sea twice to look for the elixir of life. Initially, he was sent in 219. Presumably, he did not succeed. And then he was sent in 219. He was sent with 3,000 virgin boys and girls to receive the elixir from Mount Penglai, right? And I looked it up. So Mount Penglai is a legendary place in Chinese mythology, also known to the Japanese as Horai. And the interesting thing here is that according to Chinese legend, Penglai Palace is on Mount Penglai, and it's the base for the 8 immortals and the illusionist An Qi Sheng. The palace is made from gold and silver. Jewels grow on the trees. There's no winter. There's no pain. The rice and wine glasses never become empty, no matter how much grows from them or people eat from them. And there are enchanted fruits growing there that heal all ailments and grant eternal youth, even resurrecting the dead. Interestingly enough, it says that Xu Fu, when sent to find the island, found Japan and thought Mount Fuji was Mount Penglai. But in Japanese mythology, Mount Horai is said to perhaps be also called Shinkiro, meaning mirage or a vision of the intangible. Yeah. So Japanese mythology doesn't believe that it's the same thing. They believe that it's something else, which is fascinating to me.
It might have been because, like, he got to Japan and then, like, he didn't see these fancy, nice thingies.
Didn't want to turn back around and admit.
Just fucked off to Japan.
Yeah. So, when in 210 BC, when Qin Shi Huang questioned him about his earlier trip, Xu Fu said there was a giant sea monster blocking the path and asked for archers in order to help kill it. Shi Huang agreed and sent archers to kill a giant fish. He set sail again then in 210 and never returned. The records of the Grand Historian said that he landed in a place with flat plains and wide swamps, proclaiming himself king, never to return. Later texts also do not record a final destination. The Guadaiji and the Book of Later Han and Record of Three Kingdoms say that he landed in a place called Danzhou, but we have no actual location for where Danzhou is. 1100 years after his final death, Yi Chu wrote during the later Zhou of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period that he landed in Japan, thought Mount Fuji as Penglai. And that's why in Japan there are many memorials to the legend of Xu Fu. It's said that Zhu, when he came to Japan, brought knowledge that improved and technology that improved the quality of life of ancient Japanese people, introducing new plants and new techniques as well as language, and essentially styled himself as the first emperor of Japan. And if you remember, the first emperor of Japan brings writing to the people of Japan, and that's why he's the first emperor. Which is interesting. I mean, that's pretty cool. So it's Japanese historian Ino Okifu identifies Emperor Jimmu with Shu Fu, starting the Yayoi period around the time of his arrival. And if you remember, the Yayoi period is fun because guess who's a character in the Yayoi period? Female? Japanese? Queens?
Himiko.
So it's said that Jufu came to the Ariake Sea and he floated a cup in water and went ashore where it made landfall, literally meaning that the place called Bubai, which literally means floating cup, is where he came to land. It's said that he reached Mount Kinryu and at the top and attained the mortal of elixir life there, said to be made from furofuki, which grows there today. Supposedly this comes from the word furofushi, meaning to grow old and not die. Modern scholars actually do consider Zhu Fu settling Japan with his crew, sort of, as something that could be possible. There are inconsistencies, and there's a general lack of evidence, but genetic research shows an admixture of indigenous Jomon people and later East Asian migrants. And the Japanese themselves originated from Southeast Asia to the archipelago, moving around 1400 BCE. So if unfortunately, his entourage of 3,000 probably would have been too small to dominate millions of people, but if in a position of power bringing technology and knowledge and writing, it is possible that he might have come to control a small section and been known as an emperor or a leader, and then that admixture into the Jomon people could come from the people that he brought with him. We don't actually know if that's the case, but it could have happened. It just doesn't line up exactly with the story, especially because the Japanese language itself has no genetic relationship to Chinese. Japanese is a language isolate belonging to a family that we call the Japonic languages, but they do use Chinese writing, and it was brought to them.
The written language has traces of Chinese, not the spoken language.
Yes, yeah. But some of our earlier Japanese records, the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki, don't record Shu Fu. Most stories about him came from at least a century after his disappearance in Japan. So the evidence is not there.
Disappearance in Japan?
Yes, because he also
Okay.
because he disappears to Japan and we don't know what happens to him there.
Yeah.
Like all records we have of him in Japan, we don't actually know what happens. So it's not likely that what happened is what scholars tell us from the period. But it's not impossible that he did make it to Japan and live there successfully for kind of the rest of his natural life, however long that may have been. It is not an impossibility, is the best way to put it, if that makes sense.
At the end of the day, he either left to Japan and died on the way there, or fucked off to Japan and didn't come back.
Yeah.
Exactly. And either is honestly, either way would make sense in some ways and not in others. So we have no way of knowing.
But the lesson to learn, don't go try looking for misty islands.
Yeah, don't go looking for weird places.
You're not going to find them.
All right. The Prince of Lanling. This is the Chinese drama. Because the Prince of Lanling is a very popular sea drama. Very popular sea drama. One of the most popular sea dramas. You know what? Vorn knows. Vorn recognizes this image. He's seen this image.
Yeah.
I've actually seen the Prince of Lanling. The TV series. Not all of it, but the first 5 or 6 episodes. It does have 46 episodes. I have not seen all of them.
I haven't either.
Why is this still on the Prince of Lanling, the TV series?
I don't know. I saw that earlier, so I was pointing wow, she pulled that up. That's.
I didn't mean to.
I get it, but it must be a bit.
I didn't mean to. I just meant to have the one image. So, our unfortunate Prince of Lanling, who we meant to do a year and a half ago, Gao Changgong, living significantly later than the rest of our characters today, who were roughly contemporary with one another. Man's living in fucking mid 500s, like AD. So this is 700 years later. Let's just skip most of a millennia.
What was it? I made comment on that in my notes, I think.
Yeah, take a quick nap, wake up. Oh, here we are, boys, girls.
Oh no, 700 years have passed. What are we gonna do? So, Gao Changgong was a general during the Northern Qi dynasty who had possession of a fiefdom in southern Shandong known as Lanling County, making him the Prince of Lanling. He was the grandson of Gao Huan and the fourth son of Gao Cheng, and according to our records of the Court Entertainment Bureau and the Book of Northern Qi, he was so beautiful of face and feminine of appearance that as a result he had to wear a terrible and horrific mask when fighting in any battles because of how beautiful he was. So, because he was born the fourth son of Gao Cheng was the elder brother of the first emperor of Northern Qi, therefore a prince of Northern Qi, which is why he has the title Prince of Lanling instead of Duke or some other title. Gao Changgong was also made a general by Emperor Wu Cheng of Northern Qi, Gao Zhan his uncle, and he was actually well distinguished in battles. He had personal kindness and bravery and was widely loved and admired by his people and his forces. He looked beautiful like a woman, and so he wore a really frightening mask so that people would actually be scared of him when he fought in combat. Notably, when the first Turkic Khaganate at the time attacked Jinyang, he was the one who repelled them. He also participated in the rescue during the siege of Jinyang in 564. At this point, he was only leading about 500 cavalry, and managed to fight through the entire army of Northern Zhou, which was attacking with over 100,000 soldiers. He fought his way to the gates of the city, surprised them, and then when the men of Jinyang didn't recognize him, he took off his helmet and mask to show them that it was him, and they were refilled with courage and rejoiced at his arrival, opening the gates, joining the battle, and defeating the army of Northern Zhou.
Go charge, man!
Yeah. As a result of this specific victory, there was a song called the Song of Prince Lanling Entering the Battle Camp that was composed. And the Dance of the Great Mask of the Tang Dynasty was one of the most popular court musics to be performed for the emperor's audience. Although the song and dance are now lost in China, it was introduced to Japan during the Tang Dynasty, where he was called Ranryō, and is still performed in ceremonies today. So it still exists through Japanese ceremonial dance. After the death of Gao Zhan, his cousin Gao Wei ascended to the throne, and at this point, his reputation, influence, and utter competence and beauty upset the young emperor, who felt a little inadequate, one could say. Gao Wei asked Gao Changgong about the battle, saying, "You penetrated too deeply. If you had suffered a military reverse, it would be too late to regret your actions." And Gao Changgong responded, "I am responsible for our family affairs, and I did it without considering the consequences." The emperor, hearing him call it family affairs, was not super A-okay with that, and he actually thought that Changgong was going to overthrow him. Unfortunately, many members of his family had met their end through being killed by their brothers or cousins, because largely as a whole, a vast majority of the family was quite paranoid that another one would usurp them. To avoid this, Changgong would often pretend during his nephew's reign to be sick and stay away from the active war and politics. In 573, however, the emperor, still suspicious of him, sent him a cup of poisonous wine, which he drank, which ended his life, and he was only in potentially his 30s, as far as we know. About 4 years later, having lost one of its greatest generals, Northern Qi was destroyed by the Northern Zhou state. All remaining members of the Gao royal family were slaughtered. However, I will say, in 1999, in a cave in Longmen, there was a message found carved into a statue that actually indicates that the Prince of Lanling still had living descendants at some point after this, which is interesting because we don't know a whole ton about his family situation, and whether or not like whether or not his children survived. He did have a spouse, Lady Zheng, but we don't know much about her, nor do we know about any children that they may have potentially had together.
That's poetic. I can hear the drama writers working their typewriters.
Hence, the Prince of Lanling TV series.
Did that come out pre or post the discovery of those cave paintings?
That's 2016. Also, the Prince of... I shouldn't have closed it. Hold on a second. I want to find something real quick.
Just get going into your history.
Nah, I'll just do this.
Yeah. There are multiple...
Because I think, right, hear me out here. I want to say... Oh no, I should have done this. Hold on. So 2013 was Prince of Lanling. I think there's a... If I'm not incorrect... There's another TV series, I think.
Where are you?
Is that it? Oh, no. There's a Princess of Lanling series that I think is related to the Prince of Lanling TV series. I've not seen this one, so I don't
don't know.
know. But I thought it was. I'm probably wrong. But yeah, so that's about all we know about Gao Changgong.
Yeah. There's a lot of like pretty man in mask kind of dramas everywhere.
Oh yeah, no. This, you know how we talked about the four great beauties of China, right? Mm-hmm. He's the fifth, unofficially. He's unofficially the fifth.
So we are going to... This is a bit out of the ordinary. We're going to start with a servant that's not an FGO, but is a confirmed servant.
Qin Shi Huang?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Qin Shi Huang has not been included in any FG... Or this, like, regular Qin Shi Huang.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
So, this is Qin Shi Huang, briefly alluded to... He's briefly alluded to in Fate Strange Fake with a minor, brief appearance. There's some artist commentary if you go towards the bottom there. But it was that was originally the design that was being proposed for FGO. It was denied and used for the proper like actual Qin Shi Huang. Mm-hmm. If you remember the Master of Pale Rider, the sick girl with the piece of shit parents, they were originally planning to summon the Emperor using a crossbow once owned by Qin Shi Huang. It would come into the possession of another participant in the war, and the Emperor would never end up being summoned.
Interesting.
In FGO, he ends up being represented by... Because there's an interlude with him in it, and he's represented by Gilgamesh as a shadow servant, implying they would be quite similar.
Interesting. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
I couldn't find any information on what the Noble Phantasm itself does, but Qin Shi Huang's NP could have been... Or it's called the God-felling crossbow, so I imagine it would qualify him for an archer, and the name implies it probably had some anti-divine properties.
That's fair.
So yeah, we're going to move right on to Jing Ke.
Vorn and I both agree, this is really cool.
Yeah.
Like, this is it's great
really
design.
Good artwork.
I cannot wait to see this character brought into FGO.
Yeah.
I know. Let me dream. All right, Jing Ke.
So, Jing Ke... Yes, we indeed have a gender
Is
bend.
that an ass? I see ass.
Yeah, that's side ass.
The failed assassin is summoned in a less... What did I write there?
That's
more ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I said the failed assassin is less than surprisingly summoned as an assassin. Jing Ke here is a hedonist enjoying books, which the Emperor was not fond of, swords, intellectual chats, and most of all, booze. Lots and lots of booze, actually.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as the fate is and the explanation of gender bend here, they just say in this instance it's just fate saying history was mistaken. Poo-poo. Mm. When summoned, that love of booze is not any diminished. She spent a full week drinking after being scammed by Caesar once during Christmas.
Love that for her.
Often be found getting shit-faced around Chaldea. Now, if all goes as expected, or actually no, it didn't. I don't think we actually saw Jing Ke, but Jing Ke was in Septum.
Yeah, we didn't see Jing Ke.
Yeah, you didn't quite get to that point.
No. We saw Jing Ke, but if you remember, we split up as a group. I went east, and Vorn went
I meant
west.
when we were reading this Thursday.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant in the D&D game, because Vorn went west and took care of Jing Ke without me. And I went and took care of the other two characters who had us fighting.
I'm not going to bother covering Septum, partly because I thought you'd have read it at this point, and partly because I don't want to talk about Septum.
I tried.
I won't go into all the details yet, but let's just say she got another crack at Shi Huang Di. While the assassination once again failed, she more or less managed to bring down the Lost Belt due to her actions.
I love that for her. She has one relationship. It's with monarch servants in general, and it just says, yeah, I want to stab them. That's it. That sounds great. What?
What is that swimsuit looking
We're going to see that later.
Okay.
We see all that at the end.
She's only an FGO servant, so all of her stuff should be in the FGO wiki later.
Okay.
So,
Alright, abilities.
Jing Ke, despite getting shit-faced, is one of the most reserved killers. Her specialty is simply not seeming like a threat until it's too late. Not stealth, but rather infiltration.
Oh, yeah, because... Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
we'll get to it.
You're on the right train of thought here, I think, though.
Yeah.
She can nearly walk straight up to someone and just seem like she's normal and not out of place. The less people are involved, like with her attempt, the more successful she can be. It isn't until she holds her weapon itself that one can actually sense her presence as a threat.
Mm-hmm. I remember that. Because I think Vorn successfully fought against Jing Ke using Zhuge's labyrinth creation?
No. He had Jing Ke fighting Zhuge.
Yeah, you were fighting Jing Ke with Jing Ke. Yeah.
No, fighting Zhuge with Jing Ke.
Sorry, Zhuge with Jing Ke. Fucking my brain. It was the 7 generations of Qin Shi Huang's family. Anyways, so presence concealment, okay. Restraint, that's what's allowing her to hide until she's holding her blade. Planning is similar to tactics, but only assassinations, I assume. Like there's no one watching. That makes sense. So her noble phantasm is only for killing.
So Jing Ke's noble phantasm is probably expectedly the map scroll that contained the knife she attempted to kill Qin Shi Huang with when he was king. It is basically a sheath that allows her to carry the highly poisonous and deadly weapon around without others noticing. The knife, when used, is extremely hard to evade since Jing Ke attacks. No one knows she's going to attack till she does, and she doesn't plan to make it out. So if someone tries to pull a sword on her while she's doing it, she's still gonna stab the fuck out of them. She just isn't. She's gonna die alongside that.
Okay.
Although in the game you actually have us we have to stab him first to get him poisoned, and then we have to do no phantasm to kill.
There's 3 steps of shit that I did in that campaign. I don't remember what I did specifically with her.
I mean, it makes sense. We can't have insta-kills anymore.
Yeah,
but it'll be more fun.
Alright. Same artist did Florence Nightingale, David Semvoid, and William Tell. I've only seen Florence Nightingale of those, but I do recognize the art style. Alright. First NP. Animations. Did you just do a splits?
Yeah, she actually had an animation up there. Not that bad for a low rarity servant.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was great.
I thought you'd like that one.
Love that. Love it. Great animations. Could be better, but great as is.
Just sit on their face.
They're very dynamic.
Yeah. Much like Nezha earlier.
Yeah.
Nezha also had very dynamic movements.
It interacts with the actual enemy sprite more than a lot of FGO animations.
It really does. I kind of appreciate that, you know?
Yeah.
Of course, that leads to some very hilarious sprite combinations. Imagine her doing that, leg around the neck of the enemy against Sir Nunos.
Oh, God, yeah. How does that look?
I'm pretty sure she does the animation in the middle of Sir Nunos, who's still spinning around the background. It just looks off and funky.
Yeah, that makes sense because they wouldn't change it to fit different sizes and heights. They would just have the one.
Happens a few times. There's some funny ones like King Protea, like the little.
Yeah.
It looks more like she's just head patting Cernunnos because he's as big as she is.
Okay, NP. Actually, that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
That's not the worst looking NP we've ever seen.
She's one of the early servants in FGO, and she is not one that is used very often, so it's surprising how much they put into her animation update.
Yeah.
But I like it.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
So we are immediately moving on. I'm gonna tell you right now, there are no summer forms this time.
Aw.
Whoa.
We are going right on to Zhu Fu.
Okay. Writer?
No, I didn't actually expect you to get this one. Don't worry. Zhu Fu is an alter ego.
Oh. Well, that's weird. Zhu Fu is a little more recent?
A little bit more recent, yeah. So Zhu Fu here is yet another gender bend. This time she says herself that she believes history recorded her wrong because some petty, fragile male bureaucrats were upset that a woman was picked for the role of court sorcerer and sent on the expeditions to search for eternal life instead of them.
Why does she have so many plushies?
Well, let's get into that. There's actually a fair bit of fate lore going on here.
Okay.
So,
Alright.
you see, she is one of Consort Yu's friends. And having known her during life, since, as you remember, Consort Yu's a bit of an immortal vampire.
Yes.
The two knew each other pretty well, and Zhu Fu developed a rather hardcore crush on the vampire.
Mm-hmm.
Zhu Fu, after learning of the Emperor's death, would also come to discover later on Zhang Yu's death during her continuous stay in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Upon learning that, so the plush is because that's Consort Yu.
Yeah.
But upon learning of Zhang Yu's death, she'd shift her research from seeking eternal life to looking for a way to end eternal life, knowing that Yu longed for death with the death of Zhang Yu. And I believe she also did find the secret to eternal life while she was at it, and kept herself alive and hidden in the mountains until the modern day. Although I think she ended up as more of a spirit wraith by the end.
Yeah.
The death research would involve experiments on the men and women sent with her to Japan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Human experimentation was involved here.
Okay. All right.
She wouldn't discover the means to end eternal life and apply it to Consort Yu until sometime around summer of 2020. And she went about it. But the way she went about it was by creating a singularity that simulated horror films to refine the very concept of killing someone. You herself would arrive having already failed in sin and been summoned in Chaldea. You would be conceptually and literally split in half and continually end up killed and regenerated within that singularity.
Disgusting.
Notable causes of death include being alone during a slasher horror night, watching a cursed videotape, taking a shower after wandering into a creepy hotel that wears away at the sanity of its occupants, and I can't forget about getting bitten during a zombie apocalypse in a mall.
I don't like horror movies.
That's a bit much.
This would be enough for Zhu Fu to create a mask capable of killing its wearer, but Consort Yu would end up refusing it, and Zhu Fu would finally meet her end with the destruction of the singularity, but would eventually go on to be summoned into Chaldea herself.
Anyways, yeah. Okay. All right. So I've got some relationships. I'm going to back away from the mic. Ah! Yusama, welcome to my filthy place. Oh, I can die happy now. I can be erased from the world. Play the sound effect. Servant death sounds. Ah! Yusama's version from that summer. I always dreamed and wished for the day I'd see you. The moon is so pretty. I can die happy on this lovely night. That aside, Yusama, your choice of swimsuit really shows your ever-refined taste. Beautiful, beautiful, Yusama. Sorry, but I just saw the all caps.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Zhang Yu-sama. I mean, Hegemon King Yu. You'll be very sorry if you ever stop making Yu-sama happy, you bonehead. Wow, it's the Prince of Lanling. I'll have you know that since I've been with her for longer than you, I have my set place above in the hierarchy. Got it? Come on, don't ignore me. Stop ignoring me. Let's have a talk. Thank you for your patronage. It is with greatest regret that Zhu Fu Artistic Studios announces its corporate decision to cancel the Immortality Quest project. In regards to the company's future endeavors, please forgive me. Who do you think that was directed towards?
Qin Shi Huang, Qin Shi Huang.
Qin Shi Huang. That was a fun.
I just imagine, like, as she's saying
Apparently,
that.
I peaked way more than I thought on the mic. I am so sorry. I apologize, everyone. I'll fix it in post. For those of you who are lucky enough to not have to watch this live.
So if you couldn't tell, ability-wise, Xufu is a mage and technically a high spirit, having become an alter ego by absorbing some divinities, but barely enough to even be mentioned. Like, I don't even know if I didn't write in my notes what she was merged with, so I didn't have you look into it. She doesn't even have the divinity skill, actually. She just runs... So she primarily runs support for allies by providing healing and bestowing small amounts of additional power.
I kind of love her already. I'm going to be real. All right, so item construction, settlement creation, high servant because absorbed 2 divine spirits, Ame no Mahitotsu and Shennong, the Shan Emperor of Grain. Okay. Weakness, Yu Maiden. Grain veneration from the 5 species of grain she brought to the Japanese continent. A skill activated by the power borrowed from Shennong. Okay, Taoism arts. All right, that makes sense. Legend of Zhu Fu, the travel to seek immortality. So she got 2 noble phantasms, I see.
Yes.
The first is, I present you the elixir of immortality, not real.
So this is her elixir of immortality that was ultimately incomplete. With it, you too can be Emperor Shi Huang Di, as if one other than her drinks it, they will end up hurt in a way we have yet to be shown. If she drinks it, it'll provide some fast recovery for her. But it fails to be an actual property, like a proper elixir of life, even for her.
I love that.
The other one is Immortal
Killer, unattained.
2 incomplete noble phantasms. So this is the immortal mask she created during that one event. It was never completed and may not have ever worked in the first place against you as planned. But it's still enough to confer death onto others at high success rates, and it's supposed to be particularly effective against those not fated to die in their life. We've yet to see this really play out, though.
Okay. This description says it has barely any effect against targets like those never fated to die and those related to the netherworld.
I might have misread that then.
Okay. All right. All right. Artist is Taco Legs, who did Kyokute Bakien, Takasugi Shinsaku, Yoshida Soin. So no one I know.
So here's something funny with her gameplay wise. She is has special gameplay buffs for Consort U, but she buffs servants' arts cards. Consort U's normal form is primarily a servant uses buster cards, and Consort U's summer form primarily uses quick cards. There is no Consort U that uses arts cards, so while she has special effects for Consort U, she's almost wholly incompatible with her.
Oh,
That sucks.
All right.
Like, is there like a special team where like you can do all?
Probably not.
Oh, that sucks.
That's unfortunate. I love that she's just throwing plushies at them.
That said, she is...
Oh, and talismans. What are they called? The
I don't.
Fuin?
I
like food or
really
something?
don't remember.
The sealing spells. I forget what they're called. Talismans. They're talismans in English.
Yeah.
That's what we'd call them. I know there's a name for them.
Personally, I know her as the killer of Ort. She
Oh, did she-
soloed like one of the big Ort fights on her own form. Like basically, I think I barely did anything, and then she like carried the rest.
She
of the
turned into a giant wicker doll.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty cool. Man, this is another banger servant, my dude. We have had no losses so far today. This is great.
She's actually she's not out in NA yet. By the time this video goes up, she will be out.
Ooh.
She
I
looks
love that.
pretty
She's fun.
powerful.
Yeah. What star rating is she?
3. She's really easy to get, and she's not limited.
Whoa.
Nice.
We're never getting her in game.
Ofuda. They're called Ofuda.
Ah.
Well, that just depends on how quickly you guys progress through the campaign and whether or not I manage to write fast enough.
Because isn't this part 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still in part 1.
Yeah, we're never getting her.
We're gonna get there. We'll get there.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Part 3 referring to Cosmos of the Lost Element.
We'll get there at the same rate as FGO got there.
No, at this point, you guys are well behind FGO. I think you guys, we're on year 4 of playing the campaign or
Yeah.
something like that.
We're not in year 4.
We started in 2020.
No, we didn't.
Or it was like 2020. It might be year 3.
I don't think we
We're
started in
approaching
2020.
that. It was not last year we started.
But we didn't start in quarantine. We started when we could meet up in person. We couldn't meet up in person in 2020.
It was like 2021 then.
Okay.
So we're all going on year 3.
But it might have been late 2021 because I remember I went traveling in 2021 in summer and I don't think we'd started it before then. So it might have been late 2021, which would mean we're about 2 years if you count half years.
Well, I still don't foresee us hitting this point in the next year and a half, which would be the time of FGO.
I know.
When canonically when like Xufu was introduced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's 8 trigrams? 64 trigrams, whatever. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to close Zhufu's Type Moon.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave the other one open. And
So next we're going on to Prince of Lanling.
Saber. Rider. Am I right?
Thanks.
Click into it.
Archer.
Saber!
Okay, I was right.
Actually,
I have Prince of Lanling.
yeah, an FGO.
Oh!
So I'm going to spoil this a little now.
Yeah.
You know, because it was so funny.
Yeah.
You said Saber, and then you're like, Rider. There's also a Rider variant that we'll be covering very briefly today.
But I have this one, don't I?
Yeah, you do have this one.
Okay. Didn't I pull them when I was pulling for something on that Pokemon stream? When I got really lucky, that's when I pulled this character.
Maybe.
I think I remember that specifically.
So, surprisingly, not a gender bend.
No, but I love the art. Right, Vorn?
Yeah.
Looks really good.
I'd rather actually have the half face mask rather than like that. Like, yeah, rather than that mask. That's.
I mean, I like the face mask. I think it looks good.
I'd rather have like the one where it's like not covering eyes, but like.
Oh, the
half
mouth covering?
No, like half face, like this.
Oh, like that? Why?
Yeah. I like those better.
We've already done that with Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, we did that. But I like this design. All right, so Prince of Lanling.
So, yes, he is just a beautiful man with a mask. And his life story is mostly told... his life story is mostly told in history. An amazing concept. Historically accurate servant. But there's only one small deviation, and it doesn't affect much more than the very end of his legend.
Hold on. Taco says Genshin Impact looking ass, and I have never agreed with something more in my life.
He predates
Tacos is
Genshin.
right. Huh?
He predates Genshin.
Good.
So, the small deviation here is he was actually very good friends with Consort Yu and knew her well after everything with played out with Zhang Yu, like by 700 to 800 years.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
This makes him possibly her most modern friend, with him even knowing her as Hinako, the name she'd go by in the modern day. Because I don't know, Warren, have I ever told you Consort Yu in Fate is a vampire?
Yes, you have.
Yeah. He'd like, just like Xufu, he would actually end up harboring a crush on her as well.
Aww.
But
so this is just the Yume Ren simp cast.
Yume Rin has a fucking reverse harem.
I mean,
Or harem. Just a harem. She has Xufu in there, too.
Gaslight Girl Keep Gape, but like Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. Oh my god, I love her more every single time we talk about her. Like, she just gets better and better.
And then she also...
Because remember, I love Zhang Yu, too.
Mm-hmm. She also remains wholly monogamous, too, so...
Wait, have I actually seen her on stream?
We could show you her later if you want.
No, I don't think so, but we did a video on her and Zhang Yu a while back, and I really liked them,
So, like Xufu, he'd harbor that crush, but unlike Xufu, he would end up respecting that post-Zhang Yu, she was emotionally closed off. And later, when the both of them were summoned into Chaldea, he would neither pursue nor confess to her because she already had Zhang Yu at that point. Until he was forced to confess by Zhu Fu, an act that he would cringe at even in the moment because this was due to literal mind control.
Oh, Zhufu, that wasn't nice.
His friendship with her was so genuine that when Hinako summoned a servant in the Chinese Lost Belt, she ended up summoning him due to their bond. And when pushed to the breaking point, he let her feed on his spirit origin to regain the power that she had left dormant as a vampire. Ultimately, he ends up being one of the most loyal servants to both Hinako and later to the Master of Chaldea.
I've been reading through his personality section. Man's just a solid dude.
Just a good dude.
He's just a good guy. I'm loving this. Gotta level him next time next time I got FGO logged in. Yeah, he's next. Oh, all right. I've got some relationships. Okay. To consort you, I would have never imagined we could meet again as servants, and I'm deeply moved. She proudly said I could rely on her whenever I needed advice, but I can't help but be constantly worried about her. So whenever I hear a loud noise, I rush to see if she is fine.
Before I forget, and I didn't, because I forgot to write this in my notes.
Yeah.
Consort Yu was with Lanling when he drank the poison and died.
Aww.
That's actually how the beginning of the Lost Belt 3 chapter starts, is you see it from, I think it's his perspective.
Aww. Okay. Alright, Shang Yu and Lu Bu. I see. So these are our China's unparalleled warriors. Robots. I see.
Oh yeah, they are robots.
Yeah, Jing Ke. She has a sloppy way of walking, but also a silent way of killing, and a tendency to get terribly drunk. She would be truly beautiful if she acted more properly, so I can't help but be troubled when she keeps drinking herself unconscious. Pentha. We usually make small talk about masks. The fact that she doesn't seem interested in me makes it really easy to get along with her. Aww. Dearmud, okay. What? You can't seal your beauty spot's curse even if you wear a mask? I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's gotta suck. Why is it that I can suddenly hear background music playing when I do stuff sometimes? Hint, it's background music used for romantic events with special CGs.
Wait, who was that?
Edward Teach.
Oh, my man, Blackbeard about to get a very
Get
rude wicking.
fucked, Blackbeard. Oh, look, there's a little gif of him fighting Mordred.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah, he is a particularly good swordsman in general. You see it there. He was able to keep up in a fight with Mordred.
Oh, yeah.
Not only is his beauty hidden by his mask, but it also allows him to stay clear-minded in combat and protects against mental interference. This benefit also extends to the soldiers under his command. By merely revealing his face, he can just change the flow of battle.
Well, yeah, he's so distractingly beautiful, Knick-Knack. He's the kind of face that you see and it launches 1,000 ships. My man Helen of Troy over here.
The only way that that won't work is if you're blind.
So I see magic resistance, riding Mask of Concealing Beauty, vigorous like breaking bamboo, that's his tactic skills, a devilish face, his bare face. So he's got Noble Phantasm, Prince Lanling in battle.
So this Noble Phantasm can occur when Lanling removes his mask. It's derived from the song about him, and when removed, it will cause the enemy to be greatly disadvantaged in battle due to the influence of his beauty.
Okay, I'm actually going to go read his illustrator notes because it's like half a page. Told I could design him however I wanted so long as he kept pretty boy wearing mask intact. All right. Let's see. Okay. It's nice to see how Lanling doesn't show any skin, yet you can clearly still have a peek at his slender and elegant bodyline. Aw, my headcanon for him is that his hair got cut shorter and lost its color to symbolize the tragedy he experienced in life, so it's possible he would have had long black hair when alive. And the tears in his mask are supposed to look like tears at certain angles. Interesting. Oh, the golden cut flower is his motif because it blooms during the month he died. God damn, the artist put in so much effort. Like, I really appreciate that. I tried to draw him so beautifully that I couldn't replicate it again.
Oh my.
You know what, artist? I do find him androgynously sexy. You have achieved your goal. Has only done 3 characters. Prince of Lanling, and then Adele and Makarios.
I don't think either of them are actual FGO servants.
They're the only people they've designed, but
They're like 2 NPCs, I'm pretty sure.
I do appreciate that, like, obviously, the Ho
lot
put
of thought
so
into
much
this.
effort into that.
It could also be that Lanling had what's called a Chaldea is it break room, which are like the NA exclusive Twitter like interview questions. That sounds like a lot of stuff they would have included there.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I'm going to close out of this.
Yep.
And go to our Noble Phantasm.
Yep.
With the protection of this mask. Let's go! Yeah, I see all the Magatamas now, all over his design. I love that he's just got the horse. Because remember, he was in charge of cavalry during that famous battle.
Yep.
It's a pretty dynamic sprite, too. What is it with all of today's sprites being, like, really dynamic?
A lot of mostly newer sprites from around the same era of probably in philosophy.
Oh. Interesting. Oh.
Oh my.
Be still my beating heart.
Well, Sekhie got rizzed.
I did. I got rizzed. Goddamn. One of my new favorites, automatically. If y'all know of any figures, send me. God damn.
So we actually do have another one. Gao Chengong.
Rider, like I predicted.
Yep.
Can I switch into it?
Yeah, there's no different design here. So this is entirely a
okay.
recycled design. I haven't got that much to mention here. We do get to see him as a rider under the name Gao Chengong. However, he is largely shown to look like Lanling, but is not representative of the Lanling the general, but rather the Lanling that would ultimately flee from politics and ultimately go out of his way to try tanking his own popularity to save his own life.
Yeah, in favor of his nephew.
And he regards himself as a coward.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, you could also see it another way of he rather have his
his life
nephew,
than his...
No, his nephew actually rule, so he's just going to take the I guess the coward way out, but also the technical hero's way out.
But this is he is blaming himself as to being a coward in this situation.
Yeah. If that's how he feels,
especially
because
he just ended up losing his life from it anyways.
Yeah, that makes sense.
His noble phantasm is unknown, but seems to have similar properties to his saber self, with the ability to maybe assist in the creation of capable troops for an army. I haven't got much else to say. It's mostly a side note here that he can be summoned as a rider pretty organically.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Finally, we come back around. It all comes around.
Qin Shi Huang. This is the actual Qin Shi Huang we get.
Yes.
Oh
Okay.
my.
So Qin Shi Huang...
Wait, hang on. Y'all. I made a prediction about who I thought was Qin Shi Huang, right? A servant I had seen in CEs. I will tell you all when we flip into this if it is the right person.
What class do you think?
Oh, I don't know. Caster?
Let's check.
Ooh.
Qin Shi Huang?
It is exactly who I thought it was. Okay, so I had a theory. I kept seeing this character pictured with Ozymandias and Gilgamesh in a bunch of card arts. And I had no clue who it was. But, people kept mentioning Qin Shi Huang in comments, and I was trying not to spoil myself, but I was like, I have a theory, right? That the three of them are probably pictured together because they are very, similar in terms of, these great kings that are well known. So I thought this might have been Qin Shi Huang. I feel so vindicated.
I'll let you take a look through his design.
Yeah. Is this, it almost looks like the same artist as Mozart?
It might be. You can take a look if you want.
Ooh. Okay,
It looks
that's
so
the
good.
Best. That's the best one.
My God. Yeah. Amazing. I mean, his sprite looks good, too. Oh, look, he might be mostly naked, which I'm okay with. But the rest of it's great, too.
Nah, I like the clothed one the best.
I like them all. I'm an equal opportunity. I like them all. We need more slutty men in FGO.
So, you probably saw this one coming. Qin Shi Huang is the Lost Belt king of the Chinese Lost Belt and has lived eternally. This Qin Shi Huang found immortality through creation of a magically infused supercomputer that allowed him to live eternally. This would lead to him eventually conquering the whole world and creating extensions of himself that stretched around the entire planet that he'd call the Great Wall.
Likes Mercury. Dislikes Mercury.
So the Great Wall would float above the planet and would watch all life at all times, capable of communicating with everyone and being everywhere with absolute control over the world. He would, as in life, stifle Confucian thought and really any philosophical output. Ultimately, he'd force all of society to remain village farmers under his beck and control. Anywhere that became too free-thinking, he would simply dislodge part of the Great Wall and have it crush everyone on the earth below it, killing anyone that he saw as an infection.
I think Sekhie got rizzed again.
I did.
His people, though, lived happily and healthily, more healthily than even modern-day humans, granted extended life by the health properties of the perfect crop that he had concocted. Artists would be limited to his imperial capital and would only be able to make art of his glory, and all of his warriors would also, over the years, be granted eternal life. Each would be sealed away in an effectively in a terracotta cryostasis to allow him to call on them whenever a true threat arrived. He would ultimately lose his physical body and remain entirely as the supercomputer, and the collection of heroes would just expand over the years, but he would never end up needing them, as his rule was strong enough to be eternal, and it caused humanity to completely stagnate, as he had no interest in progressing science, technology, or human thought. So the timeline was pruned until its resurgence as one of the Lost Belts.
Oof.
The first to arrive was Consort Yu, who would strike a deal with him. She would let him analyze her immortal body, and if he let her have Zhang Yu, who was amongst his warriors. Chaldea would arrive, and after quickly realizing that they were free-thinking and philosophical, he would at first try to convince them out of it. But one of the summoned servants that ended up being there was Spartacus himself. As Spartacus tends to do, lead the people to revolution.
Yeah.
So
Down with the...
obviously, the great supercomputer would end up just dropping the wall on them. And this is where Spartacus would do his entire rebel against gravity bullshit that would solidify Chaldea as Qin Shi Huang's enemy.
I love that. Just so you know, while you were telling us all about that, Vorn and I got a little...
That was from the Memorial movie that you saw.
I remember that, and I didn't know who the character was, and now I do. We got a little about that. And then I just happened to click into this. And I was like, doki doki, doki doki.
So,
goddamn.
In the Lost Belt, shit goes sideways, and he gets a hold of some of Chaldea's technology, namely the Shadow Border, if you remember Da Vinci's video. But it becomes quickly apparent how inefficient their assembly line is, as it ends up making literal cheap Chinese knockoffs of the Shadow Border that are easily destroyed.
Okay.
Ultimately, the supercomputer would meet its end at the hands of Jing Ke, who would use the Master's smartphone with a crude program prepared by Chaldea to hack the supercomputer, which never before had to deal with or contend with computer viruses due to being the only computer to ever exist. However, the Emperor had already managed to replicate his mind into the body of Consort Yu and create a non-vampiric body with eternal life that was biological and capable of ruling eternally. That
Keep going.
Thank you, Sekhie. This body was practically a servant body with the spiritual weight rivaling that of a grand servant that led to a brief moment where he was, both in story and in fan base, mistaken as a potential grand ruler class servant. Jing Ke would end up dying to him, but the loss of the supercomputer meant that the Emperor had to fight as a man and would ultimately lose out in the battle of both philosophy and convictions, read fists, with the Master. He would concede and allow the Master to destroy the Lost Belt and would even assist with the brief but tragic pushback of the two Yus. He'd ultimately spend the world's last moments amongst his own people, waiting for the end in their fields. He's later summoned to Chaldea, where he intends to watch over them, and if their convictions and the quality of the world isn't up to snuff, he plans to step in and judge them.
Okay. Alright, so I've got some relationships. We'll start with Wu Zetian. So there are those who ruled China after our death. It appears she tried her best. But that wail, that pain. If only we were still alive. No, there's no point in thinking such things. A little girl, you were indeed a dragon who ruled over China. That's surprisingly meaningful. Also, somebody in the comments did mention gender is listed as the royal we, so that's why he's using the royal we. Yeah. Alright, so, Shang Yu. Our retainer has also been engraved into the Throne of Heroes from the records of this history. Very good. It appears that the sage woman did good work for you. Well done indeed. Consort Yu. We had a hunch that you would also be here. Yes. They say that the beauty of a sage woman truly shines when she is as herself without putting on airs. It's not too late for you to try genuinely living your life, you understand? No, we don't know what to say. You should think a little bit more about the branding of a female immortal. Have you taken the immortal's brand reputational risk into account? Okay. Tamama no Mai. Qin Shi Huang is watching you. We praise you for starting your life anew, but not your credibility. Who is the one watching over Tamamo? That is us.
He directly knows Daiji, and
Because Daiji, yeah.
There's a particularly violent scene in FGO where he tortures Koyanskaya.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the comments mention it. Jesus. All right, Thomas Edison. No way. We seriously can't bear this. This guy is the epitome of Confucianism, and he did not like Confucianism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Ability, Jesus.
So, Shi Huangdi isn't a grand ruler servant, despite many misconceptions. His origin weight is just...
Wait, he's a ruler?
He's a ruler servant, yes.
Did I just miss that when we said it earlier?
Yeah.
No.
I said ruler once earlier.
I think I might have thought you meant ruler as in ruler of China. Okay. Ruler, sir. Thank you. All right. I wasn't sure.
So his origin is just very heavy, and as he houses a lot of complexities. He is capable with his very presence of causing disruptions into magical circuits, as well as restrict the movements of those that oppose him. And he is using consort used genetic makeup for his body, so he can regenerate from wounds easily, though it is not nearly as potent as her ability to regenerate is. Because she can regenerate from literally nothing.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just looking through art.
No, you're good.
All right. Magic resistance, that makes sense. All books must be burned. I disagree with you. You're so hot, but I disagree with you. Capable of applying strong pressure. This is the one who burned the book. Don't burn books.
You can fix it.
Hey. Burn some books. There are some books I do not like. I would not burn all of the books. I would just burn my copies of the books. All scholars must be buried. Oof. Eternal Emperor. All right, so his noble phantasm is the domination beginning.
So Qin Shi Huang's reach with the Great Wall was enough that he can dominate the world itself, weakening everyone upon activation except for himself. It can stretch across the world, but the actual area of effect is just places that he recognizes as his own territories. In theory, a stretch of the world he never learned about would be completely unaffected.
So the Americas.
Though, since he, in his Lost Belt, conquered the entire world, laying claim to it all, it's nearly the entire planet's surface that he can affect this.
That makes sense.
Phantasm.
I would like to note, comment from Illustrator. When I first received the offer to draw Qin, I had imagined he would be a man with an intelligent, sharp-eyed look as illustrated below. However, the design order was a fully naked, androgynous, fantastical beauty, and this was rejected within an hour.
But it was used for pan-human history.
It was. Estrella. Same character designer as Estrella.
I can see that.
And I loved Estrella, remember? Estrella was great. Alright. Okay, here's the... I mean, it's a fun sprite. This is why they call him Mothman.
Yeah, I think all of his sprites have different animations. It might only be the first and third.
That's fine. I am perfectly content to sit here and watch my mostly naked hot man do hot man things. Ooh, fire wings.
Yeah, Phoenix. Like, ooh.
Yeah. I assume the reason that he looks very, perhaps, water-associated is because he associated himself with the element of water.
I mean, I thought that was more Mercury, but okay.
Well, technically Mercury is liquid metal. It is a liquid. And he... Because, remember, we were talking about his superstition, and he associated his reign with water as his birth element, and the one following fire, fire being the dynasty before him. So it makes sense that he kind of looks like he could be associated with, like, water, like the blues and greens, you know? And kind of the flowing nature.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm, like, overreaching, but I've always considered water to kind of associate in this way. Somebody says in the comments it's mercury, and you know what? I'm just going to go with mercury is technically a liquid.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Qin Shi Huang is joining my list of I can fix him.
Right up with Gil and Ozzy?
Yep. Gil, Ozzy, Qin. I can fix him. And Bartholomew Roberts. I can fix him.
I can maybe believe Roberts.
The joke there is I thought that Roberts was Ozzy in a CE because he looked so much like Ozzy, but they're both just incredibly attractive, and the difference is their eye color.
Nope. Because that's the MP, I think.
No,
No,
the
no.
NP will be a separate animation
These are
cycle.
skills.
Yeah.
Ah.
I can see the Mercury associations with the like metallic like water droplets, you know? This is his NP.
Oh.
Ooh, in the field of grains. Jesus. And this doesn't crash phones? Making a joke mostly. Christ.
Damn, really went hard.
It's not done. Now it is.
Now
Okay,
we
and
have
then
like
third.
other so yeah, it's the first, second, and then the third.
Yeah. Oh, he's got sword now.
He had sword beforehand. Just
I
not
know, but
physical.
yeah. Now we have blue fire wings.
Oh.
But there's an actual phoenix.
I'm trying to remember how you get blue fire. It's burning a certain chemical.
Yeah. Not super important. That is a big sword.
Big ceremonial sword.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big ceremonial sword. Yeah. Phoenix. God damn. Oh, yeah. Now, okay. I can see that it's liquid mercury now. I get it. It's still a liquidy design, though.
Yeah.
I stand
Yeah.
by my guns.
Oh my.
Well, that's cool. Let me just radiate mercury real quick. In every direction to everyone. Oh, there's his wall. These are all his powering ups. Yeah. So he can drop his NP. Ooh, there we go. So it's the same once we get to this part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it was just the animations and stuff earlier that were different. Okay. Noxar Boy's right. Blue fire is created by just burning fire hot enough. It's green and purple that are created by
yeah.
adding like copper and other elements. Because I was like, my stove burns blue like right at the
Yeah.
base. Yeah, where it's like first catching. Okay, all right. I'll close this, and now we have.
I think you can still get blue flames by a material burning.
I'm sure you could,
yeah.
but it you can also just get it by having like the
Yeah.
fire right by the source.
Now we have CEs.
All right, and other stuff. Oh, she got a Grail League with the flower and everything. That's so cute.
Is that, who's that?
Oh, you weren't
Jing
here
Ke?
for that. Yeah, this is Jing Ke.
No, he was here
Okay.
for Jing Ke. He arrived during the historical section.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
No, I just
Soccer League. I like the inspiration on the outfit. It looks really nice. Okay, let's see. A few extras. That's cute.
Magical girls in
Yeah. Little noodle. Aw, with the
Jing Ke.
drunk as shit. Yep, drunk as shit.
I mean, I think that's how she gets by people. She's just a drunkard.
He wasn't here to hear the Yang Guifei story that involved
No,
Jing Ke
you were
earlier.
not. Okay.
Oh my.
Knife chocolate bitter. I made it somewhat bitter so it'll go well with alcohol. Now let's go grab a drink. I am not letting you go home tonight.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Love that. It's her Valentine's. Propriety to the 9 dukes. Okay. Alright. In 10 steps, I will make my kill. The self-proclaimed hero is trembling, frozen with fear. Completely useless, but that's the way it is. Ultimately, I am the one who made this plan and perfected it. I can do it at this distance. I won't be interfered with at this distance. Just a few more seconds and I can see his face, looking at me, begging for mercy. Soon my life will be reaching its end. My life is filled with joy. I have no regrets. Well then, Here I come. It's time to make the leap to make my hated and beloved empire. To my hated and beloved emperor. Jesus, I'm like my words are getting mixed up now. That's nice though. Okay, I've seen this one before. Watershine, because it's I've seen this before, but when?
Look at the other involved servant.
But it's Mochizuki Chiyome.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
I've seen this before though.
You probably pulled it. FGL.
That might be it. Yeah. On a sunny summer day, having a chat by poolside can be fun, and it's even better with a good cocktail. That's right. So that one can escape reality for just a bit. It's like, I know this art. Like, I've seen it before. Oh! It's the Hassans!
I think you know everyone in the CE now.
I do know everyone in this CE now, because I assume this is
Jing
Ke.
Ke, pissed drunk.
Yeah. And a bunch of the Hassans. Yeah, I remember reading this. Oh, Phantom of the Opera's also in here. He's there. Back in the corner. Because there's Grandpa Hassan in the painting. Yeah.
Grandpa Hassan pops out of the painting. Ha-ha!
Alright, so that was all her T's. So we're going to move on to Shufu. Aw, she's still got that friggin' plushie. And that's adorable. Little cheerleader.
With the plushie on its head.
Yes. With the plushie on its head. Okay. Alright. Oh, there's some fair amount of extra. Ooh. Food. Aw, look at that. That's so cute. I assume these are like both servants that the artist draws.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Aw. She's a particular way of drawing her. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, that's back to her concept art. And there's no more extras. Besides that, there's a foot pick, as per usual. Alright. No Time to Die. Sounds like a James Bond movie. My role is almost over. Oh, this spell's formula is wrong. Fix it. The future of this project is in your hands. Yes, you got that. It's coming along great. This talisman is really well made. Just keep working on its speed. Now that I think about it, it's been decades since we made this land our home. Not to boast, but this place is very... Huh? Are you serious? Sorry, you'll have to throw that away and start from scratch. Not to boast, but this place is very... did I already say that part? Come again. The dolls did what? Oh no. The spell inside them must be unstable. You need to check what the weather is like and... Okay, so I was saying my last will and testament. How far did I get into it again? Yeah, I don't have the time to be dying. I feel that. Alright. Spare the idle talk.
Oh my. So, who's,
I'm assuming that is, Consort you.
Okay.
Leisurely lying in a cozy atmosphere, just rambling chit-chats and out-of-focus responses, like feather sank into the waters. Gently dozing, softly swaying, nothing in particular. This extravagant, elegant flower. Good lord. Winter party. Oh, I've seen this one before. Yeah.
Oh, it's got
I think she's right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's got those little things from the recent event that I just played. I love those things.
This is the Hokkaido, Miyagi, and Osaka one. Okay. All right. Still in joint production. Oh my god, there's so much strawberry.
Oh, that seems nice.
Oh, I do love me some strawberry.
Ooh, there's actually...
Grapefruit?
Yeah, grapefruit as well.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh boy. I love it when shit... I'm gonna murder someone! Alright. Valentine's Day chocolate from Jofuku, a scene from when we were working together to make chocolates for a beautiful woman. Of course, Jofuku also gave me chocolates in return for his help. She is a person who never fails to be obedient when it comes to those things. I was grateful for the chocolate, but what remains in my memory even more is the sight of her struggling to give the chocolate to the beautiful woman. A time of laughter, crying, anger, and joy at completion. Every time I remember that scene, I feel something warm. Oh. Heroic Spirit event attire. I think this is the festival one, so this is the Japanese festival that we saw a couple other servants in. Oh, wait, no. That's Oktoberfest. I think. I think it's Oktoberfest. It's either that or I forget. Oktoberfest. Okay. Yeah, I was right. So this is the 2023. I remember that. All right. Hey. Mordred?
Believe so.
Vladdy?
Yep.
Diarmid.
Yeah, that looks like Diarmid.
That's Diarmid. I know
Yeah.
it is. That...
Jack?
No.
I can't see it at this angle, so.
It's either a Brunhilder, a Kriemhild, or a Dioscuri, I think.
I don't actually know.
All right.
It's a bit too hard.
Yeah.
That one.
I'm not reading all of that. Anastasia, that's who it is.
Any names you don't recognize for us to come back to it eventually?
Vlad, Mordred, Anastasia, Charlemagne. So we'll be back to see Charlemagne at some point when we do the Paladins. It also references Trigun and Helsing, which makes sense. It looks like it references Trigun and Helsing. Yeah, it's a really cool CE. I will read it when we do the final character on it.
Okay.
I think. That's a lot to read. I don't know what it is, and that's a lot to read. Because I don't think it's... Jesus. No.
Oof.
No.
Yeah, nah.
If we forget to do it when we do Charlemagne, just remind us at updates.
Yeah. No, I'm not reading that right now. Okay. Lanling. Pretty boy. All right. Fate Grail League. Oh, man, he's pitching. Aw, look at him. Dream Striker. That's so cute. All right. I love it. All right. Oh, you have some extra art. Oh. That looks really nice.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay, so he will have a... Yeah. So I'll have to check where that is. Okay. Foot pick. Oh, Paper Moon.
Yep. That's Gao Cheng Gong. It probably. I want to say there was this horrific moment in there involving Zoken Mato.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
That's a lot.
Okay. My mask, my cup of poisoned alcohol. I wore a mask so I could fight, sing, and love my nation from the bottom of my heart, just like any other soldier. But my nation was a capricious one, and like a spoiled child, it toyed with my loyalty. And that is how I met my end. It was a cocktail of regret, despair, grief, sweetness, and bitterness, and I drank from that poisoned chalice and downed it all. The instantaneous pain and agony was no more painful than the knowledge that my loyalty was shredded to pieces. If a nation was like a child, I would have raised them sternly like any parent would. But then again, a child doesn't truly understand that their parents have their best interest in mind, now do they? Oh. Yes, Quipper, he's pitching.
Very much pitching. Yeah, no.
Beauty concealing mask. But this mask really has no other function than to conceal one's face. Are you sure you want this? If you ask me, I believe many servants will be disappointed if you hide your face, master. There's someone named Santa Island Mask who's popular with children? I see, so that's one way to use masks. Intriguing. Right. Foresight and profoundness. This is with Qin Shi Huang. Looking great in business attire. So this is the latest model. Not bad. Would you like to try it for yourself? The president is in a wonderful mood today. They seem to be especially interested in communication devices, and they devote themselves to developing new products. Oh, me? I work closely with the president as their secretary, and we do have the extra stuff down here at the bottom.
So what, they developing cell phones?
Yeah. Presumably.
Cool.
That's what he's playing with. All right, Heroic Spirit Festival wear, Lanling Wang. Ooh. Is this from Alola? Is this from Hawaii?
Alola's the Pokemon.
Sorry, Hawaii. It's the Pele.
Pele's Hawaii is Luluhawa.
Luluhawa, that was it. Yeah. Luluhawa Island. Oh, Dumazid. Oh, there's the fluffy ram. There's our little Dumazid. Okay, Heroic Spirit traveled... Ooh, this is voiced. Hold on. We've learned our lesson.
素晴らしい場所ですね。マスター、次はどこに行きましょうか?
Ah, what a wonderful place. Master, where shall we go next? This is in Momiji-Dani Park in Hiroshima.
I wonder who voices him.
I don't know. Ask chat.
Chat.
Oh, Chaldea Stars. Mask. Is that Rama? I think it's Rama.
It might be Alexander.
Oh, it could be either, but I thought it was Rama. Let's see. Even the moon's glitter and the twinkling stars are no match for the singing voices of the handsome young man. Colored with the saintly hero's blessing and the mischief of the doctor, may their radiance last until dawn. Rama!
No, what do you know?
And Jekyll and Hyde, along with Fu Shihuangdi, Arjuna, and Paracelsus in the background. I see.
They're all
Qin
in
Shi
the very
Huang.
background there.
Yeah. Obviously, I won't be able to see them all because I can barely see the front ones. But yeah, okay.
Best boy group.
Let's go for Hatsumod. What the fuck? What's going on back there?
Hot Wheels. We'll get to him another time.
There's Anna and her master.
Yep.
Aw.
These are like the cryptors and their masters.
That's Yumeiren, right?
Yep.
Yep, and him. No. Adorable. Adorable. Oh, yeah, because there's Sigurd. I was like, I'm trying to remember which one's which. I had a dream in the moment right before your conscious mind shuts off for the night. I dreamed that we were all together in one place under a clear blue winter sky. I dreamed everyone was happy to see me. Does the fact that I had a dream like that mean that I actually want to be friends with them? Man, I really hope not. Okay. All right. Chance meeting under the moon.
You don't actually know everyone here.
I don't.
I don't think you know most of the people here.
But there's no names, so, and it's voiced, so I think we're good.
それで若君、今宵は何用だろうか。まさか、僕と仲良くなろうとでも言うのかい？
あなたはそうやってまた煙に巻くつもりか。偽りの蛮行にこの私が気づかないとでも。
覚悟なくば立ち去るがよい。
The young prince, what is your business with me tonight? Surely you haven't come here to befriend me. Must you always be so obfuscating? Did you think I wouldn't see through your pretense of barbarity? Rumors abound of bandits in the capital. However, the bandits targeted only corrupt politicians, merchants who tried to wield their influence like a club, and the thugs who serve as their lackeys. At last, the young man seeking the truth has arrived at the dwelling of the man thought to be the bandits' leader. The still sharp eyes of the old soldier standing guard in the back of the room never leave the young prince. If you are not truly resolved, it would be better to leave. The young man takes a good look at the goblet in his hand, then drains its contents in a single gulp. Okay. All right. Tiger hunting ascetics. I do not know the other character here. To serve or to conquer, one must possess an equaling power. Tiger mimicking fox is unqualified to be a general. Days after days of skill honing is what will bring forth true glory. Be aware, to prevent infection by sugar-coated rotten seeds, please don't forget to always keep an eye open. Okay. Heroic Spirit Event Attire, Lanling Wang. This is Venice, Carnival in Venice.
That is an amazing outfit.
It's Carnival in Venice. Yeah, the Carnival of Venice. Greedy Dice.
You only know one.
I only know one. Damn. I'll wait. I'm sure we'll...
Yeah, we'll come back to that one.
Okay. Chinese version, 4th anniversary. I see him back there, and I think that's Qin Shi Huang as well. Yeah. Okay. I know a lot of the characters there at this point. All right. Our last one. Oh my god, I love him so much. See, I would have gotten him immediately when we did the little who's who. Looks glorious. Beautiful. Stunning. Amazing art. Love the high ponytail.
I'd rather have the original, but okay.
I think it looks great. Oh, okay. I saw both of those.
On him.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see. We'll start over here.
So, this is a character we didn't cover today. But isn't actually a playable...
Is that the person that people were telling you to cover?
That's Hanjin. If you want to look up Hanjin in Type Moon, I don't think we're ever going to cover him again, but I don't have that much to say on him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to bother right now, but I'll keep that in mind. Ah! Be still, my beating heart.
You were not ready for that one.
I was not ready for that. Oh.
Is this just gonna be a Riz session for Sekhmet?
All of today's servants have been wizards. I have been enjoying all of
We
them.
have not missed once today.
Not a single servant has been amiss. All right. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. That's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Stunning. Beautiful.
Is
No
it?
notes. Oh my god, I want to do my nails like him. Hashtag life goals. I'm going to try to do that at some point. You going to load? Oh, beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. I love it. Let's see.
Oh my.
Nick that.
Oh my. That's a pissed off man right there.
I don't know if he's pissed off so much as deeply disturbed.
Yeah.
I love it though. I saw that. It's beautiful. Okay, I think that's it for the that's it for the new arts. All right. Oh boy. I'll skip that one because I read it. Skip that one because I read it. Skip that one, but I will open this one. Okay. The Phoenix is on the vast land. Nice art. Very nice art. Take a good look at the ones who are leaving. They are shouldering the duty that is the future, and their path will lead them to confront even more treacherous challenges. Yet the only thing we can do is to see them off from afar. But do not worry, we will not be giving you any trials like the ones they will be facing. Instead, you shall join us in a delicate slumber, bereft of fear or despair over your fate. This is a scene of what will soon become a dream. The ruler who once tried to shoulder humanity alone has now entrusted and tasked the heavy responsibility of 2,000 years of history to a group of foreign travelers. Now all there is to do is wait for the peaceful end to come with the citizens that they loved. Very nice. Miniature of Ipang Palace. Our relationship is now one of equals, but do not forget that our true form once ruled over all of the world. For those who cling to the idea that humans should retain their human appearance, we acknowledge that this form may seem grotesque. But that is nothing that we regret nor feel ashamed of. That was an inevitable consequence of governing the world for such a long time. We arrived at this form because it was meant to be. Do not misunderstand. We do not wish to be looked upon with trembling awe. Rather, we wish for you to reminisce spontaneously at any moment of our majestic form that once ascended to the skies. Do you know what his androgynous moth form reminds me of a little bit? And you're not going to get this reference. And you might not either, but chat will. Somebody in chat will. Aizen, when he goes Mothman in Bleach.
Oh, yeah. It meant nothing to Sekhie, but a lot of people like to poke fun at the fact that Mothman here shares a voice actor with Lelouch.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. Elixir of Immortality. You know, Valentine's Day chocolates. Word is that drinking this would make one immortal, but the actual effect is a mystery until the concoction is actually drunk. The world may never know.
Big explodey balls.
You never know. All right. Chalcedony chocolate. Return item. It's basic. Oh, because Qin Shi Huang is genderless, so you get both.
Androgynous, so you get both.
Okay. A piece of chalcedony carved to look like gâteau au chocolat. Its intricate workmanship looks like the real thing and is on par with other famous Chinese treasures, such as the jadeite cabbage or meat-shaped stone. Interesting. Okay. Oh, all right. Heroic Spirit Festival Wear. 4th anniversary. Not bad. Yeah, not bad. Oh, so the... Oh, okay, so these craft essences must have, like... There's Miniku. And there's Mozart's orchestra, but I don't see... Hold on. I don't see Jason, who it says is in this CE. Guess I just don't see them. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. Royal Traveling Incog. This is the one! This is the one I saw, and this is what made me think that that character was Qin Shi Huang. This is the one! It's nice seeing the commoner's world once in a while. Don't you agree, Sun King? Getting to steer my mount by hand is rather entertaining. Don't make so much commotion. Our disguises may be perfect, but we are drawing a great deal of attention. It is the duty of a king to be aware of what's going on with the common people. The three of them stand out far too much to claim this foray is conducted incognito, and there's just no chance they get through this without incident. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's a slightly longer version with English translation. Okay, him saying our disguises are perfect is bullshit, because the other two could pass for, like, you know, just normal rich guys. But he's over here looking like that. All right, Winter Caravan. I remember this. There he is in the background. We've read this one before because I've seen it before. It has an extended version. It's a little bit more high def, so you can actually see all the stuff drawn.
Who's that on the couch? Like
That's
front,
Qin Shi Huang. This?
No.
That?
Front, like very front.
This?
There you go. Yeah.
Abby.
Oh.
Abigail
Really?
Williams. Also, okay, Infinity Dream. That's Sherlock, isn't it? Or is it Tesla? It's Tesla.
That might be Tesla.
It's one of the two. All right, Infinity Dream. It was Tesla. They have no interest in wealth. Praise is simply fodder for those literary folks. My ultimate goal, and indeed my reward, will be to create energy that man will never achieve. Two geniuses continue to tackle their challenge, even if their journey may be a never-ending series of tribulations. If such a creation is not meant for idle pleasure, but for the bettering of one's people, then it is our duty to lend you aid. By the way, I have exclusive distribution rights for it, right? And then there's a selection of the kind of more detailed... Oh, okay. Oh, very nice. Very Alucard from Castlevania.
Yeah, it very much is like
Yeah.
that.
I'm not going to click into the other one because it's a character I don't know, so. All right. Heroic Spirit Event Attire. Qin Shi Huang. I love it. I feel like I know what this is, but I gotta... Yeah, Rio Carnival.
Yeah, I was gonna say like very
Carnival,
Quetzal,
yeah.
like it was Quetzal.
Yeah,
kind
Ketz
of like
does Carnival. Yeah. I don't have to read that because it's an anniversary. All right, 5th anniversary. Oh man, he's up there presiding over it all. With some other servants I know, but it's hard to... Oh, this is Ozzy. Because I can see the little Ankh earrings. There's Gil. Mash in the middle, obviously. I'm a little stuffy on who some of the rest are. So, yeah.
So yeah, we just batted a perfect score this this stream.
Ironic since we didn't last stream.
No.
Oh boy, I don't even... You know what? I'm going to let you two get caught up with chat while I visit the ladies' room. Because
the ladies'
I have
room.
been here talking for far too long.
Before any of us moves around, we'll see y'all next time if you're watching this when it comes out on YouTube with, I'm just going to say the next month's a Gouda Gouda month.
Yep.
Yeah. Bye,
All
everybody.
right, catch up with chat.
Okay,
All right,
you're
moving
sitting
in.
there.
Off streaming mode, or off of full Sekhie Reacts mode.
Yeah.
You want to see the servants you missed earlier?
I mean, yeah, sure, might as well.
So the first one you missed earlier was Yang Guifei. So this is FGO's Yang Guifei. It's a foreigner mixed with Cthugga.
Huh. Not what I was expecting, but pretty nice. Wow.
Her NP is famous for bricking phones.
Yeah, and I was not expecting that third one picture right there. So yeah.
The other one we did was Prince Nezha from, Prince Nezha from Journey to the West and other similar stories, except gender bent.
Yeah, that is. Wow. Yeah, definitely a wow.
So yeah, that's what you missed earlier. Hey, chat. Let's see here, dear Lord in heaven.
Yeah, there's been a lot of chat messages.
I'm seeing people here I didn't see earlier. Okay. Oh God. Oh God. This is like 3 hours worth of chat messages we're behind here. Oh God, I saw that one go up. I don't know how much. I don't think it can go farther back.
Yeah, you can't.
Woo!
Yeah, it went by a lot right there.
Just kind of. This is coming. I think I said it in the video. I don't know if I said it before or after you asked me or I. But this is all going up. Every single one of these videos are going to be post NA anniversary this year. So that gives you some context, I guess.
Very, very late.
Yeah.
From now. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is when we were watching. God damn, I don't remember who.
This is all from the last video there.
Yeah.
Chat. That we can't even go all the way back to the point before we started.
I saw on my phone
Yeah.
out of my spot. And I can flip us back to Talk Zone.
I showed Born, Yang Guifei, and Nezha.
What about Consort U?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
supposed to.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll pull it up.
I already seen Concert You, I think? I don't remember.
Was it?
Well, no, I watched the video.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah.
Alright, let me...
Because you end up talking about me in, like, the Concert You video. It's like, no, what the heck were you saying about me?
Alright.
Well, sometimes we both recognize that you probably have a few more thoughts on some of these stories than we do. Or some of these stories of historical figures.
Okay.
I mean, there
Goodness.
are a lot of things that...
Okay, I'm just gonna make my life easier. Move that right here for me. What?
Nothing.
Alright, we're transitioned into Talk Zone.
Yeah, just chill for a little bit.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that was a lot.
That was long.
Yeah.
Did y'all catch up besides that with chat? Or
We started reading through chat, but I didn't get very far down.
Yeah.
okay, let's see. Gender the royal we. I mean, yeah, I remember all of that. Oh yeah, because the last thing up there is like Jing Ke. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, I think this was said in chat, but, like, I do remember, like, there was a movie that was kind of like the Jing Ke story. I don't remember its name. I think it did have T.H.E. I think someone did bring it up. I liked that movie. It was a very, very nice movie.
When I peeked the mic, Taco said more like Peking. Heyo. Knick-knack. Hello.
Hello.
I'm making a joke.
Sorry.
God damn.
I am, like, trying to come back down.
Come back down off what?
Recording a 3.5 hour video. If not 4.
We've done worse.
You have.
Yeah, that's about how long we usually go at any given one time before we take a long break. I'm not saying I need a long break. I'm just saying I've, like, hit the point where my brain is making the dial-up internet connection noise.
Let's see. Yeah, I remember commenting on Genshin Impact Look at Ass, the U Harem fan club. Ooh. Let's see. Helen of Troy should look like Lanling. Yes! Glasses version is fun. Oh, Frostard said, Knick-Knack, show the glasses NP, but you didn't, so... You know. Mothman!
Chinese Emperor Lelouch.
Yeah. Old school emperor. Yeah, old school emperor is the best. Like, absolutely.
Yeah.
Chinese men are simply built different, lol. Gravity is oppression.
Pretty sure we're going into 9th anniversary.
Let's see.
For JP or for NA?
JP.
Okay.
Yeah, Mothman. Jen says copper can make blue fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also just hot enough fire will look blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was also calcium chloride. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to look up, and my brain just wasn't brought. I wanted to see. Okay, yeah, we finished just before the end of planned content was listed out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. All right. Yeah, there's some really good CEs. Luluhawa, Alola, all the same thing. Hot Wheels. Dice are a big hint. Quipper, dice might be a big hint, but I just don't. There's so many servants that like I know exist, but I don't know. Like I haven't researched them, so like dice might be a hint, but it's not one that I can pick up on pretty easily. So you know that's just on me. I didn't catch it up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That
Sailor Moon ass looking scene.
that Hot Wheels thing is actually a one wheel. There are actual real life things like that.
Yeah, I know. I've seen him. Our
Weird
disguises
stuff.
are perfect, says the moth. Some people are saying Tiger of Kai next, Gouda Gouda time. Alright. We are caught up to current part of chat. Zero Herrera, your power is back, thank God. Okay, I'm back. We're up to current.
Yeah.
We missed some stuff, but that's just because we didn't realize that we wouldn't be able to scroll back that far.
Yeah.
I did enable live chat replay, so like, you know, when these...
When this eventually is allowed to be...
Yeah, then we could probably,
Yeah.
like, look, but, you know. So we're back. We're done. I have talked so much today. You think you're tired. I talk more than you in these videos.
Yeah.
And arguably, I have more to prepare for these. I need to just die now.
You know what? It probably was actually the movie Hero was one I was thinking for Jing Ke, because I'm pretty sure it was Jet Li. So yeah.
Hexbug says hi. They also say, yeah, it's the 9th. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not as well versed in Asian movies. Better at TV shows. Yeah, Taco's all caught up. Not technically, but I'm going to count that as caught up.
Yeah, we can't scroll back.
Qin Shi Huang, totally not Cars from JoJo Part 2. I don't know that reference, but I assume it's funny.
Probably the same voice actor.
That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Totally don't know that reference, though.
You've seen a small chunk of JoJo Part 2. I think you stopped right before Cars is introduced.
I think so, yeah. BTW, Han Shin update when? Sarcasm, Taco says.
Hanjin.
Eventually, maybe. I don't know. I didn't have it in me today. I didn't have it in me. Qin Shi Huang is just Pillar Man. Gentlemen, Han Xing loves war.
That is very much so.
Entirely fair. Oh, God.
See, this is the part where we get Summer Yang Guifei and Summer Jing Ke right when we can't do an update on them.
Look. If it comes out, if it comes out after the last day of May, it's not going to get updated.
That's when they come out as Summers.
But that's what I mean. Like, I'm just not worried. You know? We already know May is the end of our time for anything new.
Ooh, they're asking you who's better moth.
Who's better moth, Qin Shi Huang or Oberon? Qin Shi Huang. Hands down. Qin Shi Huang. That's not even a question for me. Knick-Knack, is that a question for you?
I mean, I like Oberon.
Do you like Qin Shi Huang?
Depends on the context. If you're talking like which one irritates me more during the day, Qin Shi Huang, but that's just because I have too many copies of him already in FGO, so whenever I'm on the GSSR banner selecting what I want, because I'm trying to go for Himiko, he was always on the same banner as her, lowering my chance of getting something new.
Qin Shi Huang.
Fucking Mothman.
Jesus. Grand Moth Tarkin is better than Moth Tadumtis. Oh, Tadumtis. I'm an idiot. My brain is braining at like -5 speed right now. Like, I'm done. Oh.
Glad we did that one off the shelf in the middle there.
I mean, I don't really care either way for that one.
But would we have had the energy to do it now?
No. Sky Smog 384 says, Oberon's not a moth, he's a sus. Still waiting for a sane Lubu who automatically debuffs the master. That's fair. Jacob Foti says, Oberon is supported by his story chapter more than his art. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, yes, he's a great character-wise. I love Oberon character-wise. Art-wise, I do prefer Qin Shi Huang.
Yes. Mothman. Oh, I don't know. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
I don't have either, and I'm not at any point in the story where I actually have to have, like, specific servants, so... I don't really have to care yet. I can just throw whoever I have at whatever I'm fighting.
Gawain. The checkpoint is Gawain.
Yeah. I'm not there yet, so I'm fine. I'm fine.
If I remember correctly, Nick Nack, you said, I think, was it Chow Chow who's not actually in FGO yet? And I kind of want to see if he'll be put into FGO, because that might be cool. So, yeah.
Mariner, do you mean Oberon or Qin Shi Huang when you say you actually really like his art? Qin Shi Huang can solo naturally. Oberon needs some help. Oberon does have some nice summer costumes, Zero Herrera says. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying Oberon's bad. I like Qin Shi Huang better. Dakota Doyle says, I once got 2 Oberon in a single pull. Gawain fight, PTSD. Oberon. Okay, Mariner, that's fair. Yeah, everyone's got their thing. I don't super love Oberon's design, but that's just me. And I think it's just because he kind of looks like somebody colored him in with a crayon. And it's just me being, you know?
I can't wait till we do Tez.
Tez?
Tezcatlipoca has infamous artwork.
Oh, no. Oh, I was looking forward to Tezcatlipoca.
Oh, yeah, Nick, have you shown Sekhmet the Billy servant?
Billy's servant.
Wasn't it BB?
Oh, yeah, she's seen BB.
Okay.
What do you mean, Billy servant?
BB.
Why no? But why are you calling it Billy?
Because that's what...
It's a streaming service.
Yeah, and they actually made a servant of, like, that for, like, a event or something. I don't remember. Was it?
No.
What?
What was it then?
She came out, like, almost...
Nick, can you...
She came out BB was introduced in a game on the PSP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not a collaboration between Billy and Fade. Yeah. People are saying, oh boy, Tez art. Oof. That makes me slightly worried. Oh.
I mean, yeah, you guys have Tez somewhere in the pipeline, probably.
Yep.
Yeah. Tez is actually planned right now for relatively soon, I think. I mean, for a given value of soon, we're 3 months ahead. You know.
3 months ahead and planned out for 2 years.
Yeah, and then technically, as soon as we hit the point where we're 3 months ahead officially, I leave, and then we're going to be like a week and a half ahead when I get back. My God, October is going to be hellish this year. October's always bad because it's a servant a week, and we're not used to doing a servant a week typically. But just October is bad because we're not going to have any backlog when I get back. We're not going to have any pre-prepped videos past September, and I get back in September, you know? And so it's going to be a race against time because I'm supposed to be going out of the country again in December.
Me too. So.
Well, but not for as long, thank God. Only for a few servants worth, but we'll still have to be like a month and a half ahead.
What, you're going out for December for what?
That other opportunity I have.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I might be gone for another 6 weeks then, and Nick Nack's also going to be gone.
Yeah.
So, like, I get back, we have no backlog, and then we have 3 months to build up 2 months of backlog as well as do the 3 months we did.
You better break out that coffee. It's going to be long, long nights.
But I won't have school, so I don't have to worry about, like, homework and stuff, because I'm graduating! Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah.
Like I'll be trying to get a job, but I won't have to worry about school, which is the trade-off. Ironically, it'll mean that I probably have a little bit more free time.
Are you going to wait until after December or when you get back from your first one?
I don't know yet. It depends on the decisions I make. Yeah, because I can't really apply for like a full-time job, knowing that I might be gone for 8 weeks, like 2 months in.
They actually might let you. You would have to take doc pay, so it means you wouldn't be able to actually get paid. Like you couldn't do paid vacation with it because sometimes there's a.
But it would depend on the job I was applying for. Like, I wouldn't be able to like apply for like data tech or something and then be gone for 6 weeks. Immediately.
Well, 6 weeks might be pushing it, yeah.
But that's what I would be gone for 6 weeks. So it's not like I'm going to be gone for 2 or 3 weeks. No, it's like 6 weeks. And I'm not missing that opportunity. So we'll see. We'll see.
Maybe just pick up like a very short job.
We'll see. We'll see. I haven't made a decision yet. Yeah. I cannot wait to graduate. Here's a mind screw. Kiara Szechuan is Gen Z, 25 and 20. Oh!
She's a zoomer. An e-girl.
She's younger than me. Significantly younger than me. God damn. Even I'm not Gen Z. Well, what are we, like the first year officially?
We're like early Gen Z.
Yeah, I think we're the ending of the previous generation.
Transition weirdness.
Yeah. Didn't get raised Gen Z, but unfortunately get lumped in with Gen Z. Ugh.
At least you get to graduate. I still got a year.
It's not my fault that I chose an easier degree to graduate with. It's not my fault you have to take a bunch of math labs and science labs. I managed to cram all my classes into just taking 7 or 8 classes a semester. Which, to be fair, is its own hellscape. Like, you are objectively doing the smarter thing, which I should have done, which is just wait another semester or two, because I took 2 semesters in a row where I was taking 8 classes, like 7 to 8 classes, and those included senior seminars and labs, and it was hell.
I mean,
it was not a pleasant experience.
I tried your method last semester.
And how did that go for you?
I passed my classes, but I got sick during the last month. Not because of my own fault, but because of my parents. Still was hell.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I managed to. I took my 7 or 8 classes and I managed to not get anything lower than 1B, so I was happy about that. But it killed me. It killed me. My God, I've never been so sleep deprived and just in general tired.
I still got like 3 projects and like 2 homeworks. So, like, I am busy. Matter of fact, I probably should not stay here that long, but god damn it, I do not want to drive in the rain.
I don't think you're going to be able to get out of it. It's been raining all day. It hasn't stopped.
I mean, it should end around 5, supposedly. And it's 5
It is 5.
now.
It never stopped raining over here. It started raining before I woke up this morning, and it did not stop. It's wonderful weather outside. I swear to fucking God.
No,
like, this is my ideal weather. Also, I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of... The chat's debating over the exact age of Kiara in regards to us now. So there's, some fun going on there. Beautiful. I'm going to be honest, I don't have the energy in me to play FGO.
Didn't think you would. Wasn't gonna call for it.
There was a chance. I was considering it, but no, I don't got that kind of energy in my soul.
So you guys been streaming 8 hours.
It's been a long time. It's been a very long time.
1 hour of that was a lunch break.
Yeah. But so was last year.
Last year was 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it a full 2 hours?
We took 2 hours for lunch
break.
Yeah, I think we returned and did like just a chat, like just talking with chat for.
Well, no, I think we did like 1 servant and then it turned into chat, if I remember correctly.
We might have only had 1 servant in the morning, but we did other videos that time.
Yeah, we had other videos to film, and there was definitely chat time that we dedicated to chat. Like, we didn't just,
Yeah.
But all of last year's servants, with the exception of the first one, were pretty short.
Yeah.
Katsushika was the only one that even approached an hour.
Yep.
And also you had the who's that servant?
Eric Bloodaxe.
Who's it? What axe?
No name, no axe? Jesus. I have forgotten him 3 times today on stream already. Like dead ass. Just completely forgot him. Did not catch it. Which was hilarious. You good?
Yeah, I'm just freaking exhausted.
Says the person who got to sit back most of today. I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm tired, actually. I had my initiation lunch for my honor society. That was fun.
I think I'm catching a second wind from the Pepsi. Chat has significantly slowed down.
Yeah.
Who, what axe? Yeah, exactly. While the others were trying to afford a house, Kiara was running her own sex cult by age 25.
What did you do by age 25?
Not that. He did get some of the figures. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what the reference is.
Who is Kiara?
Yeah, you don't want to know.
Nope, we're not getting into that. We're not going to talk about it.
Can't even pull her up on stream.
Nope.
Okay,
We
so...
we literally got demonetized for the thumbnail.
Oh, that
on the
bad?
video. Yeah.
Wait, artist or...
No, we got demonetized for the thumbnail.
Okay.
So no.
Okay, I'll search that up on my own time. Got it.
Yeah.
Probably
have fun.
on probably on like a private freaking connection. Or
I mean, you don't have to do that. I'm just not
unless you
pulling
look
in.
at the CCC NP, then you actually might want to.
Oh.
Yeah. Kiara is the ultimate gaslight girl boss. That's true. Yeah, Mirai, that video literally got demonetized for the thumbnail.
What the heck were you guys doing?
It was
with that
just her
thumbnail?
giant face.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, Vorn, your figure is here.
Yeah.
You gotta remember to take that with you.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I am very, very forgetful.
No, like actually we got demonetized on that video. Like the video was demonetized. It is ineligible for monetization. I know, because I didn't expect it to be. And so I upload the video sometimes without the thumbnail and then add the thumbnail later. Without the thumbnail, it didn't hit any restrictions, but once I added the thumbnail, it automatically demonetized because of the imagery in the thumbnail. And then we just didn't want to change it. It just seemed funnier to...
I don't even remember the thumbnail being that bad. I think it just knows the image.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Dakota says you can look up her Heaven's Hole NP. The face.
You said that. What?
The face. It's. Oh, Jesus. Oh, CCC has an English patch if someone wants to play it.
Oh yeah, no, they have. That's part of why I started playing Fate Extras, because now I can play both games.
The most cultured Fate game without being explicit, like Stay Night or Hollow Ataraxia.
Oh yeah, that's why. That's why I got demonetized.
Yeah.
There's a lot of leg in that.
There's also a lot of other stuff.
Leg and belly. It's covered by a small, little,
A sarong the size of a micro bikini doesn't count. Can't wait till we get to the fifth magician and her weird friends. The what now face? It actually, yeah. It was because you were not expecting me to say the Heaven's Hole NP, were you?
Yeah.
Earth was never the same.
Sorry, I just processed. I remember that NP was, it took me a second to process what he typed in there.
Yet CCC also had Naked Gill. AUO cast off. I loved AUO cast off. That was great. Passion Lip exists on CCC.
Yeah, they censored a lot of CCC when they brought it these servants over to FGO.
Hattori Horace says, show her all the cross-dress Gudao. I don't know what that is.
I think I've shown
In
her.
the manga.
I've shown her images of that before off stream, so...
Yeah. Vorn needs to see the Kiara NP.
We are not watching it on stream
Yeah,
itself.
no. it's gonna be that bad.
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna play this for Vorn to watch, and I'm gonna mute the mic.
Okay.
Okay. Vorn has now seen and heard both the extra CCC and the FGO Heaven's Hole.
Why? Somebody got a weird fetish.
Gil was first fully explored in CCC with my eyes. Sorry. Not actually, because you don't get to see everything, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Vorn...
Well enough.
It's always funny to show Vorn weird explicit things, because, like, that's very much not a you thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not typically that kind of person, like, at all. And so you always have, like, a very visceral reaction to anything, even borderline explicit, let alone very explicit, that we show you.
Those two things should never mix.
The question was, what's your opinion on giant women and planets, Vorn? Vorn has seen AUO cast off. Naked Gil.
Oh.
Shining.
Yeah.
Sparkling. Yeah.
I mean, you even showed me that, like, statue one that you want to get, but it costs so much.
There's a R-rated Gil statue with equipable bits and pieces.
Yeah, hey, chat, get that for Sekhie. She wants it so
That's
much.
way too expensive.
I mean,
I would not ask anyone to buy something that expensive. It's like $1,400.
Oh, I thought you said it was $300.
Yeah, for the down payment of multiple installments. The figure's like this big and super detailed with like 14 extra parts. And I think there's enough extra parts that you can actually basically form the entire figure twice. Once explicit and once not.
You better build a shrine to this thing if I ever buy this for you.
Vorn, that's not the only one I want from that brand. There's like 17 other characters that they do like that. There's some very interesting characters that particular brand makes figures for. But they're really, really good quality and like high-end figures, but they're very expensive because they're also usually limited run. So once they're sold out, you can really only get them on resale, and then the prices go sky high. So they're just not affordable. I would never, unless I had the disposable income. I just don't. That's the sort of thing I would have to save up for like a year or two to afford, and it wouldn't be available by then. So it's not a... It's one of those things where I'm like, man, if I could buy them all, I would, but I just can't.
I'm not giving you a loan for that.
No. It's not the sort of thing I would buy, like genuinely. I just don't have that kind of disposable income.
Yeah. Actually, Nick, hand me that that box. Let's show him what I think is actually already considering borderline.
I did show them it earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. Gender bent Goliath servant is out there somewhere. Mood. Dakota Doyle says, I think Vorn needs brain bleach.
Now forget it myself.
As far as I'm aware, the parts that, like, typically those figures are actually very, very well made, and it's very hard to break certain parts of them. But like I said, almost typically what those figures are is you have the figure, and it's actually, there's a version of it you can display that's not R-rated, and then the way that they make it an R-rated figure is that the pieces typically are like held by magnet, right? So you can like pull, like, for example, in Gil, he's wearing like a loincloth. You can pull off his loincloth and like equip a little phallus or something, and then like change the way that his face looks. So it's just by parts that they're made R-rated. Technically, they can all be displayed as non-R-rated as well. They're not inherently R-rated. There is a non-R-rated display. Because there's been a bunch for Jujutsu Kaisen. I've seen some for Genshin Impact. There's a couple for other animes I watched. There's a whole series of ones for Naruto that are really good. And so on and so forth. Like, I was even looking at one from, there was even like a really couple nice ones from One Piece, like Zoro and stuff. So they're just really good figures that happen to have an R-rated version. Yeah. Yeah, the Kiara has to do with an actual Buddhist cult.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fucked up. That's fair. Gil shilling effigies of himself. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Gil would believe that the price was absolutely justified. But I think the only Gil figure I've ever seen besides the Nendroids that I felt was worth it was like, it was like a $60 or $70 figure where he's holding up the sword. That one was nice. But I do want Gil's Nendroids. Because he's got 2 or 3 of them. Because there's Golden Armor Gil is available as a Nendroid, and then Caster Gil is available as a Nendroid. I think those are the only 2, but I'd like both of them, technically. Yeah.
Just tell you, Sekhie, if I ever do get you that naked R-rated Gil, you're building a shrine for it. If I have to pay that much money, I want to see you build a shrine for that thing.
If I had a figure that was worth that much money and that R-rated, I too would build a shrine for it. To be fair, you said it's a very detailed figure. Yeah, like, it is amazingly detailed, knick-knack. Like, God. The commenter was like, magnets. No wonder they're not going to be easy to break. Now I'm tempted. You know what? Follow where your heart tells you. I will say, the figures I'm talking about are typically very high quality. Like, they're on par with, like, the really expensive figures that you can get for, like, the fake characters that aren't R-rated. So, you know. Yeah, Quipper, honestly, there was this one Naruto figure of Naruto himself with, like...
Wait, old, young, or...
Shippuden.
Oh my.
Shippuden, so older.
Okay.
But there were, like, 14 insertable attachments.
I don't want to know what those insertable might be.
I'm assuming you could guess. It came paired with the Sasuke figure.
Yeah, that's so. Don't really want to know anymore.
You can find them online. Yeah. I think that one might have been. Yeah, I maybe. Well, because they're just like figures of the characters. To be honest, the website that they're sold on also sells a lot of really some things that are probably illegal if they were done to real people in real life. Like a lot of things that are very illegal, but like I guess people are into. So like when I go on that website, I have to be like very specific when I want to look at like figures of characters I like. The search function isn't great, and sometimes figures come up that I just... And they're not all by the same producers. It's one website that just sells R-rated figures and like these really nice figures. But it's a little bit like navigating a minefield to search it.
I'm pretty sure you're already on an FBI list.
I was on an FBI list for many other things, I'm sure. But the site has really nice figures that aren't R-rated. I will say that. Like the site, it's one of the sites that sells those like $500-$600 figures that aren't like the big Fate one that they put in the bathroom at Trash Taste. The site sells stuff like that too. So it's really just a high-end figure site, but they're not very discerning about what they allow to be sold on their site. So it's everything from like the typical figure to the R-rated unbranded figure or something. If that makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's one of those sites. But yeah. Yeah. There's some really nice Bleach figures, and there are very few Bleach figures out there that are really nice, but they're like super expensive. It's one of the few places where you can find figures of like all the different Arankar that are actually nice, but then they're like $600. So like, beautiful figure, absolutely stunning, could not afford it, not worth it.
Is it like third-party market, or are they like a distributor, or like what?
No, distributor, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you can find a lot of the figures can be found on multiple sites. So I think they buy from factory. Yeah. Because I know for a fact I've seen the same figures on other figure sites. Yeah.
I'm definitely at the bottom of my energy well here.
I'm so sorry. I'm not. I hit a second wind.
You should drink more soda.
He tried earlier, and then he had to wash his mouth out.
What? Did you drink the rum?
No, that's yours. You left it here.
Oh, wait, no, I thought...
I took a tiny bit of diet.
Well, if it's not yours, it's Realms. One of you left it here. And I wasn't home for 3 weeks, so... I didn't clean it, because I wasn't home. There are more ramen in the kitchen, but they didn't get put in the fridge.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bare minimum at least do that.
Oh, it was like that, and then Nick Nack knocked it over earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, I did not have it like that, so that's probably his realms.
Okay. Oh, that's fair, Mirai. Yeah, you should absolutely go to sleep if it's 3:20 in the morning where you are.
Yeah,
God.
go to bed.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Dohorio. That is like the level of some of these figures. My God. So, there's this Hawks figure. Not R-rated at all. It's this Hawks figure that they sell on this website. So it comes in two versions. There's the regular Hawks figure and then the deluxe Hawks figure. And what it is it's the spoilers for Boku no Hero. The figure is of when Hawks kills twice, right? And it is, hello Peachy, it is super intricate and detailed, and what it does is it comes with basically two full sets of parts, one blood splattered and one without. So if you get the deluxe version of the figure, you have enough pieces to make two full figures. The down payment is $400. The figure is $1,000. It is beautiful. It is one of the most stunning figures I have ever seen. Could never afford it, would never afford it. Come on, Peachy.
No. I had enough of claws.
Come on, Chub. Alright, come here. Say hi to stream. Say hello to stream. Yeah, no, it's so good. Hello, Peachy. Oof, 2 a.m., Nady? Jesus.
I might skedaddle soon. I know you needed me to pull something up for you. Would you like me to pull it up without the camera on the stream?
Camera's not on the screen right now.
Yeah,
so.
while it's still on the screen.
Yeah, we can switch places. Come on, baby.
Lauren, I'm giving you one job, and that's not to question what I'm pulling up at all. Okay?
Yeah, say nothing.
Okay.
Hi, Peachy. Hello, my love.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is this something that would smack you in the back
No.
of the head?
No.
He just
Okay.
needs to pull up a set of tabs for me.
And chat doesn't need to know what I'm pulling up.
Okay.
Oh. My goodness.
Giant fluffy fluffer.
She is. She's so chonky. Hi, chonky. Are you chonky? Can you pass me my phone? Oh, you gonna go? You wanna go? That way I can check chat. Get back to the stream. There we go. Yeah, no, exactly. Amazing figure. Would totally love to own it. Just too expensive to afford. That happens sometimes. Like, people make really amazing figures. It's like I was talking about, like, there's an Anastasia figure I really like. It's like $300. I'm like, to me, that is not currently a reasonable price for a figure. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, three digits is too expensive. regardless of like what the figure is for, to be honest.
I mean, if it was a statue, then we might be talking there.
Yeah, but not for a figure. Three digits is too much for me. That's not bad, TR Origins. I mean, it's like 530 for us. 522, 523.
Yeah.
But then again, our plan was like 9 to 5. Because, you know, Dolly Parton. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Barely getting by. Exactly. 9 to 5. Because last year we did like 10 to 7. And it was just a really long day. I mean, it's been a long day today as well, but it's weird doing a stream that's just almost solid reacts, because last year the reacts were super short and we were doing other stuff kind of interspersed in between.
This one was a little bit more intentional.
Yeah.
Whereas last one was just what we had to record for the next couple weeks.
Exactly. So, you know, it's one of those things. I mean, typically this would have come out later in the summer too if I'd still been around, but I'm leaving so early this summer that this just came out now instead of...
covers you for 1 month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, we're already 3 months ahead. So,
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. There's our 3 months backup.
Then you have to do it again for your next trip, probably.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how... We'll have to see how recording setups look as the years go on for these.
We have no intention of stopping at the moment. There's still plenty of servants left to do. Right, Knick Knack?
Oh, I meant more in terms of just live streaming these. Like,
That's true. Yeah. Although, I would say at some point we probably would be able to, especially now that OBS has introduced the Discord feature.
yeah.
So it's much better to do that. Oh, Hessian Lobo would be an amazing figure. Oh, there's so many Fate servants who I think would just make really amazing figures, and we either don't have them, or they only have like one really expensive figure, or like poor Deermud. Like, no offense, Knick Knack, I love my Deermud figure, but it's kind of derpy. But there isn't a better Deermud.
No.
That's literally the figure they made is derpy. You know? It's like how a lot of FGO servants just have the dual figures, and the dual figures are not super intricate and detailed, and they're also very hard to find copies of because they were sold like in release packs that came out with the game. So it's like it's very hard to find them in general.
Especially because I don't know if that game still gets updates, or because these days that game is just a game mode in FGO that comes around every like 6 or so months.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate because it could be like it is a place where you could get what seems like affordable figures, but then the other thing is the figures when they originally came out, the dual figures, I think they were random. Like the sets, you would randomly get one of the figures in the sets, and you could get multiples. So I've seen some people resell them for like $90 because they're like, I've checked this and it is for sure this figure, you know, as opposed to just a random figure from that sort of thing.
1:20 scale figure of King Brodier, still matte, like the size of like a truck.
Oh my god, I would love it. Yes, you did come back from getting dinner to figure talk because figures are important. I don't know, I love being able to have figures, but I don't love the price to entry for really nice ones, and for certain franchises like Gunpla kits are really expensive. Yeah. Like they can cost a lot of money, especially if you're buying multiple of them, you know? So like it's unfortunate that the kind of financial limit to entry is much higher. And there are some people who will tell you like, don't bother buying the cheap figures, just, you know, save your money to get a better one, or don't buy them. I don't particularly subscribe to that because I have some figures that aren't as expensive, and maybe they aren't as high quality, but I enjoy having them. You know what I mean? Like, they're figures that I like, and I enjoy regardless of how much I paid for them. Like, and so I don't think it's fair for someone to say, like, hey, you know, if you can't afford a good figure, don't get figures. No. Buy what you want, but keep in mind your budget and your ability to buy figures. You know, like I'm not going out and buying like $120 figures because I can't afford to buy a $120 figure. The one time I had the money to buy a $200 figure, I meant to, and then something happened and I had to just lose my deposit money because I had to put like $25, $50 down on it. And I realized that when it came out, I wouldn't be able to afford it. So I had to cancel my pre-order.
What figure it was for?
It was the $250 Marco the Phoenix re-release of him in his Phoenix form with the flames all around. Actually, it's happened twice with the Marco the Phoenix figure. The first was when I was in high school, and I had originally had the money, and it was Marco the Doctor from just post Time Skip, and I desperately wanted it, and I remember I had the money, I had saved it up, but it went live while we were at school, and I couldn't put the pre-order in because we didn't have Wi-Fi in high school very well. By the time I got home, it was sold out. And then the second one was last summer. It came around, a different figure of Marco, but still like $250 came around. It's actually still available on the website that I had pre-ordered it on. But at this point, I'd be losing $50 to the price because I did have to give up my pre-order space because I couldn't afford it at the time. When it came out earlier than it was supposed to, and I hadn't budgeted for it to come early. And the way that the website I was using was you only have a certain amount of time to pay the money before they have to give it up. So that's twice now on the same character that I've missed a pre-order that I had saved up for. So that's unfortunate, but it happens. And that's pretty much the only the only time I've ever wanted a really expensive figure. You know?
I think I'm gonna get going. I'll text you later, and we'll figure out when we need to record our next couple because we have to get on those pretty quickly.
I think we said Wednesday night.
Yeah, was it
For
Wednesday?
the off the shelves?
I meant reacts because we still have to do 4 more before you leave, right?
Do we?
I'm pretty sure that was the plan.
But we have them scheduled.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the calendar. So.
Yeah, hold on.
I'll figure it out if it's not on the calendar already. But
Well, let me check.
Ooh, that really sucks, Trey. Yeah.
There you go. Last week. Oh, gee, could you send it back, Trey Billing? I would. For that much money, I would send it back like manufacturer's defect.
okay.
That's what we had, so.
Yeah, no, that works.
Okay.
And did you want me to leave you the capture card? I legitimately won't need it anytime soon. So.
If you don't need it anytime soon, I'd appreciate if you leave it, because I might be able to get some streams in the next week or two.
Because the next time I would need it is if we wanted to do a Pokemon stream, which you could just bring it anyways.
Okay. All right. Let me know if you get home safe.
I
Drive
hope I get home
safe.
safe.
Yeah.
Maybe get something caffeinated before you leave.
I'll be fine. I'm not like falling asleep or anything like that. I'm just like drained.
Okay. All right. Taco says bye.
Bye, everyone.
Also, Trey, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
I'd be so mad.
Warren, you could take my spot that has a camera on it too if you want.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
a comfier chair.
good.
Well, if you're not gonna, then I'm just gonna.
I mean, like, I probably should leave, like, in a couple minutes anyway. Because I do still actually have project stuff I need to do.
Disgusting.
There
we go. Temporarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things. Like, I like the idea of figures, but I think...
Like, if you were really good at, like, SolidWorks or any, like, the 3D design stuff, like, maybe you could do, like,
Oh, yeah, because you
3D
can, like...
printing.
Or you can get the 3D files, and they're not very expensive if you have the ability to 3D print them. I know that there's someone who's making these really great Baldur's Gate character 3D prints. Looks stunning.
Yeah. The only problem is, like, one, you have to either have a really good 3D printer, or you have to scale them up so, like, you can at least get that detail in. So, yeah, that's kind of the problem with, like, 3D printing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. Right, well, I think we're both going to get going in a couple of minutes here. So if y'all got any last messages or comments, send them in, and I'll cut the stream in a little bit and answer anything kind of last minute that y'all have. But Knickknack's headed out, and I've been on camera all day, and Vorn needs to head out as well.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. Thank you for those of you who stuck around for a chunk of the day, a portion of the day, an hour of the day, 30 minutes of the day.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining.
Peach is here. Grab him.
Peachy.
Sorry, grab her.
Why? Do you not want her climbing on you? Oh my goodness, you're so fat.
She put so many claws into me last time. I am not doing that again.
Hello, Chunky. Say hi to chat. Oh, you're so well behaved. She's just staring at you.
Yeah, I
Aww.
know.
She
Put too
wants
many
you,
claws
Lauren.
in me last time.
Oh, baby. You going? You want to go? Okay, you want to go.
No.
You want to go too, Lauren. No, honey. No.
I got clawed way too much last time. No.
Yeah. No, that's fair, TR. Anyone who joins in is free to join in anytime they want.
Mm-hmm.
I will hang out and stream to vouch for the Gil route if Nick Nack gets to it. Yeah, 8.5 hours. I mean, about the same time as last time.
Yeah.
Yes, the shelf expansion is real. Like, I store mine kind of in the spare space I have, and it is full. Like, I'm full up. There's literally stuff you can't see on shelves that are, like, impossible. It's become a point where if I have to pull books out, I have to physically move figures down, pull the book out, and then move them back up, and so on. So I do need to figure out something for that, because that's another big thing.
I know we joked about hanging shelves from your ceiling, but we might have to start doing that.
Nah, I'll figure it out. I'll reorganize everything. This room has more clutter than it needs, and see, I've already got some spare space starting, so I'll be able to figure something out.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for sticking around, domain expansion. I wish. But thanks for sticking around, everyone. I'm going to put you all into purgatory, and then I'm going to get going, possibly to eat more pizza.
Bye.